Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you for joining us. Let me check in on my audio here. Good morning, everybody. Okay, sounds like we got good audio. How's everybody doing? How's everybody's weekend? Julie, good morning to you. Therapist you know, Kathy Smith. Pammy, good morning. Only fan, hello. Curviel, yay, you're on time. Good to see you. Dreamer Landry, Jenny, hello. Hey, Mary. Willow Johnson, snow missed me, but very cold. Ah, yes. Good audio. Thank you, Curviel. All right, so thank you for joining us on Iowa versus Mullis. We're going to get into day 4, and we're going to go through verdict. Now, keep in mind that this trial was a little out of order because of the videos that were available to us. But I think we're pretty much in order now. I think there's only one more day, and then it goes to the jury. So we're going to get through all of that. So just to recap what we've seen so far, Todd Mullis was charged with offing his wife, Amy, allegedly with a corn rake. Now, the corn rake was curved, right? It wasn't like a pitchfork like that. It was actually curved. And so Amy and Todd and their 13-year-old son, Trysten, were in the hog farm working while there were 2 other younger children in the house. I think they were around 5 or 7. So Amy was a little dizzy. She was fixing light fixtures or cleaning out light fixtures in the hog farm, and she was a little dizzy from an operation she had a few days ago. So Todd told her, why don't you go into the red shed and get a pet carrier. And so she went to attempt to do that, and she was gone for 20 to 40 minutes, according to Todd. And he said to Trysten, hey, why don't you go check on Mom? Trysten goes to checks on Mom and finds her with a corn rake in her back. Then they tried to get her out of the door, but the corn rake was so large or whatever that they couldn't get her out, so they had to pull the rake out. That had to hurt. Oof. Then they put her into the truck and started to drive her to the hospital. Todd's calling 911. 911 tells him to stop. EMS comes, and they take over from there. So that's kind of where we left off. We did hear from some of Amy's friends. We've heard 3 times now that Amy told her friends that if you don't hear from me, check in. I'm gone. Todd did something to me. So I believe that's 3 people now that have said that. So let us pick up then with the next witness. You guys all ready? Gordon, hello. Equinox, Jennifer, thank you for joining us. 21 degrees where you are, therapist. That's chilly. Canada, I would think. Equinox, yeah. We're supposed to be 31, I think, over the next couple nights. So that's in Florida. So I know when we're in the 30s, especially low 30s, below freezing, I'm pretty sure everybody else north of us is equally as cold. Pammy says, I'm convinced it was something other than the rake. All right. Oh, let me see if I can pull up some comments here. Oh, I have to be on the other one. Okay, I think I have to be over here. Pammy says, I'm convinced it was something other than the rake. I can put myself in there. Ooh, okay. Actually, I need to squeegee myself down a little bit. I think I'm going to be on this side today. All right, I'll put myself over here for now. You think it's something other than the rake? Well, I pulled up some images of her, of Amy. Let's just take a quick look again before we get started. Let's take a quick look at that. Let's see, okay. All right, so Not sure why that's not coming up. Why are these images not coming up? Oh, I think because I moved them. All right, I had some images of the rake and of Amy's back, so I'll try and pull those up in a little bit. I had them, but I think because I moved them, they're not coming up on this feed right now. All right, guys. Let's get into it. Pammy, I want to hear what else you think it is, other than the rake. Yes, check the timber pile. That was a comment. Yes, one of her friends said, or a neighbor, maybe one of her friends. Hey, Fanny Pack, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. All right, let's get into it, guys. Let's, without further ado, I'm going to have to move myself over here. Put that on. Okay, let's get to it.
Seated, everyone. Okay, do we have a witness for the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor. Mike Mullis, please.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat there. State your name, please.
Michael Joseph Mullis,
Go ahead, counsel.
Mr. Mullis, how old are you?
54 years old,
And where do you live?
5 miles north of Erville.
And what is your relationship to Todd Mullis?
He's my brother.
And how are you employed?
I'm self-employed as a farmer.
And is your farming operation connected in any way to Todd's farm?
Yes, it is. We use machinery together, and he's got separate operations, but we do share machinery to a certain extent. And share the workload, I guess, put it that way.
How far apart do the two people, or you and Todd's place?
And as a crow flies, probably 2 miles.
As part of helping out each other in the farming operation, would you work on his land and he work on yours?
Yes, we just share labor.
And I'm going to ask you about a specific piece of equipment. Were you aware that Todd had an iPad that he used for farming purposes?
Yes, I did. I know about it.
And did you see him use it in the farming operation?
Yes, I did. We used it as a yield monitor and a GPS unit, and just simple searches, I guess, for whatever reason.
Did you ever use that iPad?
Yes, I did.
And what would be your reason for using it?
Oh, we were trying to find some new tracks for our mini excavator. So one day I was over there and the excavator is there, so I just went, and he said, yeah, go ahead and use it. So I went and got it, and I was looking up for tracks for that excavator, and we found some, so we bought them that way.
Was there a password to get on that iPad?
Yes, there was.
Did you know what it was?
Yes, I did.
So that had been shared with you by Todd?
Oh yeah, everybody knew what the password was.
Okay. I want to switch to some other equipment that we've heard about. On Todd's farm, there were 2 large hog buildings, right?
That's correct.
And were you aware that there were security cameras mounted on, I believe, one of the buildings?
Yes, it was on the south building.
And are you familiar with those cameras and how they work?
Yes, I am. I have the same cameras at my hog facility.
Okay. Do you know where the recording equipment was kept on Todd's farm?
Yes, it was in the shop, in the office. There was an office in the shop, and that's where the monitor was.
Do those cameras work all the time?
No, I got 2 of them on my place too, and they don't work right now either, but over at Todd's, the cats would get in the office. Where do you think they end up? They always end up in the window.
And why would getting in the window interfere with these cameras?
Well, that's where the antennas are located, because it's wireless, so you got to be within a sight, So if they would knock the cameras down, or antennas down, the camera couldn't get received.
And that wouldn't be a situation where the machines had been shut off. It was just that it wasn't receiving a signal.
No, they were never shut off.
Okay. Have you personally seen cats in the window in Todd's shop area where these antennas were?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Mr. Mullis, that's all the questions I have. The state may have some.
Okay.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Sir, you indicated that you remember using Todd's iPad to look up an excavator?
Yes, getting tracks for an excavator. It's a mini backhoe.
And when was that?
Oh, it would have been the spring of 18.
And that was when Todd told you you could look to do a search on the iPad?
Yeah. Yes.
And you also indicated that you talked a little bit about cameras.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you indicated that you have cameras, the same cameras on your farm.
Yes, I do.
But you can physically turn them off if you choose to, correct?
Well, if you unplug them, yeah.
And you were not at the Mullis farm on November 10th, 2018. In the morning, I'm sorry, before this happened.
No.
And sometimes you're at the farm, at Todd Mullis's farm every day. Sometimes you'll go days without being there.
I'm there pretty much on a day-by-day record, or
So
every day I'm usually there, one way or another.
Every day in October, did you go and see if those cameras were on in the Todd Mullis farm?
No.
And every day in November, did you go and see if they were on or off?
No.
Nothing further.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You can step down. Go ahead. Please. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. State your name, please.
Michael James Krogman,
Spell your last name.
Krogmann.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Mr. Krogman, where do you live?
Troy Mills, Iowa.
And where's that from here?
An hour and 7 minutes.
Okay. Is that in the Cedar Rapids area?
I'd be north of Cedar Rapids, a half hour north.
And back on November 10th, 2018, were you in the Earlville, Iowa area?
In the area, yes. Just actually outside of Oneida.
And did you become aware of a situation involving Amy Mullis?
I did.
How did that information come to you, or how did you get involved?
I seen a patrol car go by with lights on, moving at a fairly fast rate, and looked to see where they went, and it was just down the road, so we went to see if we could help in any way.
And where did that take you?
To actually my cousin's house where he was building, and not knowing what was going on, and Todd and Amy's truck was parked in the driveway.
What's your cousin's name?
Brian Krogman.
And when you arrived and actually stopped your vehicle, what did you next do?
I seen somebody on the ground, and I seen Todd and Trysten standing there, and I grabbed Trysten and hugged him and turned him away from what was being, I didn't know who was on the ground at that point, but turned him away from it so he wasn't watching it.
Were there emergency personnel and or law enforcement doing something to this person
There
on the
was,
ground?
yes.
What was happening?
I really don't know. They were working on, which is Amy, they were working on Amy on the ground. And I grabbed Trysten and just turned him away from, he was watching what was going on.
What appeared to be his emotional state at the time?
Mostly probably shock.
You said you turned him away. Did you move him away from where he was at?
I just turned him so he's looking the other direction.
Okay. What next happened then?
We stood there for, seemed like quite a little while. They loaded Amy up, the ambulance was leaving, and Todd hollered at me to take care of Trysten. Just take care of him.
Do you know where Todd went?
I'm behind the ambulance.
Okay. Did he drive himself, or
No, he did not.
how did he get away from there?
My dad was there as well. I rode with my dad to the scene, and then Todd had gotten in with my dad, and they followed the ambulance.
So what did you and Trysten then do?
I was putting Trysten in the truck or walking him over to the truck, and an officer come up wanted Trysten to take him to the farm. And I asked Trysten if he was okay with that, and he'd give me a nod that he was. And we got in the truck and headed towards the farm with 1 or 2 officers behind us. I'm not positive on that. I think it was 2.
Whose truck were you in at that time?
Todd's truck.
Okay. Tell us what happened when you got to the farm.
We got to the farm. Obviously, we got out of the truck. Like I say, I believe it was 2 officers pulled in behind us. And Trysten took them over to where he had found Amy. And they went into the shed to see what had happened.
Did you go with them?
I walked to the entryway of the shed, yes. I never entered the shed. I think I poked my head in the shed and seen that it was crowded, and I just stepped back out.
So you didn't participate in any conversation or discussion?
No, not at that point, no.
Okay. On the way from where you and Trysten left from the ambulance to back to the farm, did you have any discussion with him?
Very little. He was not very talkative. I made a couple cracks, not knowing the severity of anything that was going on. I made a couple cracks about the truck smelling like hogs, and he really didn't want to talk at all. So we were driving to the farm, and I told him that the officers were going to ask him a few questions and to tell him the truth and tell him what you know, not what you think might have went on.
Was he crying?
A little bit, maybe, not sobbing by any means.
But he wasn't very responsive to your...
Absolutely not.
After Trysten went in the shed to show the deputies around, did you have any more contact with Trysten?
Yeah. At that point, I went up to the house to check on the other 2 kids in the house, checked on what was going on there, and then I went back out, and Trysten was heading back towards the house, and he came in the house then. And then I went back out because the officers were still there to see if they needed anything else.
Did you have any further involvement in this?
As far as talking to officers or that, they came into the house after that and talked to Trysten again, and then after that, no, nothing.
So you went in with Trysten, went back out, and then returned back in the house with the officers?
Correct.
Okay. But after that was the end of your involvement?
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Krogman. That's all the questions I have. They may have some.
Cross-examination.
I have no questions, Judge.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step down. Okay, another witness for the defense.
Call Todd Mullis.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat. State your name, please.
Todd Michael Mullis.
Go ahead, counsel.
Mr. Mullis, where is your home?
Kind of northwest of Earlville on a farm.
Do you know what the mail address is?
Yes, it's 1722 255th Avenue in Earlville.
How old are you?
I'm 43.
And what's the extent of your education?
I graduated high school,
Where did you attend high school?
Maquoketa Valley in Delhi.
Tell us a little bit about your family. Are your parents still alive?
Yes, my parents, Leroy and Elaine, are alive. They live just north of Earlville. And I got two brothers and 2 sisters.
What are your brothers' names?
Mike and Pat are my brothers. And
Sisters?
Lori and Lynn.
Do you have children?
Yes, I have 3 children.
Names?
Trysten, Taylor, and Wyatt.
And tell us a little bit about your occupation.
I farm crops. We got a hog operation, a custom feeding operation, where we raise out pigs for a company, JBS now. I sold chemicals, farm chemicals on the kind of on the side, I guess you'd say, as a substitute to earn more money. And then we always helped each other, so we was busy.
And your brother Mike just testified that you help farm with, or you help his farming operation, and he in return helps you.
Yes, and we also farm with my other brother Pat and Dad. We farm each other's ground. We go wherever it's needed, I guess.
Okay. Let's go back in time a bit, Todd. How did you meet Amy?
I met Amy at the Delaware County Fair in Manchester. I think it was in 2003, and I just met her at the beer tent or something like that.
Okay. So it wasn't like it was a blind date or?
No, it was not.
How long did the two of you date before marrying?
It would have been, I'd say, well, it would have been about 14 months.
And where were you living when you met her?
I was living at the same farm and where I'd live now.
Where was she living?
She was, at the time, was living in Marion or Cedar Rapids. I don't remember which one it was.
Was she employed when you met her?
Yes.
What was she doing?
She was working as, I think it was the bookkeeper in St. Luke's. I can't remember. She was changing stuff at that time. It's hard to remember exactly what position she held.
So when you got married, she moved into the family farm?
Yes, she did.
Did you own that property when you got married?
Yes, I did.
And what did you know about Amy's background in terms of where did she grow up? Was she a farm girl or a city girl or what?
Yes, I knew, she told me right away she grew up in Eldora on a farm, that her dad lived there. She didn't spend a lot of time talking about other places she was, other than growing up in Eldora, and then ending up in Cedar Rapids area.
Now, what year did you get married?
In '04.
So at that time, did you have these hog buildings on the farm?
Not at the time, no.
Were you strictly a row crop operation, or did you have cattle?
At the time, we had dairy cattle at what I would consider my brother Mike's farm, and I was sharing the labor load there, helping that, and we had hogs on a bunch of different farms, but it was in small buildings, and then row crops.
Did Amy seem to settle in all right to farm life?
She seemed almost ecstatic about it. I mean, she wanted to move in right away, I guess, is what you'd say.
Do you have interest in outside of farming? In other words, sports, music, hunting, fishing, that kind of stuff?
Yes, I love to hunt and fish. In general, be outdoors. I mean, if it's tubing in a creek somewhere, or canoeing, or just various four-wheeling, anything outside.
How about Amy? What were her interests?
She liked the same things. From what I always understood, she loved it. She loved being outdoors. She liked being outside.
Did the two of you ever hunt together?
Yes, a lot.
What kind of hunting?
We did a lot of deer hunting, squirrel hunting, turkey hunting, and all kinds of hunting, coyote hunting.
Was this all with a firearm, or was there bow and arrow also?
It was a bow and arrow and shotgun.
Okay. At some point, did Amy seek and obtain employment off the farm?
Off the farm?
Right. Did she work somewhere in town?
Oh, yes. Yeah, she was, well, she started off in St. Luke's, and then she worked there until, I can't remember exact year, but then she went to Manchester because it was closer. And we were having kids, and then she moved, or she switched to work up to there.
Okay. What was her, did she have a degree in something?
She started off, I think it was some type of a lower level nurse or a secretary, but then she got her LPN, and then she almost immediately went after her RN, and then she was a registered nurse after that.
Where did she get her RN training at?
At Kirkwood.
And that training occurred after your marriage?
I think she was actually pursuing that when we met.
Okay. Todd, I'd like to then move forward to approximately 4 to 5 years ago in time. And we've heard a lot of testimony about Amy having an affair. You recall that?
Yes.
And was she working at the Manchester Hospital when that happened?
Yes, she was.
And we heard Terry Steiner talk about her and Amy were good friends at that time.
Trying to think, what year was that now?
When this first affair occurred?
Yes.
Okay. And after you learned of that situation, what did you and Amy do about it?
Well, basically after I discovered it, we decided, immediately that she wanted to make it, quit her affair go to counseling. She was sorry, and then wholeheartedly work it out.
Terry testified that she encouraged you to both get counseling. Was that true?
Terry encouraged, this was before I discovered it, she wanted Amy to go to counseling because she was sad or, depressed. This was before I knew about it. And then after I found out, Amy and I looked up a counselor out of the phone book, basically, but it was in Cedar Rapids. But Terry did encourage both of us to go.
Okay. Did the counseling that you obtained, did that seem to help?
Yes. We didn't go very long, but it really helped me to get a start,
Did Amy seem to be all in on correcting the situation and moving in the right direction?
Yes.
Were you satisfied that she wanted to stay married and would be faithful?
Yes.
Was there any direction given to you by this counselor as to how to work on your marriage as you went forward?
Yes, there was several suggestions. She said Amy had to basically be accountable for what she was doing. She, if she was to go somewhere, it was just courtesy to let me know. To, be open, don't hold anything back. If she had a problem, talk about it. Just that in general, just to be open. And
Did the two of you try to practice that, to be open with each other?
yes, we did.
Did you talk about it?
Yes, we talked about everything. If it was anything on our mind, we talked about it.
Did she seem comfortable with that?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll let him talk about his observations. Go ahead.
Yes, it got a lot. Every week that went by and every conversation went by, it was easier, and it really helped. It really progressed well.
Okay. It's been talked about or mentioned by a couple witnesses that Amy complained to them that you were keeping too close of control or too close of contact with her when she was not with you. Did she ever complain to you about that?
No, she never complained to me about it. It was actually her idea almost all the time if she went to town, she would just say, hey, headed to town, got to stop at, this place, and this place. I don't, just depended on where she was going. And it was just real simple. Here's where I'm at. Shouldn't take long. I'll be home.
Was
Just
this
things like
mostly
that.
was this mostly being communicated back and forth by cell phones and text messages?
Yes, either a call or a text.
You spent a lot of time working, farming.
Yes.
What would be a normal day starting time-wise?
It depends a little on the time of year. On an average day, when I'm not doing field work, I'd say 7 o'clock usually, just depending on the time of year, 6:30, 7 o'clock. And then it was usually just go out, take care of the hog chores. Then usually we went over to another site and did the hog chores there. Usually I was communicating with my brother or dad about if they had anything going on with their beef operation, and it was just kind of a communication thing day by day. And then we always stayed busy doing something.
Okay. Would you generally have a family meal in the evening?
Almost every night.
Okay. After this, I'll keep calling it the first affair, did your farming situation or your farming plan change?
Yes, Amy, it was after we went to counseling for a little bit, Amy came to me and said, I would really like to quit my job. I think by being home with the kids and you and not having to work weekends, we could spend more weekends together. She could be a stay-at-home mom, which she wanted to be, if there was any possibility to that. So at that time, I pursued building another hog barn to hopefully make a little bit of money, so to substitute her quitting her job. And we went forward with that plan.
Okay. When was the first hog barn built?
That was in 2012. Can I add something to that too? We also expanded on, I sold chemicals on the side, and when she moved back home, she took the books for it and got it on a computer system, and which helped expand that operation also.
Okay. In 2015, did you also acquire some ownership in some more land?
Yes. In 2016?
Yeah.
Or roughly, yes. It was, there was a farm up by Greeley that my brother and Dad and Amy and I purchased a farm up there at an auction.
And was that all work ground, farm ground?
No, it was, actually there's a nice timber there on the one side of the road. There's some set-aside acres, I guess you call them, where it's grass, I guess, but there's recreational ground and work ground together.
Was there a house and buildings there?
No.
Okay. Was there any part of that farm that had a special interest for you and Amy?
Yes, on the timber side, there was we had a pond. There was an old pond there, and we redid it and made it a real nice big pond. And we planted a bunch of trees where we planned to build a log cabin.
And did you have a year in mind or a time in your family's life when you wanted to build that cabin?
Not at first, but every time we would go up there, it seemed to be brought up more and more and more. And I think she was getting the itch to do it.
Okay. I want to back up a little bit, perhaps. You talked about going from where you live in your ground to another site to do chores and stuff. Was there ever any ownership in that other site or partial ownership?
Yes, I had a partial ownership in that.
And is that with your dad, Mike?
Yes.
In February of 2018, was there some transfer of ownership or titling of property change that occurred?
Yes, where I currently live, there was a small parcel where the house and the machine shed and some grain bins were, that was in my parents' possession, and it got transferred to Amy and I.
Did you actually buy it from them, or they just transferred it?
It was a purchase.
Okay. And that property, my notes indicate that was in February of 2018.
Yes.
Okay. At some point in your marriage, was the home remodeled?
Yes, in the spring of 2013, I proceeded myself in kind of gutting the house, the kitchen, living room, and remodeling the whole inside.
Was that before or after Amy's affair?
It was actually before and during.
Okay. Did you force her to quit the hospital?
No, I did not.
She wanted to.
She requested it, yes.
After the counseling that you jointly sought, she was now an at-home mom. How would you describe her feeling about that? In other words, did she seem comfortable with that?
She seemed overwhelmingly happy. She loved it.
From the time of that first affair and the rather dramatic changes that you two made in your lives after that, up until the summer of 2018, did you have any concerns about you and Amy and your marriage?
No.
Did Amy participate in activities apart from you and the farm during those years?
Yes, she was. She liked to do the EMS voluntarily in Earlville. She liked to do that. She liked to go golfing with Terry. Pork producers, when she got into that, she always liked to do something with other people.
Did she at some point take a houseboat trip with some friends?
Yes, that was, I think she was still working when she took that trip,
Okay.
but she did take a trip.
I believe there was some mention in some of your documents of a trip to Alaska.
Yes, she went with Randy and Peggy and Trysten, and they went to Alaska for, I think it was a Ducks Unlimited thing with Randy, and they went up there for several days.
Okay. A trip to Florida.
Yes, that was in June of 2018. She went to Florida for Taylor's gymnastics
Now,
nationals.
during these years, was Amy's mom always living in the Ankeny area?
Yes,
Did she have regular visits with her?
yes.
Did you always go with her?
No, I did not.
Would it be more often that you did not go than if you did?
Yes.
Would the children usually go with her if she was going to see her mom?
It usually depended on the situation, and over the years it's changed as far as who went with her.
Why did it change?
The kids got older. When they were younger, actually when the kids were younger though, she was still working and she didn't really get down there that much, but when she quit, then she quit working. Then if there was any kids go, it would usually be Taylor or Wyatt, or both.
Okay. Would some of those trips be associated later on, at least, with Taylor's tumbling?
Yes.
Okay. And were most of these things that you just described, golfing, lunches, trips, and so forth, those were being done without you being with her?
Yes.
And were you comfortable with that occurring?
Yeah, I actually encouraged it.
Now stepping ahead to July or summer of 2018, Mr. Frazier has indicated that you contacted him, and it had to do with him and Amy. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And you're not denying you made such a call?
No, I'm not. I made the call.
What prompted you, or what brought that call about?
I had noticed that she was just acting a little different, and I had looked at a phone records, and I seen there was a large number of communications with him, and I just wanted to know what that was about. I was kind of curious. I wanted to know what was going on.
Was it true that Amy and Jerry had a legitimate basis to communicate about the hog operation?
Yes.
But this amount of communication seemed excessive to you?
It did to me, yes.
When you contacted Jerry, what did he say?
He just said, he goes, "Really? It's that many?" "Oh, well, she's been texting me a lot, asking about show pigs, and I know she wants to get your kids involved in show pigs." And there's just a lot of communication that way. And then I think he said that Amy was asking him questions about gymnastics because Taylor was in gymnastics and his daughter was in gymnastics, and I think there was some talk about that too. Just general hog stuff or gymnastic stuff, kid stuff.
Okay. Did he assure you that there was nothing inappropriate going on?
Yeah, he said, "I guarantee you there's nothing going on."
Did you accept that?
Yes, I did, but I was just a tad bit unsure yet.
And what did that unsureness lead you to do?
I called Eileen. I think I had texted Terry about it too, and I said, "Hey, I just wanted to make sure that I'm not out of line, thinking that." And then Eileen said, "Well," I kind of asked her what she thought. She goes, "Well, I'd just call his wife and see what's going on." And I had also communicated with Randy too at that time what he thought. He just kind of said, "Well, I don't know."
So, did you contact Jerry's wife?
Yes, I did.
And what was her reaction?
At first, she sounded curious, and then she goes, "I'll look into it." And then I go, "Well, I just wanted to see. I just want to put that to rest." And then that was about it.
Did you at some point contact both Jerry and his wife and apologize for possibly upsetting them?
Yes, I did. I after talking to them, I was like, you know what? They both were not, they sounded very convincing. And his wife said, "I don't see why there's anything would be going on." And after that, I just said, "I'm sorry that bugged you. I hope I didn't cause any troubles between you."
Did this exchange between you and Jerry and his wife interfere with your relationship with Jerry as the field manager for the hogs?
No.
Did he continue to come to your farm on a regular basis?
Yes, same as always.
And would you normally be the person that he would deal with?
Yes.
Was there ever any, did you ever get to a point with Jerry that you felt comfortable enough to talk about things other than business, like hunting, fishing, sports?
Yeah, we talked kind of about everything. He would say, "I got a buddy that farms," and he would talk about that, or he would talk about his show pigs and how they were performing, or how good he wanted to do at the state fair, and just general other things.
Certainly a friendly relationship.
Yeah, we got along good.
from the witnesses and text messages and so forth that we have seen introduced here, it appears that around the end of August of 2018, Amy contacted you indicating that there may be rumors about her behavior again.
Yes.
And how did the two of you deal with that?
She approached me and asked and told me, she goes, told me about there might be some stuff going around. Terry let me know that there's some rumors flying around. You know how people are. She asked me who I had talked to. And I just told her, well, I only talked to Jerry and his wife and Eileen and Randy. And then she was concerned at how they could get started. So we talked about that, like, well, who could have started that? Kind of went back and forth like that for a little bit. And she said, well, I just wanted you to know, so if you hear something, you know, don't believe it, you know. And then I'm like, oh, for crying out loud, you know. And then I just kind of thought about it, I guess, for a day or two, and then let it go.
Everything seemed okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And this was around, I think we narrowed it down by phone calls and text messages. This would have been around the last day or two of August, 1st of September. Does that sound right?
It was right around that time, yes.
Amy's grandfather had died, or grandmother had died that summer?
Yes, Grandma Margaret died.
And where was she living or hospitalized or wherever her death occurred?
She was in she lived in Eldora and had fallen, broken her hip earlier, and then she went to the old age home, and then she got sick from there and died in Eldora.
Okay. Did you attend the funeral?
Yes. The wake and the funeral, yes.
Was that the occasion that you met Patricia?
Yes, I met her the day before the funeral at the wake.
Okay. Had Grandma's illness and the fall and injury, had that caused Amy to be away from the farm some?
Yeah, she went out when she broke her hip, and I can't remember the amount of days, but she was gone at that time. And then when she got sick again, then she went out again and stayed for several days. And then she was out there when she actually passed.
When she was doing that with her grandma, were the kids going with her?
No, the kids were with me.
Okay. Was there another health issue in Amy's family that followed?
Yes, it was her Uncle Jerry. We were actually at a football game, Amy and I, and she got a call from Randy about Jerry having a brain bleed on a golf course, and they had to haul him into the hospital, and just wanted to let her know that.
And did that result in a fairly significant hospital care and followed by rehabilitation?
Yes, it was quite lengthy. I mean, it was for a while there they didn't know if he was going to make it, and they took part of his skull out and things like that, and it was long hospitalization and recovery.
Okay. Do you have an estimate of how many times Amy might have went down to, that was in Des Moines, right?
Yes.
How many times she might have visited down there checking on him?
I think she was gone in close to 30 days out of a couple months.
So almost half the time she was there?
I'm estimating it, yes, but I think it was close to 30 days.
Okay. Was she taking the kids there?
No.
Was her absence from the farm and the kids somewhat of a concern on your part?
Not at first. I tried to just be understanding about it, But then it was it seemed to be dragging on a little bit. It's like, well, I mean, I was asking her, well, he's got kids too, maybe they could share the load a little bit and help us at home, because we had a lot going on. We had, 4 buildings of hogs going out, plus the harvest was going to start, and I was kind of swamped. Getting the kids run around and to football practice and home and all that.
Okay. Did you discuss that with Amy, that it was starting to kind of wear on you?
Yeah, I kind of I mentioned it, but I didn't really press the issue.
There were some text messages that we saw that between you and Terry, I think it was Terry, where this topic was coming up about her being away and not helping around home when she was at home and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Were you concerned about anything else, though, other than the fact that she was gone a lot?
No. I was just, like I said, I was kind of swamped, and that's when I text her and I go, I was overloaded with work, and I just wanted some help, so I wanted to know if she had any suggestions, but other than that, no.
Okay. Did you become aware that Amy had, I call it a kind of a run-in with your mother about this?
Yes.
What happened, as far as you know?
As far as I know, I had my son Wyatt at my mom's because we were harvesting, and I had my daughter Taylor with me, and Trysten was with Mike, and I was commenting corner, and I got a call, and Amy told me she was kind of upset. She said, your mom blew up at me or something, to that effect, that she said I was a bad mom, and she didn't want me to take Wyatt, and she didn't want to stand for that, and I agreed with her.
Do you recall sending a text that you perhaps meant to send to Trysten, but it ended up going to Amy, that something to the effect that Amy was crazy?
No.
You don't remember that?
No, I did not. I was actually told Eileen that there must have been a fight, or I sent Eileen a text that there must have been a fight. Amy and Mom got in a fight, and Mom wanted her out of the house.
Okay. Did you ever have words with your mother about what she had said and done?
Yes, immediately.
Did you stick up for Amy?
Yes, I did. I told her that you can't talk to Amy that way. There's no reason for it. I know she's been gone a lot, but she's had a lot of trouble with her family, with health problems. You got to be understanding about that. And Mom agreed then.
Okay. From the time that you had these contacts with Jerry and his wife, just to clear the air, up until the time of Amy's death, did you have any suspicions at all that she was having an affair?
No.
Other than the illnesses in the family and her absences that you just described, you didn't sense that there was anything going on behind your back?
No, I did not, because she was so upset with her and being concerned for her mother Peggy, because she was stressed out from the loss of Margaret and now Jerry. It was her brother and her mother, that she was overwhelmed and she was just stressed out from that. So if there was any stress signs from Amy, I attributed it to her being concerned for her family. And then that.
Is that stress that you were witnessing the reason you were texting with Terry about getting her to counseling?
Yes, there was also, she was bleeding abnormally on her periods. She would bleed like that, and I'm going, there's just something going on with her. I can't, I would like to help her, but I don't know how to help her.
In one of those text messages, it looked like you had done some research about menopause.
Yes, I did. I was concerned because she would say, I'm just bleeding again. I don't know what the heck's going on with me. And then she would have mood swings. And I was like, well, I'm not a woman. So I looked it up, and there was symptoms on there that were consistent with what she was showing. So I showed it to Amy.
The state introduced Exhibit 105, which is a partial history of Google searches on your Google account, Todd Mullis 76 at gmail.com. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you had the iPad that your brother Mike spoke about this afternoon?
Yes, it was that. Yes.
Did you use that iPad a lot for research and accomplishing basic farm things, I guess I'll call them?
Yeah.
Did anyone else use that iPad?
Yes.
Who?
Amy used it a lot for downloading chemical bills. She kept track of the bills, so she would look on her email and get a bill. She would look on my email, get bills, and enter them into the computer in the shop. That way she didn't have to run back and forth. And she would research price quotes a lot. Mike used it. I think my nephew used it.
Was there a password to it?
Yes.
Did Amy have the password?
Yeah, she's the one who actually put it in for me.
Okay. And was it possible on that iPad to go from one Google account to another?
Yes.
Were you aware, or did you ever become aware, that Amy used that iPad to search for personal things like clothing or jewelry or that kind of thing?
I didn't watch her every time, but she could have, yes.
Right. And you weren't, I assume you weren't contacting Google every month to get a printout of your activity?
No, I didn't track what she was looking up or using it for.
Okay. But you've looked through State's Exhibit 105?
Yes.
And today we printed off a larger, more complete version of that Google printout. And you've looked at that?
Yes, I have.
You were present when Deputy Hemseth testified that about certain searches about cheating spouses or cheating wives, that kind of thing. Did you do those searches?
No, I did not.
Did you know it? Do you know who did?
I have no idea who looked that up.
Did you and Amy ever discuss topics like that between the two of you?
If there was a movie or something, we might have talked about a little bit of something like that, but not extensively, no.
Did the two of you enjoy together history programs?
Yes, we watched the History Channel a lot.
Did that ever lead to a follow-up search by either one of you?
Yes, quite often, actually.
Did you and Amy both enjoy history of Native American and other Indian populations?
Yes, we both would watch a show and look stuff up.
There were some searches, and I'll give you some examples. One, I think it was on January 15th of 2018, where I don't have the exact wording in front of me, but it was something to the effect of keeping your son from becoming a pussy. You remember that?
I remember seeing it, yes.
Did you do that search?
No, I did not.
Do you know was there an issue in the home about your son or sons having
Yes,
issues?
there was an issue there when Wyatt there was a kid taking money from him on the bus, or he would take a snack and he would take it from him. And we were discussing that because he'd always keep asking for money for breakfast. And we kind of questioned him about it, and then I think one of the other kids said, I think somebody's taking his money every day. And we both discussed, like, hey, we got to encourage him to stand up for himself.
So you and Amy both discussed it?
Yes.
Okay. There was mention that I believe that Trysten was made to quit the band because band people were pussies. Is that something you conveyed?
No, I did not.
Why did Trysten quit playing music? Or
Yes, he did. But it was he just said he wanted to quit, at his own, that's what he told me, or us, that he wanted to quit.
Did he participate in other extracurricular activities other than band?
Yes, he was in football.
Right. Did he enjoy football?
He loved football, but he was starting to get more all the time.
A close exam, and I don't think it's been mentioned, but since it's part of the exhibits, there were searches for a site called Pornhub. Are you familiar with that site?
Yes.
And what's on Pornhub, or what can you see on Pornhub?
Adult videos.
Okay. Did you ever watch adult videos on your iPad?
Well, yeah, both Amy and I did.
Right. You did together?
Yeah, we did.
And how would that come about?
Well, I'm not 25 anymore, I guess, and if she wanted to go make an hour or two out of it, I guess we needed a little outside help, I guess you'd say.
Okay. Kind of embarrassing?
Yeah.
There was a search that the deputy mentioned specifically. On November 6th, body organs, maps, and diagrams. Do you remember him talking about that?
Yes.
And that was the day of Amy's surgery, right?
Yes.
And do you recall, did you do that search?
Actually, it was my daughter Taylor and I were sitting on the couch, and she was asking about mom's surgery and all sorts of questions. And we looked it up because it was easier to just show her what was going on and where stuff was.
And there was an issue this morning that we brought up about the time of these things. Like that search on November 6, 2018, on this says 1:48 and 27 seconds UTC. Did you do that search at 1:48 in the morning?
No.
Do you remember about what time of the night or what time of the day or night you did?
I know it was in the evening sometime.
Okay. And have you looked at this UTC thing to figure out what it is?
I just, from going by what you said before,
Okay.
it was an offset in time.
All right. And you looked at some of these other ones, and that offset would seem appropriate for other searches that were done?
Yeah, I would say, yes.
There was also some mention of searches about starving to death, drowning, floating, those kinds of things. Do you remember, did you do any of those searches?
The drowning ones were with the kids and swimming. We were swimming in the pond, and Trysten would say, I can float so much better than Wyatt, and then they looked it up when they got home.
And there was some other searches about chest wounds, gaping chest wounds, surviving in cold, start a fire, that kind of thing. What were those about?
That was actually, Taylor was going through a hunter education program, and it was an online thing, and she was studying for it, and they had these questions on the computer, and I think, it was Amy trying to help her out. It was all about a hunter education course.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Todd, I'm going to hand you a document which has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit NO. Would you take a look at that?
Okay.
And on the front page up at the upper left-hand corner on line 3, what does it say?
It says Google account Todd Mullis 76@gmail.com.
And on line 7, what is the last entry date shown?
Say that again.
On line 7, what is the date?
11/16 of 2018.
Go to the last page, please. On line 2,945, what's the date there?
March 10th, 2017.
Okay. And you've had a chance to just at least skim through this or review this?
Yeah, I briefly looked it over.
Okay. I'd like to have you go back to the front, but page down using that number in the left-hand column and go to 347. Have you found it?
Yes.
And what's the date there?
It's July 22nd, 2018.
And what is the search for?
Wedding dresses.
Did you do a search for wedding dresses that day?
No, I did not.
Have you ever searched for wedding dresses?
I have never searched for wedding dresses.
Okay. If you go down to a few pages to 507 in the left-hand column.
Okay.
Found it? What's the date there?
July 3rd, 2018.
And what's the search for there?
Ohana tattoos.
Did you ever search for a Ohana tattoo?
No, I did not.
Have you heard that name before?
I hadn't until the other day.
Here in the courtroom?
Yes, in the courtroom. with a text from PK, I believe, or between PK and Amy.
Who do you mean by PK?
Patricia Christopherson. I was always referring to her as PK. That's what Amy always called her.
Go to 517, please. A few lines down.
That's July 2nd, yes.
What's the search there?
Ohana tattoos.
And 518. Or excuse me. No, I was wrong there. I'm sorry. Did you ever do a Pinterest search?
No,
Do you know what Pinterest is?
I have no idea what Pinterest is.
Did you? Go way down to 2,596. What's the date there?
January 21st, 2018.
And what's the search for there?
It says DNA testing, discreetly doing a DNA test without consent possible.
What's the next one down? What's the search there for?
It says how to do a DNA test without the father knowing.
Did you ever do any searches about DNA testing?
No, I did not.
Did Amy ever talk to you about her doing such searches?
No.
Did she ever discuss at all with you any concern about DNA or some project she might be working on, anything like that?
No.
And I'm going to make you travel back to 432, I believe. Yes, 432. What's the date there?
July 15th of 2018.
And what's the search for?
Zales.com.
Did you ever search for Zales?
No, I did not.
Going up to the top of that page, 417. What's that search for?
Kay's Jewelry.
Was that a search by you?
No, it was not.
And I think I asked the deputy this morning, there was searches for hotels in the Newton area during the summer of 2018. Did you do those?
No, I did not.
Have you ever searched, to your memory, for hotels on your iPad?
I've never searched for hotels.
Okay. So, based on this review of the Google summary, do you agree with the deputy that it was only you doing these searches?
I disagree with that.
That's no.
All right, Mr. Mullis. I'm going to move ahead now specifically to November 10th, 2018. And unfortunately, that was the day of Amy's death, correct?
Yes.
We heard from Trysten, yes, 2 days ago, I believe. But I want to ask you, what do you recall from basically getting up in the morning? What were your steps starting out?
We got up. I think we kind of hung around the house just for 10 or 15 minutes. I was very tired yet from, the harvest and things like that. But we hung around the house. Trysten and I got dressed. We took the truck and went over to what we call the east site. And we did chores over there. We checked both barns, went through them. When we were done with that, I briefly stopped and talked to Mike about my nephew did some ripping the night before, chisel plowing. And, I asked him, hey, do you think it'll work today? And he said no. So I said, hey, well, I guess we got pigs coming next week, so we'll probably just go home and do that. And
So why was the ripping or chisel plowing not appropriate that day?
the ground was too froze. My nephew commented that when he got done the night before, he said, it's not going to work.
Okay. So you and Trysten went back to the home?
Yes, we went back home, and we went in the house and ate some breakfast, and we were just talking to, the kids, and Amy was sitting there doing a puzzle, and she asked what was up, and I said, well, we're going to go out and start getting the buildings ready.
Do you remember there being any discussion topic about holidays?
Oh, yes, she had mentioned that Rainey and Peggy, on her side of the family, was having Thanksgiving. I can't remember exactly what day that was, but she said it was coming up in the coming week or two, and wanted to know how that would work with us and the pigs and all that.
Did you as a family generally try to spend holidays with both sides of the family?
Yes, we tried, yes.
Okay. So well, let me ask you this. This plan to go out and work in the hog barn to get things ready, was that something you just announced, or did you discuss it with Amy and Trysten, or tell us how that came about?
Actually, we had just walked in, and I think Amy mentioned to Trysten, I got a little breakfast left over, and what are you guys up to? And then, I don't remember if it was me or Trysten, said we're going to go out and work in the hog barns, get them ready.
Because you and Trysten had already had that
Yes.
topic when you decided not to do the ripping.
Yes, we went over that at Mike's.
Okay. What was there any reaction from Amy when you announced that you were going to go out and start getting the barns ready?
Yeah, she basically I think she just asked, hey, you need some help? Mind if I come out?
Now, this was November 10th, and you mentioned that on November 6th she had a medical procedure completed.
Yes.
And you heard Terry describe that medical procedure. Was that pretty accurate as you understood it?
Yes, as to my knowledge, I didn't witness the surgery, but I would assume that was the procedure.
And did you take Amy to that surgery that day?
Yes, I did.
And it was an outpatient surgery, I assume?
I think that's what you call it, yeah. We went in, it was in the emergency room, but that was a surgery, or room off to the side.
But she didn't stay overnight in a hospital?
No, she did not stay overnight.
Okay. From that day, from November 6th up to November 10th, was she as physically active as she normally would be?
No, she spent almost 24/7 in the house. She was just resting, and that's basically all she was. She was cooped up in the house.
So when she said, do you need some help, or can I help, what was your reaction?
I said, if you're okay with it, that's fine.
So did you all go together out to the hog barn?
No, Trysten and I went out first. We went out first, and then Amy came out. She wasn't dressed yet for chores. She was in her pajamas and we were dressed already, so we went out first, and And then she came out a little bit later.
Do you have an estimate as to what time you and Trysten would have went out to the hog barn?
I think it was it was after 9, by 9:30, sometime around there.
And Trysten described the various things that each of you were doing when he testified by video the other day. Was he accurate?
Yes, there was a few things we do in addition to what he was saying, but I was doing those jobs, so it makes sense.
He was getting those heaters and getting them to the pins.
Yes.
Amy was cleaning light globes. Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you were getting these nipple feeders down.
Yeah, I was getting the nipple bars down and zip tying them in place, but I was also hanging the brooder heaters at the same time.
Okay. At some point, did you notice anything about Amy that concerned you?
Yes.
What?
She got down a couple times and she would brace herself against the feeder. And she was kind of just like readjusting herself. And I think Trysten asked at first, she goes, "You okay, Mom?" Because he was closer to her. And she goes, "Well, I just feel dizzy. I'm lightheaded." And then we asked her if she was okay. And she goes, is there something we should be concerned about, She goes, "No, I'm fine."
Okay. So all of you continued with your work?
Yes, we just kept doing the same thing.
Was there any further concern about how Amy was doing?
Yes, not every pen, but every so often she would get down and have to, it would take her longer to readjust, and she said she was just dizzy. She kept getting dizzy. So we just kept asking her if she was okay. "You sure you don't want to go back in the house?" And she goes, "No, I'll just keep going. It ain't that bad."
That she indicated that she wanted to be helpful?
Yes, she didn't want to go back in. She didn't want to feel worthless, I guess.
And in good health, this would certainly be something that Amy would be engaged in fully.
Yes, she would. It would be no problem.
Okay. At some point, did she concede and agree to leave the hog barn?
Yes, after multiple times of asking her if she was okay. We were concerned about her, both Trysten and I were concerned about her, and we kind of go, "Hey, I think, you're going to get too hurt here, you're going to fall off, so why don't you just go in the house?"
And she agreed?
Yes, reluctantly, yes.
Right. How did this thing with the pet carrier come about?
The pet carrier she didn't want to go at first. She kept saying, "I'm going to keep going. I'm all right." And then Trysten actually suggested, he goes, "Hey, Dad, we need to get that pet carrier out." And I go, "Yeah, Amy, why don't you go do that? Why don't you go get that pet carrier out of the shed, because we're going to get the skid loader and water tote out. We don't want to run over them cats."
The
That'd be
skid loader,
something good to help us out.
the skid loader and water tote was going to be used to water the chickens.
The chickens across the road, yes.
And these kittens had been orphaned?
Yes, they were orphaned for a while.
And what was the pet carrier what was that going to be used to do to help with the kittens?
Well, we're going to use the pet carrier to put the kittens in while we back machinery in and out. That way we knew where they were at, and we could back them in and out, and we wouldn't have to worry about running them over.
Okay. So Amy left the hog barn?
Yes.
Trysten mentioned something about wearing boots in the hog barns. Did you wear special boots in and out?
Yes.
And what was the reason for doing that?
We use that so we don't carry disease from one site to another. We would take our work boots off and then like a slip-on boot on, just for them hog buildings.
Okay. So, when Amy left the building, it was your understanding she was going to go to the shed, get the pet carrier, and do what with it?
She was going to put it in front of the shop and then go in the house.
What did you and Trysten do after she left the hog barn?
We just continued working, doing our jobs, hanging nipple bars and brooders and washing lights.
At any point, did you become aware that Trysten had stepped out of the main part of the hog barn at any time?
Yeah, I think I seen him go down towards the end to get a drink, yeah. That's what he said he was gonna do. I'm gonna grab a drink quick, Dad.
Was he gone very long?
No.
Did he do that more than once?
As he stated he did it twice, I would guess that'd be accurate.
Do you have an estimate of how many minutes or seconds he would have been out of the main part of the barn getting the drink before he returned?
It's a matter of seconds.
Okay. While he was doing that, did you ever leave the barn?
No, I did not.
About how long did you and Trysten work there before you decided to do something different or something else developed?
We worked in there, I'd say a good hour, if not a little more. I mean, I didn't check the actual time, but I would estimate it was at least an hour or hour and 15 minutes or something. And then we were done with the barn. We had all the pens done.
Okay. What was your plan once that work was completed?
We were gonna go in and grab some lunch, and then after that, we're gonna go do the other barn.
So did you go straight to the house?
No.
Describe what happened next.
We went in to clean up, change our boots, and as we were doing that, me and Trysten were standing in front of the window at that time, and I go, well, that pet carrier over there, and he goes, yeah, I wonder what happened. That's what Trysten, and it was in a conversation. Well, what happened? We didn't know. Well, maybe she couldn't get it out of there. I don't remember which one of us said those words, but we were having a conversation of, why isn't it over there? And then Trysten said, you want me to go check it out? And I said, yeah, why don't you go over there and check it out? If she might not have been able to get it out of there.
Okay. So he went on his own?
Yeah, and then he went over to see what happened.
Okay. Well, he went over there to see
whatever.
What went on with the pet carrier?
Yeah, if she couldn't get it out, he was going to grab it.
What did you do after he left the building to go do that?
I was just finishing washing my hands up. I had to slip my boots off, slip onto my other boots, and then I proceeded to go outside.
What happened when you went outside?
I had just stepped out for a second, and Trysten yelled.
Did you go to him?
I looked over and I was kind of like, what, you know? And then he yelled really loud again, and then I ran over there.
Where was Trysten in relation to the shed? Was he inside, outside?
He was yelling out of the opening. He was just outside the opening yelling at me. And then as I was running over, he was just standing just inside the door.
And did he say anything to you about what was upsetting him?
I don't remember him saying anything. He was more or less, Mom. He was just kind of speechless.
What did you see when you stepped in through that door?
Well, when I stepped in, I initially looked at Trysten, and I looked over, and I seen Amy hunched up, face down, laying next to the door, leaning against the door.
Did she have this corn fork stuck in her?
Yeah.
What did you do?
I more or less just dove down by her. I put my head down. I was like, Amy. I was yelling at her, trying to get her attention. I didn't know what to think. I was just looking at her, and I picked her head up a little bit, and there was just nothing. It was no response.
So, what did you decide to do?
I just wanted to help her. I just wanted, let's go to the hospital. Is there something wrong? Right now, I just reacted.
Did you pick her up?
I started to pick her up. I went under her, like her armpits, and I was trying to lift her up, and that fork handle was jabbing in the toe out the caging. And then I realized, hey, this ain't gonna work. So I just set her down more or less a little bit in my arm. I just reached over, I pulled the fork out, I tossed it, and I got underneath of her, and I told Trysten, go get the truck, we gotta go.
And he did?
Yeah, he took off, and then I tried to get her up and get her out of the barn.
Did she ever become responsive at all?
No.
How did you get her placed in the truck then? How was she situated?
Well, I got her out of the barn, and then it was kind of hard. She was like a noodle, and I got underneath her, and I carried her like this, and Trysten was standing by the truck and get the door open, and he, I told her, get in there, and you gotta help me get her in, and he sat down in the seat, and I go, you gotta hold her, because I can't get her in there decent, you know. It was hard to get her in the door. And then I set her on Trysten, and he was holding her up in the seat, and it was hard to get her legs in, and then I closed the door, and I ran around the truck and took off.
At any point, did you think about just letting her there and calling 911?
I did not. I didn't. I'm a doer, I guess. I wanted to help. Let's go.
Did you call 911?
Yeah, as soon as I got in the truck, out of the driveway, I called 911.
And that's the call that we listened to?
Yeah.
Did the deputies that described what they saw when they arrived, did they accurately describe what was happening there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
My memories is such a hyped up moment. I would agree with that.
I believe one of the witnesses described you as being excited.
Yeah, I was very excited. I think I had adrenaline pouring out my ears. I was in reaction mode. I wanted to get her to the hospital. Let's go.
Michael Krogman testified this afternoon that he kind of took over with Trysten at your request.
Yeah, Michael and Tom showed up, and everybody showed up, and it was just kind of everybody showed up at once. And I think it was Michael and a couple of the EMTs. They said, you better turn him away, you know, he better not look at this. So Michael grabbed him and took him over there, and then one of the EMTs says, why don't you go over and comfort your son? So I went over by Michael and Trysten, and at that time, I remember telling Michael, hey, he's got blood on his coat, maybe put your coat over him, you know, and Michael took his coat off and put his coat on him so he wouldn't see that. And then I thought of my other kids, and I was thinking of, oh my God, they're home alone. And I wanted to call Mom and go go over and make sure, watch the other two kids, and then it was just back and forth. I didn't really know what to do.
And then you followed in another Krogman's truck pickup, followed the ambulance into the hospital.
Yeah, Tom was there, and he said, "Why don't you hop in with me and let's go?"
When you got to the hospital, were you allowed to be in and around Amy, or were they working on her?
No, not at first. They were working on her. I just remember being there was a waiting room there, and some friends were there with me, and I think it was Tom and Carol were in there with me, and we just waited.
At some point, I assume medical people informed you that she had passed.
Yeah, I don't know how long later. I think it was Gerst came in and told me that, and there was a priest, and they were all there. And
by that time, had your family arrived?
yeah, I can't remember. Honestly, I think Mike was there maybe. I just can't remember exactly who was all showing up at that time. I remember there was a bunch of people coming in.
Out at the location where you met the deputies in the ambulance, do you remember expressing to them what you thought had happened? To Amy, speaking.
I remember when I was on the 911, it was like the 911 call said, she must have fell in a corn fork. And then when I got over there, at Brian's, I think somebody asked me again, like, I really don't know what happened. I thought she fell on it. I don't know.
And you spoke with Deputy Thompson at the hospital briefly?
Yes, I think he spoke to me at least 2 times, yes.
And a similar conversation or an explanation of what you thought might have happened?
I don't know if I explained what I thought happened. I just explained what we were doing that day. He had asked what we were doing that day, and then I just said that I found her there, and I don't know if he specifically asked what I thought happened.
So you gave him an idea of what you just told the jury?
Yes, I didn't say I knew what happened. I just said this is what my perspective was. This is what I witnessed.
At some point, while you were still at the hospital, were you requested to go to the sheriff's office and have a conversation there?
Yes, Luke Thompson came up to me and he said, "Hey, is it okay if we just take you downtown and explain it one more time?" The best of my memory, that's what he said.
And you cooperated with that?
And I said, "Well, if you need me to, that's fine, let's go."
After you left there, where did you go?
I went back up to the hospital. He took me back up to the hospital. I wanted to be there for Randy and Peggy when they got there. So I waited there till they got there, and then after that, I went home.
Yeah. Were the kids at home when you got home?
Yes, they were home at that time.
Your mom and dad there?
Yes, all my family was there at that time.
Okay. When would have been the next time you had any contact with law enforcement about this?
It was a few days later, 3 days later, 4 days later, Sheriff Leclerc called me and said they're wanting to wrap this up. Want to wrap up this investigation. Could you come down and talk about it? He asked how the kids were. things like that. And then I said, well, if you need me to come down, I'll get cleaned up and come down.
What had you been doing day to day in between Amy's death and that phone call?
Making some plans, looking up some songs and things like that for her wake or funeral, and getting the kids ready to go. I put the kids in school right away to keep a routine going, and just making plans.
When you got to the sheriff's office, did you participate in the interview that we saw parts of today?
Yes, I did.
Had you had much sleep in that span of time?
No, I didn't. No.
Had you heard any rumors around town?
Yes, they said the rumors were going crazy.
Rumors that you might be in trouble?
Judge, I'm going to object to any rumors. That is clearly hearsay, and there's no foundation to the context.
It would be hearsay.
I'll change the question. Thank you, Honor. When you started into that interview, were you expecting to be accused of your wife's murder?
No, not at all.
Were you still apprehensive about being interviewed by the agent?
Not at first, but then I was after a little bit. I mean, the length of time, I was like, what is going on?
Okay. Do you believe, well, let me, the agent, this DCI agent this morning said that, in his opinion, you never denied killing Amy. Do you think you did?
Yes, I did.
And you did so how?
I stated that you want me to confess to something I did not do. And in my mind, that's saying I did not do that.
Was he giving you much of a chance to explain things?
Not at all. I tried several times and he wouldn't give me a chance to say 2 words.
Just a few more questions, Todd. Deputy Hemseth said this morning that he went and checked the security cameras that were on your hog barn. You heard that?
Yes, I did.
Did you know that they were not operating?
No, I did not know.
You heard your brother Mike's testimony about what would disrupt those cameras.
Yes, I did.
Do you believe that that's, in your experience, did that type of thing happen? The cats knock the antennas down?
Yes, because the colder it gets, cats go to heat. And there's a heater right below the window. Sun comes up in the morning. They sit in the window.
Now, he said, and I don't have my notes in front of me right now, but that the one, well, maybe I do. That the one camera had no activity on it from September 11th to October 29th. Have you checked it to see if that's true?
I had never rewound it. I had not checked.
And one of the cameras had nothing at all on it. You didn't check that?
No.
Right. Now, he did say that on November 11th, there was some activity on one of the cameras.
Yes,
Can you explain that?
it was the day after. I think after talking to family members and stuff, they go, hey, maybe, did you have anything on the camera? Maybe they're figure something out if she's falling over, whatever, in the yard. We didn't know. So I went out the next day. I seen everything was knocked off, hanging down by the floor. I picked it all back up, And I got the signal, and I said, well, there ain't no use trying to look into that because obviously it was all knocked over. I did not know how long it had been off or whatever.
Did you activate it though somehow that day?
Yeah, when I picked the antennas up off the ground and put them back so they receive reception, yes.
Okay. But you didn't expect to see anything on there because they weren't?
Well, everything was on the ground.
Okay. Just a couple more. A couple more questions. At the end of that short conversation that Deputy Thompson had with you at the hospital, I believe he asked you at the end if he could talk to Trysten. You remember that?
Yes, I remember that.
And I think that you made a comment, something to let me talk to him, something like that?
Yeah, I believe I did.
Did you go talk to Trysten before he talked to him?
I never got a chance to. I went out and I was gonna say, is it okay? But there was a whole bunch of people outside the waiting room and I started talking to them. I never did talk to Trysten, and then Luke came over and he said, is Trysten in there? And I go, I think so. And then he went and grabbed him.
Yeah. So you weren't present when Thompson talked to Trysten?
No, I was not.
Okay. Todd, did you ambush your wife Amy in that shed that day and brutally beat her and chop her up with that corn fork?
No, I did not.
Do you know who did?
I have no idea.
Your Honor, I would offer that Exhibit NO at this time.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit NO is admitted.
No other questions?
Okay. I think we'll quit there for the night, folks, and come back with cross-examination in the morning. I am going to talk with the attorneys very briefly about how we're doing on time and witnesses. So I'm going to have you go to the jury room, and I'll let the court attendant know what time we need you in the morning. Remember the admonition, keep an open mind about everything, and you will report to the jury room as always.
All rise for the jury.
All right, chat. We are going to get to his cross. Don't worry, we're going to get to that next. But I just want to go over a few things here before we get to cross. Poll again. All right, let's see. Same thing. Is he believable? Is that the poll you want? All right, let's see. All right, so there's the second poll. All right, so let me see if I can get this sorted out. We can go over this. All right. Now, Kerrville, you were saying somebody had said that the tines went through her. The ME never said that. ME never said that they went through. And Momo Shark, we're going to get to you because you were asking about what did the ME say. So let's go back. Now that we heard Todd's testimony, let's get to the ME. Kelly Cruz was her name. Kelly Cruz. All right, so Kelly Cruz said that there were 6 puncture wounds. So the doctor that worked on Amy when she came into the ER was concerned about bruising on her front and that there were 6 puncture wounds when the fork only had 4 tines. Then there was injuries to the chest and the lungs. So she had a breast implant, and that was punctured. So injuries on her face, upper lip, left chin, and then her right knee was really bruised. All right, so Momo Shark, this is for you. She said, meaning Kelly Cruz, the ME, said that the wounds A, B, C, and D were back to front, which meaning back to her front, right to left, and then downward. Right? So this is curved. So if Amy's standing like this, let's see, downward, right? Then the other 2 were upward. All right? And then they said she had to be impaled at least twice, possibly 3 times. So, Curvio, I'm just not seeing. I mean, I think those tines are long enough. I think the distance in between them is about 1.5 inches. And the width, or I'm sorry, the length of them, if you will, is probably maybe 4 inches. So could they have gone through and then come out the other end? There would have been something on the front. Oh, or you're saying somebody by her armpit. Is that what you were saying, Curvio? Only the bottom photo there, just the 1 tine. So you think from her armpit over, you think that went through? That hole right under the arm, oh, was chest drainage? Wait a minute, what? I gotta pull that up. Hold on, Pammy, hold on. That hole right there under the arm, Emmy said that was for chest drainage tube. Well, then that's not 6 wounds then. That's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's only 5 wounds then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6th one would have been right underneath her armpit. So where's the 4th? Where's the 4th one? And Julie, I'm not sure. Here, let me move this up. Sorry. Julie, let me move this up. Move this up a little bit. All right. I'm not sure that the crossbow was used as well. Yeah, I think because, I think this happened too quickly for a crossbow. Okay, Curvio. Yeah, the photo next to you to your right on the screen. The photo next to you to your right on the screen. So I'm only counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 would be this one underneath her armpit. Bab says, no, the one under the arm wasn't chest drainage. There was one that wasn't down that was chest drainage. Yeah, I think there was a picture. I think if you look at this one above me, I think the drainage was like, there's no way. If that was chest drainage, that would only be 5 wounds and not 6 wounds. Kathy says, looks about right for a chest tube. I had 3 of them. Therapist, how y'all can discern what picture hole is being discussed is beyond me. I know, I wish I had. I'm sure there's a way I could have a little arrow and move it around. All right, so anyway, this was for Momo Shark because she was trying to figure out what the ME says. So the ME said 4 of the wounds were downward and then 2 of them were upward. So on Friday we thought maybe the initial one, whoever did it, hit and then hit down. Amy falls. They pull the rake out, which you would think would cause some major damage. Pulling a rake out isn't, you would think that would cause damage. And then maybe stepped around her and did it again, and then that would be up. So I could see that. So I think these are all wounds from the fork. So okay, so she's walking out. So whoever was there was behind her because there's only 30 inches, right? 30 inches is like this much of walk. Well, it actually was maybe about that much of walk space between the shed and the where all the bins were and all this stuff. So whoever was in there was behind her, obviously, had the pitchfork or corn rake, got her from behind. She falls down, and then they get her again, and maybe she's trying. I think when you're initially hit, you're going to be flopping around. You're not just going to stand there and say, hit me again, or you could fall down. She could have been struck and fell down on her knees and then got hit again. But both Trysten and Todd said she was hunched up on her hands and knees. So she wasn't laying out flat. She was hunched up on her hands and knees. So was she completely flat or was she on her hands and knees? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And then, yeah, Joni, where did all that blood go? Because there was only 2 drops of blood. The deputy said there was only 2 drops of blood. Evil Queen says, son was angry mom wasn't around. Dad told him she's out fooling around. They're getting ready to lose half of the farm to her if she leaves. Yeah, I'm not 100% convinced that Trysten was not a part of this. I think Trysten had something to do with this. Kathy says, I think she would have fallen down with the first one that would have immediately, her lung was punctured, that would have immediately taken breath out of her. She wouldn't have fallen into the ground. Yeah, I think if you get struck by a rake, you're going to be like, you're not just going to, you're going to react to it. And force, opposite and equal reaction, what's that, Newton physics? Not that she's going to be blasted forward like a battering ram, but she's probably going to be like, you're going to throw your, you're going to be like this. You may stagger a little bit. And then the next blow. Yeah. That's if she was hit from the front. But she wasn't hit from the front. I'm not quite sure I understand that. If you were responding to somebody else or not, I don't know. Julie? All right. Therapist says, I bet her blood problem and her recent surgery affected the blood loss and drop amount. Possibly. I don't know. Okay, Kathy, there's bleeding inside, not outside. That's how somebody bleeds out and dies, and they don't mean outside the body either. Fair point. Kathy says, did Trysten move her at all when he went in there, seeing as how he was stepped back and just kind of looking at her the way he said? He says no. His testimony was that he came in, saw mom, and yelled for dad, and then dad came in and they pulled the fork rake out, corn rake out, and then it was broken. This was broken. They showed the rake in the courtroom and it was broken. So nobody says anything about it being broken, other than us showing. Like Todd didn't say it, Trysten didn't say it, deputies didn't say it. Nobody said. Nobody said that the rake was broken, which I think is pretty important, because to me that means you hit it with such force. Curviel says, yeah, the lung punctures would have been extremely debilitating, no ability to scream or do much of anything after a few seconds. Yeah, you're like, ugh. And even if you're screaming, there's nobody there to hear you, right? Did they cross Trysten? Let us go see. OnlyFan. Sorry. Trysten was third up. Did they cross? Let me go to my notes. Opening statements, cross. That's Jeff Fuller. Trysten. Did they cross Trysten? I do not have notes that they crossed him. So my notes do not show that they crossed him. And if they did, I'm pretty sure I would have taken notes, and maybe it wasn't much of a note, but it seems like they did not cross him. All right, so let's get to Todd's. I'll leave those pictures up while we get to Todd's testimony. Actually, it started with his brother, Mike. So his brother, Mike, came on, and he said that he used the iPad. He said that there was a password, and his brother used it. Everybody knew what the password was. They talked about the recording equipment. He says that they don't work all the time, and the cat's getting in the window, so the antennas would be blocked. What do you guys think about that? You think that's legitimate? The cat's getting in a window or is going to block reception? Seems a little sus. All right. During cross, it was he looked up mini backhoe in the spring of 2018. So it just proved that Mike used the iPad. So it's not just Todd, which I thought. I don't think it was just Todd using this iPad. I think everybody used it. So I know the state's going hard on that, but I think everybody used this iPad, and I could see a lot of other people doing searches. So that, to me, I'm not convinced that Todd made all those searches. So then Mike Krogman got up, and he's the guy that helped Trysten when EMS. Well, let me just go through his testimony. So he said he saw some patrol cars go by, so he followed them, and he went to his he went to his cousin's house, Brian, and that's where Todd's truck. So Todd had left the farm. They picked up Amy, got her into the truck, went driving, called 911. 911 said, pull over. They just happened to pull over at this guy, Michael's cousin's house. Michael said he saw someone on the ground, and he immediately grabbed Trysten, and he hugged him and turned him away. EMS was working on the person, and then Michael saw that it was Amy. Trysten was in shock. They loaded Amy into the ambulance, and Todd hollered at me to take care of Trysten. Todd went behind the ambulance, and Michael's dad was there, and he went with Todd. So remember, there was some chatter in the chat, I should say, that, well, why didn't, or actually, State was saying, well, why didn't you, they made a big to-do about he didn't get into the, Todd did not get into the ambulance with his wife. I know I would have been, if that was Aaron, I would have been in the ambulance as well. But Todd chose to go with Michael's dad. Then Michael took Trysten to the truck, and then the officers wanted to go back to the farm. So we heard this in Trysten's testimony. They drove in Todd's truck back to the farm. And once there, Trysten showed the officers where he had found Amy. The officers investigated. We heard all about that in previous testimony. Michael said he walked to the entryway. He poked his head in, saw the shed was crowded, but he didn't enter. And then he just told Trysten, tell the truth. Just tell the truth of what happened. And then he went to go check on the other two kids in the house. So then Todd gets up. So Valeria says, to cause that kind of injuries needs a lot of power. I don't believe that Trysten could swing the rake with such a power. Yes and no, because he was 12, well, he's 13 when he testified, so he's 12-ish, 13 at the time. We don't know how big he is. It would have been nice to see how tall he was, but he worked on the farm, and that creates a lot of muscle, because he was not just riding I don't think he just rode a tractor. I think he was the kind of kid, he loved football, he liked to swim. It seems like he was active, and I get the sense that he was not, huge or big or whatever, but I get the sense that I think Trysten could have caused this damage, is I guess my point. Did he? I haven't seen enough that Todd actually did this, and I've seen more that Trysten possibly could have done this, because Trysten was turning into his dad. He was hunting with him. He was fishing with him. He was spending a lot of time with him. He didn't want to. He didn't wear underwear because his dad didn't wear underwear. He was big enough to drive a truck. Yeah, he was big enough to drive a truck. So you've got to be pretty big. Not that he had to. Well, he didn't drive it far. He just, it was parked and he just drove it over a little bit. But I agree. I mean, he was tall enough. He may have been 5'2", 5'3", 5'4", 13 years old. He was 7th grade or so. I don't know. Therapist said, if they haven't proven Todd did this, they dang sure haven't proved Trysten did it. No, they have not. And I don't think the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt, to be quite honest. I think Trysten, to be quite honest, had more to lose. His parents are breaking up. His mom's cheating on his dad. He loves his dad. He's 13 years old. Hormones are going crazy. Who knows if he hates mom at this point in his life. I don't know. And Bap says, yes, Trysten was the one, according to others, showing concern that his dad would hurt his mom because she was cheating. Yes, at one point, Trysten did not want to get on the bus because he was afraid mom might not be there when he got back. Now, was that because she was going to leave, or was that because she was going to get offed? I don't know. So Jenny says, my older son was 5'7". Yeah, I mean, granted, they're probably skinny per se, but if you're working on a farm and playing football, you're hitting the weights, you're working on a farm, you're doing physical labor. Evil Queen says, that's why he was Googling all that nonsense about what they would have done to cheaters back in the day. The son was Googling that. Could have been. All right, let's continue on. All right, let's get on with his more testimony. Okay, so Todd just laid some background foundation. 2 brothers, 2 sisters, 3 kids. Met Amy at a Delaware County Fair at the Beer Den in 2003. They dated for 14 months before getting married in 2004. Amy worked as a bookkeeper. First time we heard that. And she moved into the family farm upon marriage. Todd owned the farm. So this was Todd's farm to lose from the get-go. He didn't say if he put her on the deed, though, or put her on the mortgage. So it was still his farm, but he was going to lose half of it. I'm not sure how that all works because I've never gone through that. But if you get married, does that just automatically become the spouse's property? I thought you have to be put on the deed. I know all finances are split at that point, but do you just all of a sudden, like, half of what I own is now yours too? Somebody help me out on that in the chat. Okay, so Amy did grow up on a farm, but Todd started doing dairy cattle on his brother's farm, Mike. He had row crops with a few hogs. Amy seemed ecstatic about moving into the farm and the whole lifestyle. She loved to be outdoors. She loved hunting, fishing, tubing. Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. Todd loved to be outdoors, hunting, fishing, tubing, and four-wheeling. Amy liked the same things. They liked to go deer, turkey, squirrel hunting together, and they used a bow and arrow and shotgun. Amy started at St. Luke's and then Manchester because that was closer to the farm, and she was a lower-level nurse/secretary. Then she got her LPN, then she got her RN. So she was a registered nurse. She was pursuing nursing when they met. They talked about the first affair. Immediately, Amy wanted to quit the affair and go to counseling and work it out. Terry encouraged Amy to go to counseling before Todd knew about it. After he found out about the affair, they looked up counseling in the phone book. Amy seemed to be all in and wanted to correct the situation. He thought Amy wanted to work on fixing the marriage. Of course, I mean, he's trying to make this all look good, you know. My wife really did want, you know, to make it work. Whether or not she did, seems like her friends did not. Well, not that she didn't want to make it work, but she was not happy. That's what a lot of her friends said. Almost ecstatic, almost, and overwhelmingly happy. Yeah, only fan. The counselor encouraged Amy to be open in communication and don't hold back. It was Amy's idea to say, hey, I'm heading to town. I need to stop at this place or that place. You know, I'll be there. I'll be home, blah. So it was Amy. So a lot of her friends were saying, no. That was Todd being controlling, and I need to know every moment where you are. You know, it only takes 20 minutes to get from your work to home, and it took you 25. Where were you? Now Todd is saying, well, it was Amy's idea to do all that. I mean, that makes sense. Of course he's going to say that. And Amy would call or text as to her whereabouts. At that point, I put up a poll that said, do you believe Todd? 24% said yes, 42% no, and 33% said not sure yet. So we got another poll going, so at the end of this, I'll close that poll and we'll compare. We'll compare and contrast. So he said the average day starts around 6:30, 7 o'clock. They had family dinners almost every night. After the affair, the farming plan changed. Amy says she wanted to quit her job and spend more time with the kids. She wanted to be a stay-at-home mom. Now that's directly opposite of what we heard her friends said. Her friends were saying she did not want to do that. And then they were going to build another hog barn to make up for Amy's lack of income. 2012, the first barn was built. So then in 2016, they took possession of another farm. So Mike, Dad, Amy, and Todd purchased this other farm. So Amy then now is she's on the deed, part of the mortgage. And this was the one, it had nice timber on one side of the road. So this is where she told one of her friends, if I come up missing, check the timber. So that's where that came from. So they remodeled in 2013. He did not force Amy to quit the hospital. She requested it. She seemed overwhelmingly happy at home. That's the overwhelmingly happy. No concerns about the marriage. But Amy liked to continue to volunteer at EMS. She liked to golf. She always liked to do something with other people. So he just kind of contradicted himself right there, that she wanted to be a stay-at-home mom, but she liked to go out and do things with other people. I guess both can be true. You can be a stay-at-home mom, but still want to get out. Yeah, of course. Just being a stay-at-home mom doesn't mean you're just going to do that and that alone. He had no concerns about being married. I'm sorry. Yeah, he had no concerns about the marriage. Amy took a boat trip with friends. She went to Alaska with Trysten. So Amy was getting out. She went to Florida. We heard about that earlier. He said he looked at the phone records and he wanted to know what was going on. I think there was, 1,000 text messages or something ridiculous, maybe 200. I forget right now. And Jerry, when he confronted Jerry said, "Really? It's that many?" What? He completely played dumb. He said it was just texting, kids getting involved with show pigs. Both the daughters were involved with gymnastics. Jerry said there was nothing going on, but he was a tad bit unsure, but he accepted it. He called Eileen and texted Terry. He wanted to make sure he wasn't out of line. And then he apologized to Jerry and Eileen. Then they talked about Amy's mom and her getting sick and the death and the funeral, and that's when he met Patricia at the wake. And Patricia was Patricia Christofferson, who was the neighbor of Amy's mom. And then her uncle, Jerry, another guy named Jerry, that's when he had a brain bleed. There was a long hospitalization, and Amy visited close to 30 days over a few months. So I guess he was in the hospital for maybe 2 or 3 months, and Amy was there for at least a third, if not half of it. She did not take the kids with her. So she basically just checked out, but she checked in. So she checked out of Todd's life, and she checked into helping her mom, who had just lost her mom, and then now her brother. So can't really fault her for that. He texted Amy because he felt overloaded. Okay, I get it. He's got 3 kids he's dealing with, trying to deal with the farm. Why don't you just hire a farmhand? I'm sure you could have gotten some kid, given him, $50 a day just to help you out. I don't think that would have been that big of a deal. I think any, 17, 18-year-old probably would have said, yeah, sure. Just to, I would have done that. Okay, then we get into the Google searches. So he said he used the iPad a lot for farm things. Amy used the iPad a lot for chemical bills and price quotes. Mike and his nephew also used it. Amy actually created the password. So I know the state was going hard on, oh, you're the only one that used this iPad. How could you make these searches? Well, if you believe Todd, Amy created the password. His brother came in and testified he used the iPad. Nephew used it. We don't know that for sure, but his brother testified that he used it. So I can see these searches being used, or the iPad being used by a lot of people. So he said they watched the History Channel and they followed that up with searches, so that would account for all the bizarre searches for what he did search for. He talked about Wyatt was having his lunch money taken, so that's where they talk about, your kid being wimpy. Trysten quit the band on his own again, brought up, is my kid being wimpy or not? They talked about the Corn Hub. Amy and I watched it together. I'm not 25 anymore. And when Amy wanted to go 4 hours, and that got him a little, he was like sheepish when he was recounting that. Again, your wife's passed away and you're getting all goofy about watching. I don't know, very odd. So then we talked about November 6th, which was when she had her procedure, her ablation, and the UTC. I'm glad they pointed that out because that one testimony of the one deputy was horrific with the UTC. He didn't realize that UTC is, 6-7 hours different. So he was not doing searches at, UTC 1:30 a.m. It was back it up 7 hours. So it'd be like 8 o'clock. No, it'd be like 6 o'clock. Yeah. So I think that was important because that could have been the kids doing those searches, Okay, chest wounds. Taylor, okay, he talked about the chest wounds, Googling chest wounds. Taylor was going through Hunter's certification program and Amy helped. See, again, I think I got no problem with this. I don't think he was doing these weird searches. Wedding dresses, Ohani tattoos, DNA testing, Kay's jewelry. Why would he be doing that? Why would he be searching wedding dresses and Kay's jewelry? That doesn't make sense. All right, so then we talk about reasonable doubt. Then we talk about November 10th, the day of Amy's passing. Began just as any other day. They got dressed. Trysten and he went to the farm site at Mike's place. The ground was too frozen to do plow work, so they went back home and had breakfast. Amy was doing puzzles. They talked about the holidays. Again, this is all, we've heard all of this before. He did take Amy to get her procedure, and she was not physically active after. She spent a lot of time resting. And when Amy asked to help, Todd says, "Are you okay?" Or if you're okay, then that's fine. So Trysten and Todd go out first, and then Amy joins them, and they went out around 9:30 in the morning and hanging the heaters. We heard all about that. We heard about Amy getting up on the bucket to clean the light fixtures. We've heard all that. He said at one point Amy got down from the bucket and braced herself. He said she did that about 3 times, and she said she felt dizzy. Trysten asked first, then they both asked if this is something we should be concerned about. So Trysten was the first to say, "Hey, Mom, what's up? Are you okay? And you're going to get hurt. Why don't you go into the house?" So Todd is saying, "Why don't you go into the house?" Then he told her to go get the pet carrier. So I think somebody asked, who told her to go into the shed? So it was Todd that said, "Why don't you go get the pet carrier, put it in front of the shop, and then go into the house. If you want to help us out, go do that." And I'm pretty sure Trysten testified to that as well. Now, he said Trysten went to the end of the barn a couple times to grab a drink of water. I thought Todd also did that. So I guess they both were getting drinks of water. He said it was only for a matter of seconds, and he did it twice, he thinks. So then they went to go clean their boots, saw the pet carrier wasn't there, and then Trysten asked, "Should I go check it out?" So it was Trysten. So Todd told Amy to go get the carrier in the shed, but it was Trysten that asked. Well, according to Todd, Trysten is the one that asked, "Hey, should I go check it out? Where's the pet carrier?" To which Todd continued to finish washing his hands and changing his boots, and he went outside. That's when he hears Trysten yell, and at first he was just like looking around like, "What?" And then the second time he ran over to the shed. Trysten was yelling out of the opening of the shed. He wasn't saying anything other than "Mom," and he was kind of speechless. Todd stepped in and saw Amy face down, hunched over with a corn fork stuck in her back. So again, she's on her hands and knees, so she gets stabbed and she falls. She didn't fall like to the side or flat. She fell like hunched down on her hands and knees. He said he dove down by her, yelling at her to get her attention, picked her head up a bit, no response. He said he wanted to help, get her to the hospital. There's something wrong. Yeah, I would say there's something wrong. He went under her armpits and picked her up, but the fork was jabbing the bins because there's only like 30 inches. So he pulled the fork out and tossed it. Didn't say anything about it being broken. He told Trysten, "Go get the truck." He carried her out to the truck and got Amy in and set her on Trysten. Said that was really awkward, which I can understand. He didn't think about calling 911 because he's a doer. Called 911 as soon as they got out of the driveway. So someone was asking, maybe Mandy was asking, I forget, when did he call 911? He says he called 911 as soon as he got out of the driveway. He said it was hyped up. It was a hyped up moment. He was very excited. He was in reaction mode. Now, I can understand that because when I've been in situations like that, I'm not one to just sit around and be like, "Ugh." I'm like, "No, we got to get this fixed. Nothing else matters. Get you fixed." So I can understand that. I wouldn't be crying. I wouldn't be hysterical. I'd be like, "Oh shit, we got to get this fixed. Something's bad. Something happened that is bad. We've got to get that fixed." So in that, I can identify with him of like, just get it done. Nothing else matters. Just get it done. I'm not going to be sitting there crying or hysterical or, stuck. I'm going to be action mode. So that to me made total sense. He said once he pulled over, everyone showed up at once, and then Michael grabbed Trysten. We went through that. We've heard that a couple times. He thought about the other kids. He wanted to make sure they were okay. He didn't really know what to do, and I can kind of get with that. I mean, your wife is not responsive, but she's with the EMS. You immediately turn your attention to kids who really need your attention as well. They're like 5 and 6, 7 years old. So I can understand, for that split second, he was concerned about his kids. I don't fault him for that. He didn't quite know what happened, so falling on a corn fork was the best that he could manage. Like, he just didn't quite know, like, what the heck? Why would she have a fork in her back? Well, other than somebody put it there, but... he went to the police station that day for some questioning. Then he went back to the hospital. Then he went home to his kids. He tried to keep a routine going with keeping the kids in school, and they just kept saying making plans, I guess, for the funeral and all that stuff. Was not expected to get accused when he gave the interview to Special Agent Turbot. He said the camera equipment was, why was it off from like September to the day after, November 10th? He said the camera equipment was knocked to the floor. He didn't know for how long it was off. That seems a little weird. I mean, that's a long time. I think it was like well over a month, 2 months that this camera wasn't recording. So that seems to be a little, I mean, I would think you go into the office like every day, you would notice that. So I thought that was a little fishy. He said he activated it that day, and he was asked point blank, did you beat up Amy? Did you hack her to death, basically? And he denied it. Of course, he denied it. So I'm going to end this second poll, and let's see where we stand with the second poll. End poll. All right, so the second poll is, do you believe Todd? And no is 61%. Yes is 19% of you believe him. And not sure, 19%. Did I get that right? Well, 2 19s, okay. So let's see. So let's compare that to the other one. So 19% of you believe him, 24% initially. 61% no, do not believe him, 42% initially. 19% now no, 33% initially. So when he first started out. All right. So more of you do not believe him. All right, fair enough. Are there any, you guys want me to get to any questions? Do you guys have any questions? Yeah, Jenny, when your pops and I were in a car accident, I was 15, barely 97 pounds. He was 200. He was unconscious. I pulled him out of the car from the opposite side and got him on the snowy ground until EMS came. No, I know when you have adrenaline kicking in, it is amazing. I mean, there's stories of people lifting cars. You know, car falls on somebody and they lift it. Yes, thank you, Jenny, for that. Oh, you're welcome, Momo. Thank you. All right, let's see. Oops, move, action. Yeah. Jenny's, oh, wait, I already pulled that one up. Sorry, Jenny. We already looked at that one. Any others? Okay, Evil Queen. But can you guys imagine if his son did it all on his own and the father discovered it and realized my son did this and I have to cover up for him somehow? I'm just not seeing 100% that Todd did this. Is it possible? Yes. Is it possible Trysten did it? Yes. You know, is it possible that they both did it? I don't know. I think they both could have done it. Bab says, yes, showing emotion is different for different people. I know, that's why the cops are like, you know, well, he wasn't showing emotion. He was doing this or that. And he wasn't showing emotion. Well, what would you say, what emotion should he be showing? Crying? Not everybody cries. You know, even at a funeral, not everybody cries. So I thought that was a nothing burger for me, that he didn't show emotion, you know. Okay. Crisscross applesauce. Yes, let's get to the crisscross. Let's go on to the crisscross. All right, poor Amy. Ugh, poor kid. All right, let's get rid of these. But I hope that helps you guys understand Amy and her wounds. It helps a little bit. I don't quite know, because you never know exactly how things happen. Like, how did that gunshot happen there? But all right, so this is going to be the cross of Todd Mullis. I keep wanting to say Mullins. Mullis. Todd Mullis. All right, this is coming from Wattweiler Investigations. So let's get you back into the courtroom.
Yeah. Please be seated, everyone. Okay, Mr. Mullis, do you want to come back up and retake the stand for cross-examination, please? You took an oath yesterday. Do you understand that you're still under oath?
Yes, I do.
Okay, very good. Cross-examination.
Excuse me.
Todd, you bought your farm in 1999, correct?
My first farm, yes.
And that was before you met Amy.
Yes, it was.
And when you say your first farm, how many farms do you currently have?
Oh, I own 3 and I own part of another one.
And then your dad is a farmer.
Yes, he is.
And your dad's farm is right next to yours. Is that correct?
No,
How far is your dad's farm from yours?
my dad's farm is 2.5 to 3 miles.
And your brother, Pat Mullis, is a farmer?
Yes, he is.
And where is his farm in relation to yours?
Northeast,
How far?
4 to 5 miles.
And then Mike Mullis, your brother that we heard from yesterday, also has a farm.
Yes, he is.
And where is his farm in relation to yours?
They're all within 3 miles.
I think yesterday he said about 2 miles or so.
It depends which farm you're talking about.
And even though you have your farm and your dad and your brothers have their farm, you kind of all farm together.
Yes.
Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And over the years, you've continued to purchase land,
Yes.
and you've worked on your business, obviously,
Yes.
and this is your livelihood,
Yes.
and it means a lot to you, correct?
Yes.
And you spend a lot of time farming.
Yes.
And you didn't initially have the hog barns, correct?
I had older ones.
And then you got new hog barns, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And when was that?
The first one was in 2012.
And then when did you, so I know you have 2 hog barns currently, correct?
Where I live, yes.
And when did you get that second one?
In 2014.
And then the hog barn business, is this, do you, Pat, Mike, and your dad, are you all part of that?
The 2 at where I live?
Yes.
I own them. And
Does Mike also have a hog barn?
yes,
And does your dad and Pat also have hog barns?
Pat does not.
And you've continued to purchase more land, like you said, correct?
Yes.
And you love being a farmer.
Yes.
And in fact, when you've talked about before about how your dad is so proud of you and your brothers for being farmers.
I've heard him say he's proud of it, yeah.
And Trysten was really getting into farming with you, correct?
Yes.
In the last couple of months before Amy's death.
His whole life.
And specifically, though, wasn't he taking more of an interest in the last couple of months? Helping out a little bit more?
I would say in the last couple of years, he's helped out more.
And he would help out on the weekends
Yes.
and after school.
Yes.
And the only people that worked on your farm were you, Trysten, and Amy, correct?
No, the younger 2 helped too.
Taylor and Wyatt, I'm
Yes.
sorry, Taylor and Wyatt at times helped.
Yes, they did.
And I know that sometimes you would help your brothers or they would help you,
Yes.
but you didn't have any hired workers.
No.
And your farm is your legacy, correct? It's what you want to pass on to your children.
If they want to farm,
And, well, you talked to Agent Turbot and you talked about how Trysten told you he wants to be a farmer someday.
yes.
And how you're so excited that he wants to be a farmer. Right?
I told him if he wants to be a farmer, then I would help him farm.
And you would pass on your farm to Trysten or any of your kids if they wanted to farm.
Yes.
And when you and Amy married, was it 2004?
Yes.
And Amy is part of your family trust, correct?
Yes, she is.
And you, and your whole family is part of that, is that correct? I'm sorry, your parents are part of that?
No.
Okay, so I'm sorry, so your trust, it's just you and Amy, is that right?
Yes.
Now, you have a Gleamer combine, correct?
Yes.
And you have tractors,
Yes.
and I know you told us yesterday you like to hunt,
Yes.
and you like to do all kinds of hunting and fishing. I think you indicated you like to go to the creek or crick, is that right?
Yes, with the kids, yes.
And back when this happened in November 2018, you had a flip phone, correct?
Yes.
And you couldn't access the internet from your flip phone.
No.
And Amy had a smartphone
Yes.
where she could access the internet.
Yes.
And I believe Trysten also had a phone, is that correct? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And Taylor and Wyatt, did they have phones at that time?
Taylor had a phone.
And were they track phones?
I think Taylor's was.
And Trysten's was also a type of track phone where you had to buy minutes or something?
Yeah, I think you had to buy a card.
Now, we talked a lot about the first affair that Amy had. You remember talking about that yesterday?
Yes.
And at the time that Amy had this affair, she was working at the hospital.
Yes.
And you indicated that after this affair, it was Amy's decision to stop working.
Yes.
She wanted to be a stay-at-home mom,
Yes.
and she just wanted to be there for the kids
She wanted to be there for the kids and us.
and you. And all the kids were full-time in school at that time, correct?
No.
Who was not?
Wyatt.
How old is Wyatt now?
He now is 9.
Okay, so when he was 5, he wasn't in school?
He's 3.
And was he in preschool or any type of schooling?
Not at that time.
When did he start going to school?
I think he went when he was 4. I think he went to pre.
You talked yesterday, Amy loved to go shopping, she loved to go out, she loved to be social,
Yes.
she loved to go out to lunch,
Yes.
she loved to golf,
Yes.
and you encouraged all of these things, you said.
Yes.
You wanted her to get out there and do these things.
If it made her happy, yes.
And you indicated yesterday, it was Amy's decision to leave the hospital.
Yes, she has to.
And Amy met the person that she had the affair with at the hospital, correct?
I don't know if they met at the hospital or not.
Okay, so you and Amy were so open about your relationship, right? After this happened.
Yes.
So you told us yesterday, you told Detective Turbot on November 16th, 2018, that after you guys reconciled, it was picture perfect, essentially, right?
Yes.
It was a great relationship.
Yes.
You used the words over and over how open it was.
Yes.
And you never talked to Amy about how she met this person that she had an affair with.
She either met at the hospital or at a boating event
Okay.
that was organized together with people at the hospital. So,
Okay, so somehow she met him through the hospital.
Yes.
So now you do remember that.
Yes.
Now, let's talk about November 16th, November 10th, 2018. That morning, you said that you just wanted to do some chores around the house, which was normal, right?
Can you ask that again?
I'm sorry, on November 10th, 2018, the day of Amy's murder, in that morning, you got up to do chores.
Yes.
And you were with Trysten,
Yes.
and you and Trysten went, I think you said off-site,
Yes.
and you came back.
Yes.
Is that a yes? And when you came back, Amy was doing a puzzle.
Yes.
Amy, at that point, seemed fine.
Yes.
And in fact, Amy had plans later in the day to go shopping, correct?
Yes, she did.
She was going to go with Taylor and buy some snow boots.
Yes.
And then Amy, you said it was Amy's decision to come outside.
She asked to come out and if we needed help.
She wanted to help. And you and Trysten went out first,
Yes.
and you guys started working around the barn.
Yes.
You were doing some things. Is that yes?
Yes.
Trysten was, bringing heaters, correct?
Yes.
And then Amy started helping as well.
Yes.
And you indicated that Amy got dizzy.
Yes.
And Trysten saw it,
Yes.
and then you saw it too.
Yes.
And at that point, you were really worried about her.
I was concerned at that time. Yes.
Right. Obviously, this is your wife. You care about her.
Yes.
You didn't want anything to happen to her.
No.
And you knew that she had this procedure 4 days ago?
Yes.
And at that point, after the first time, you didn't tell her to go inside?
I asked if she was okay.
And she said yes.
Yes.
And she wanted to stay out there.
Yes.
So she again started working,
Yes.
and at that time, she gets dizzy again.
Yes.
And I'm sure at this point, you're extremely concerned about her.
Yes, I was concerned. I don't know if I was extremely concerned. I just asked if she was okay.
Well, you were so concerned, you told her to stop working.
I asked if she needed to go to the house.
And she said yes?
She said no. I
So
could
then
keep working.
that's when you said, you know what, I just want you to stop, but first, let's go get that pet carrier.
It was after 2 to 3 or 4 times of asking her.
Okay, so just so that we're clear, at least twice, you
Yes.
know she's dizzy.
Yes.
And probably you just said 3 or 4 times you asked her to go in the house.
I asked if she was okay and to go to the house.
Okay, and Amy
If she needed to.
If she needed
If she
to.
could continue.
And she kept insisting she just wanted to be out there and working.
Yes.
And then at that point, you say, well, actually, yesterday you said, Trysten said, hey, you know what, Mom? If you can help us, or you can help us go get that pet carrier.
Yes.
So Trysten sends Amy to get the pet carrier.
He didn't send her. He asked. Hey,
sorry, it was his
a
idea.
conversation
It was
between
his
all
idea.
of us.
I'm sorry?
It was a conversation between all of us.
Oh, between all of you. So who asked Amy to go get the pet carrier?
Who asked Amy? It was both of us, really.
Okay. Yesterday you testified, right?
Yes.
And yesterday when you testified, you said, Trysten asked Amy to go get the pet carrier. You recall that, right?
He asked her first, and then I asked her
Okay, so
second.
first Trysten asked her, then you asked her.
Yes.
And the pet carrier is pretty big, right?
What's big, I guess.
Well, okay, you heard Trysten's testimony, correct?
Yes.
And when Trysten said that he probably estimated it was 15 or 20 pounds.
He said it was 15 pounds.
Okay, would you agree with that?
I would say it's be 10 to 15 pounds, yes.
Sorry, just one moment. Todd, I'm showing you a State's Exhibit 16 that's been admitted into evidence. This is the pet carrier, correct?
Yes, it is.
And that's where that was where it was located in the red shed.
Yes.
And you saw a lot of pictures yesterday and the day before about the red shed, from the red shed.
Yes.
And those were true and accurate depictions of the way that the red shed appeared on the day of Amy's murder.
Yes.
And when you walk into the red shed, it's a pretty narrow space, correct?
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, when you walk in, you turn to the left, you turn to the left, and that's where Amy's body was found.
Yes.
So you walk in, and you saw pictures yesterday, you couldn't get the door open, right? Because it was frozen shut.
Yes.
So you walk in, and if you go straight to the left, there's a very narrow pathway.
Yes.
And that's where Amy's body is found.
Yes.
And she's found on her hands and knees,
Yes.
and she's found with a corn rake sticking out of her back.
Yes.
And then if you go past where Amy's body was found, you turn right. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there's almost like with the crates in there, it almost is almost like a path. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you turn right, and if you look in this photo, Exhibit 16, you kind of see once you turn right, that little passageway. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And there's an auger there. You see that at the bottom of this photo.
Yes.
And once you make that right turn and you're looking down into the red shed, what's on your right-hand side?
As soon as you turn,
Yes.
I think there was chemical totes.
And what's on the left side?
There was some jugs and junk there at first, and then there was some saddle tanks.
And then, so where is this pet carrier from once you turn right after you found Amy's body? Is it on the right side or the left side?
After you turn, it'd be on the left.
Okay, so this picture here would be looking down, and this pet carrier would be on the left. I think you just said that. Does that make sense?
If I would be on the other side, looking
Okay.
this way.
And this also isn't, you indicated that there's items on both sides, right?
Yes.
And it's also, it's not a huge passageway or a huge area, is it?
Depends where you're at.
Okay, so where the pet carrier is, how wide is it?
Between the pet carrier and the wagon, probably, I don't know, 5 or 6 feet.
Okay, and this is where the pet carrier was that day, correct?
Yes.
And this is the photograph, you know, that the police took this photograph after Amy's murder.
Yes.
And this is the specific pet carrier that you and Trysten together asked Amy to go and get.
Yes.
And you know that she had that procedure 4 days prior, correct?
Yes.
And you actually took her to that procedure,
Yes, I did.
and you brought her home from it,
Yes.
and you actually signed your name on her discharge papers, correct? Because she was being discharged to you.
Yes.
And it said on there that she's not to carry anything over 10 pounds, correct?
She was recommended not to carry
Okay.
anything over 10.
But you felt at that point she was fine to go and get the pet carrier, right? Meaning she could carry something over 10 pounds. You thought she could handle it.
She said yes.
And you thought she could just take it and, you know, bring it out of that passageway and into that narrow area.
I hadn't been over there for a couple months.
But you knew where it was.
Yes.
And this is your property.
Yes.
This is your shed.
Yes.
You've owned this shed for how long?
Long as I've been there.
So since 1999 when you bought this property.
Yes.
And it sounds like you care a lot of, you spend a lot of time on your farm, so you know where stuff is at on your property.
Yes.
Now, it's at that point, or I'm sorry, you see Amy leave, and you and Trysten are in the barn, the hog barn. Is that right?
Yeah.
And you don't see Amy for how long?
And as long as it took to finish, about an hour.
Okay, so during that time, or I'm sorry, after that time, you said that you realized that the pet carrier wasn't by the shop.
Yes.
And who's the one that says, oh man, the pet carrier's not there, you or Trysten?
I think I commented that it wasn't over there, and then Trysten said it isn't.
And then whose decision was it? I believe yesterday you said that Trysten said, I'll go check.
He asked, do you think I should go check and see what's going on?
Okay, so he didn't go to check on Amy in the house, right?
No.
Because your assumption would be that if it's an hour's time, that Amy would be in the house, right?
Yes.
That she would have gotten that pet carrier or couldn't get it and went back in the house.
Yes.
But it was Trysten's idea to go and look for Amy.
We had told her that if she couldn't get it, it would be fine, then go in the house.
Okay, so you told her it was fine. Did you tell the police that when you talked to them after this happened?
No.
So then at that point, you're taking off your boots, right?
Yes.
And Trysten goes to the red shed.
Yes.
And you hear Trysten scream for you.
He yelled, yes.
Yelled, I'm sorry. And you run over there.
After he yelled the second time, yes.
And you run over there and you go into that red shed and you see your wife on the ground.
Yes.
And just explain to us the position you saw Amy in.
She was more or less hunched up in kind of a, I guess you'd call it a fetal position.
Was she on her knees?
Yes.
And were her hands down like you just indicated? Kind of, the palms are down, if you remember.
I don't know if I remember how her hands were sitting.
Okay.
She was hunched up with her jacket hunched up.
And I think you told, okay, and you see this corn rake sticking out of her.
Yes,
You have your phone on you.
yes,
You don't call 911 right away.
no,
You immediately try to pick her up.
no. I looked and I turned her face towards me to see if she was breathing or alive. And I was asking her name, Amy.
Then she's not responsive at all.
No.
And that rake is still sticking out of her.
Yes.
Now, just give me 1 second. Todd, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 21. Is this the area that you actually saw Amy?
Yes.
So there's like a rag, it looks like a blue or gray rag on the bottom there. Do you see that?
Yes.
In relation to that rag, where do you see Amy's body?
It was actually where the doors come together, where the white-looking rag was.
Oh, I'm sorry. So past that blue rag, you see the white rag on the floor. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And then to the left of that, it does look, there's like almost like an opening between the doors.
Yes.
And that's where you saw Amy's body.
She was right on where the doors come together.
Where's her head?
Her head is down right on the edge of where the edge of the concrete.
And which way is her head facing?
Which way is her head facing?
Yes. I'm
More or
sorry.
less straight down or slightly out?
Is it facing towards where you enter the barn or away from where you enter the barn? Or the red shed, I apologize.
Her head was towards the opening where you go in.
And the rake is impaled in her back,
Yes.
and it's sticking out.
Yes.
And it has a handle, but it's a broken handle.
Yes.
So where's the handle of the rake? Or which direction is it going? Is it going towards those crates, or is it going towards the door, or where is it at?
Towards the crates.
So at that point, you lift up Amy's head, and that's when she's not responsive.
She's not responsive.
And Trysten is right there,
Yes.
your 13-year-old son.
Yes.
And Trysten is about to pass out, correct?
Not at that time. I was aware. I didn't look at him.
Okay, well, when you're interviewed by John Turbot on November 16th, 2018, you do tell him that at this point, you look at Trysten and you think Tristan's about to pass out.
I thought he was about to pass out after I was carrying her out.
Okay, so it wasn't until that time you realized that.
Yes.
And so Tristan's standing right by you,
He's behind me.
behind you. You then decide to lift Amy up.
I pulled her away from the door.
And so how did you pull her? Did you pull her towards you?
No. She was leaning up against the door, right where the doors come together. I had my hand on her face and I reached over to her right side. I pulled her away from the door slightly to see if I could get her up.
And you weren't able to get her up.
The handle, when I pulled her over, contacted the chemical tote.
So then at that point, you decide to take out the rake.
Yes.
And I think you indicated you had to kind of manipulate it, pull it out.
Not really.
Not really?
No.
So it was pretty easy, it just popped right out.
It seemed to pull right out.
Even, it's on a curve, right? You didn't have to do anything but just pull it right out.
It pulled straight out.
And then I think you just threw it, right? You just threw it.
I had it in one hand, I had her in the other.
So you're holding the corn rake, then what do?
I threw the corn rake, and then I got under her armpits to
So
lift her up.
you actually pick her up by her armpits. Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And where does her body then make contact with your body?
In my chest.
So you're holding her, where's her face?
Right in this area, right in my chest.
And is it almost like you're bear hugging her and holding her at the same time? Is that fair to say?
In a way, yes.
And at that point, you don't yell to Trysten to call 911.
No,
You don't call 911,
I don't know if he had his phone.
but you had your phone.
Yes,
And then, is that when you tell Trysten to go get the truck?
yes.
And where's the truck located?
I don't remember exactly where it was. I told him to go get it.
Okay. And so while Trysten's doing that, what are you doing?
I'm in the process of getting her out of the shed.
You're getting her out of the shed. Does Trysten pull up the truck?
Yes,
And he pulls it right up to like the door of the red shed?
no.
Where does he pull it?
He pulls it. There's a U-shaped driveway, and then there's a small driveway that was behind, that connects the red shed to the other driveway. It's hard to explain.
So how far would you say from the red shed he pulls up?
I say 30 feet, 40 feet.
So you're carrying Amy for how long would you say?
It took a lot of manipulation to get her out, and then I picked her up, and I was carrying her like this in both arms. So you're asking time?
Do you know how long? A minute, 2 minutes?
Maybe a minute. I'm estimating that.
So then Trysten pulls up the truck and he gets in the front passenger seat.
He comes out. That's when he was shook up.
Okay, that's when you think you thought maybe he might pass out.
Yes, he just saw me carrying her, and then I told him to open the door up.
This is very traumatic for both of you.
Yes,
I mean, so he gets in the front seat,
yes,
in the passenger seat.
yes,
And it's at that point that you put your wife on top of your 13-year-old son. You lay her
Yes.
body on top of his.
yes.
Okay, nobody's in the back seat. I know it's a truck, nobody's back there.
There was nobody else.
And Amy's bleeding, correct?
I didn't see her bleeding.
Okay, you pulled that corn rake out.
Yes,
And you said yesterday you're a doer, right? You're a doer. That's why you didn't call 911. That's why you pulled that rake out.
yes,
That's what, and you, I mean, being a farmer, I'm sure that there's always things that happen, right? You are always having to, you're handy, you're always trying to, I'm sure the kids are getting injured on the farm doing stuff, right? You're a good dad. You have to make sure that you're there for them and helping them.
yes.
And you know, have you ever heard that you should never pull something out of someone when they have something in them, a knife or a fork or anything like that?
I never heard that.
You've never heard that?
No.
You've never seen that? I know you said yesterday that you love to watch all these shows and you guys like to watch all these things about ancient tribes and all that stuff. You've never, in anything that you've ever watched, ever heard that if somebody's impaled with something, you shouldn't pull it out of them.
I didn't recall it at the time.
So you may have heard it, you just weren't thinking about it then.
I wasn't thinking about it at that time.
And so you didn't see Amy bleeding at that point.
No,
So you lay Amy on top of Trysten and then you run to the front driver's seat.
yes,
And you start driving.
yes,
And your goal at that point is to get Amy to the hospital.
yes,
That's all you're focused on.
yes.
And you want to make sure she's okay.
Try and get her help, yes.
What hospital were you driving to?
I was going to try to go to Manchester.
And how far is that from your house?
15 minutes.
You said yesterday after you pull out of the driveway, that's when you think, oh, now I'm going to call 911.
Yes,
And you pull your phone out of your pocket,
yes,
you call 911.
yes.
Now, let's talk a little bit about this corn rake. You saw it, I know you saw it in court here and you've seen it before because it's your corn rake, correct?
It was on the farm when I bought it, yes.
And so you've had it since 1999?
No,
Oh, you just said it was on the farm when I bought it.
it was on the farm across the road when I bought it.
Okay, so do you know what year that was?
2012.
So you've had that rake since 2012. Do you know how the handle got broken?
No,
And is that corn rake always left in the red shed?
no.
Where is it usually at?
It was in the barn across the road. It was in the shop.
Before the time that you see it sticking out of your wife's back. When was the last time you saw it before that?
The last time I saw it, I think, was on the grass.
And when would that have been?
I'd say earlier in October.
Okay,
I was
so
filling up the combine with fuel.
Within a month before Amy's death.
Yes.
So you don't know where it was. You yourself didn't know it was in the red shed.
I think I did.
You did on November 10th. You knew it was in Amy's. I'm sorry. On November 10th, you knew it was in the red shed.
If I had to think back, yes.
So I thought you just said a minute ago that the last time you saw it was on the grass somewhere.
It was on the grass, and then I had to move it, and I put it in the red shed to get it off the grass.
Okay, I'm sorry. So sometime in October, you saw it on the grass.
Yes.
And you moved it inside the red shed.
I set it inside the door.
And when you set it inside the door, we've talked about when you walk in, did you set it on the right-hand side or the left-hand side?
I don't remember, but it was probably the right.
And you just set it there.
I put it inside the door.
Didn't like hang it up or put it in a certain area or on top of anything.
I don't remember.
Now, are there any other type of rakes in that red shed?
Not that I can recall.
What else is in, I know we talked a little bit about it. In that red shed, there's the augers and there's a lot of crates and stuff like that. Is there anything else that's in there?
There's the sweep augers there that you see. There's a wagon with fertilizer tanks on it.
And when you say a wagon, what do you mean by wagon?
Either.
Just to explain.
It's an old hay rack with the top cut off, and it's got fertilizer tanks on it.
Now, while you and Trysten were in the hog barn, you're working and Tristan's working, right?
Yes.
And the hog barn is about the size of a football field.
Yes.
And Tristan's 13. He knows what he's doing, right? He knows how to help you farm.
Yes.
And you're doing stuff and he's doing stuff.
Yes.
And you're not listening to any music.
No.
And it's just a November morning when you guys are working in there just like any other day.
Yes.
You don't hear anybody outside after Amy leaves the hog barn.
I did not hear anybody outside.
You didn't hear any trucks pull up or cars.
I heard, the only thing I heard was maybe a few semis going down the road.
Because the road is pretty close, right off. When you turn into your farm, the road is, you obviously turn off the road, correct?
Yes.
And you kind of have I know we looked at the picture yesterday, you kind of have like not a full circle driveway, but it kind of goes in a half circle. Would that be fair to say? Kind of?
Sure. Yes.
And that's the road onto your farm.
Yes.
So you can hear some semis going by.
Sometimes.
And do you remember that day if you actually heard semis?
I wasn't paying attention.
And you didn't hear, though, anybody drive onto your driveway or drive onto your property?
I did not hear.
You did not hear anybody walking outside?
I don't know how I could.
You didn't see anybody, right?
How could I?
Well, there's some windows out of the office, right?
I wasn't in the office.
Okay, so at no point you went to the office?
No.
And you don't hear, how far is the red shed from the hog barn that you were in?
Depends where you're at in the hog building.
Okay, so tell me, can you approximate?
From the very southwest corner of the north hog barn to maybe the northeast corner of the red shed, I would estimate it at 150 feet.
Okay, so that's from the furthest, so if you go the furthest corner away from the red shed, that's 150, is that right? Okay, so I'm sorry.
The closest points,
The closest point you said is 150 feet?
I would say.
And the farthest point is what? If you had to guess. I mean, it would be 150 feet plus a football field.
Yes.
And at no point do you hear Amy screaming.
No.
You don't hear any signs of any struggle.
No.
You hear nothing.
No.
Just you and Trysten working.
What we're doing, yes.
Now, after this happens, you go to the hospital, correct?
Yes.
And at the hospital, family starts showing up.
Yes.
Your parents show up.
Those family and friends show up, yes.
Okay, so your parents, your sister Lynn shows up, correct?
Yes.
Bob and Eileen, Amy's dad and stepmom show up.
Yes.
Eventually, Peg and Randy show up. They're coming from a little bit further.
Yes.
And then there's also, I think there's some more family too showing up.
Yeah, Jeff showed up and,
There's friends, like you said, some friends are showing up.
yes.
Amy worked at the hospital. Some people are stopping by that she used to work with.
Yes.
And everyone keeps asking you what happened.
Not everyone.
Well, you remember talking to Bob and Eileen about what happened, right?
He asked what happened, yes.
And you told him, I don't know, she fell on a corn rake.
I said, I really don't know, Bob, what happened.
Okay, you never said she fell on a corn rake?
I don't recall the conversation.
You said it in the 911 call that we listened to, right?
Yes, I did.
You said she fell on a corn rake, right?
Yes.
You also said, I sent my son to go find her, right?
Yes.
Now, that same day, you're at the hospital, and Deputy Thompson asks to talk to you for a little bit.
Yes.
Remember that? And there's a video of that, right?
I've never seen it.
You've never seen it. But you remember talking to him.
I remember talking to him twice.
And it's shortly after Amy is pronounced dead.
Yes, I think so. I
Don't know the exact
I don't
time.
know the exact
Okay.
time before or after.
And he just wants to talk to you about what happened.
Yes.
And you start telling him about your day.
Yes.
And you tell him about how Amy was dizzy
Yes.
and how you sent her in to get the pet carrier, everything that you said today, right?
Whatever I said at the time, yes.
And you insist several times, you keep telling him that Amy was dizzy that day. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that he asks you, Deputy Thompson asks you, were you with Trysten the whole time? And you say, yep, we were together the whole time. You remember that?
Yes.
And at that time, you do say a couple times, I don't know, I want to know what happened. You say that, right? Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
And you say, man, I want to go back to the farm and see for myself, how did this happen? You say that, right?
That was at the sheriff's office, yes.
Well, you also say it to Deputy Thompson, don't you? Initially at the hospital?
I don't remember. I was asked multiple times by...
And at that time, you don't say anything about, wait, I have cameras. Let's go see if we can catch something on camera. You don't say that to Deputy Thompson, do you?
No.
Because at that point, you don't know that they're not working, right?
No, I did not.
Because according to you, those cats probably just did it. That's what you think.
Afterwards, yeah.
So then, a little bit later, you talk to Sheriff LeClaire. You recall that the same day?
Yes.
And with Sheriff LeClaire, Luke Thompson is also there from the deputy, or Deputy Luke Thompson is also there.
Yes.
And when you're talking to them, again, you keep talking about how Amy was dizzy that day. Because you're telling what happened.
Yes.
And you're asked if anybody else was on the farm or if you heard anybody, and you said no, because you didn't, right?
Yes.
And you again say that you were with Trysten the whole time.
Yes.
And this, do you, if you remember, I know it was a really difficult day for you, but do you remember how much time from the interview with Deputy Thompson till the interview with LeClaire and Thompson?
Well, I remember Luke asking me 2 different times at the hospital.
Okay, that's right. I'm sorry. You talked to him twice.
And then he asked me if I could go downtown.
So would it be within a few hours, would you say?
Yeah, it was within, I would say, an hour.
So then you actually go to the Delaware County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
And during that interview, you never say, oh, wait, I have cameras. Let's go check them.
I never said.
And obviously your mind's racing. You're trying to figure out what happened, right?
Yes.
But you never think about that. At that time, I'm sorry.
At that time, because it was inside the shed.
And, well, but you said yesterday that the next day, then you thought of it, right? You thought, oh, I'm going to go check those cameras. Right?
Yes.
And you went to go check them because your wife just had a horrible accident and died.
Yes.
So you thought of it the next day,
Yes.
even though there wasn't a camera in the red shed.
When I talked to family, when I got home,
Oh, they reminded you.
they said, I wonder if something would be on the cameras that would show maybe some sign of anything.
And that's when you go into the shop and you see, they haven't recorded. Right?
I see the antennas on the ground, everything was off, or
And then-
not on the screen.
But then you make sure you kind of get them working again.
Yeah, I got them up on the windowsill.
Now, obviously, this is a very traumatic time for you. You guys have Amy's services and you're grieving with everything, right?
Yes.
And several days go by and you still think this is an accident
Yes.
because you can't think of another explanation.
Yes.
And on November 16th, 2018, you still think it's an accident when you go to the police station and talk to Agent John Turbett.
Yes.
And you still thought it was an accident, even though you found her on her hands and knees, face down, correct?
Yes.
Even though a corn rake was sticking out of her back.
Yes.
You're still just thinking, I can't believe that this happened. I can't believe she fell on a corn rake. That's what you're thinking.
I had no idea what happened.
So on November 16th, 2018, you speak with John Turbett. Initially, Sheriff LeClaire is in there, right?
Yes.
And then it's just you and John.
Yes.
And you're talking about what happened.
Yes.
And that whole first part, you guys are just talking about your life, your farm, Trysten, your kids, how you're such a great dad, everything like that, right?
Yes.
And at the beginning of that interview, Agent Turbett asks you how things are going, how's your marriage? And initially you say great, right? Because they were.
Yeah.
And then after a while, he says to you, all right, let's talk a little bit more about your marriage. Tell me the good and the bad. Is there any bad? And you tell him about that first affair.
Yes.
And you tell him that you found out about it and that, you guys reconciled.
Yes.
And you tell him since then things have been great. Right?
For the most part, yes.
You tell him that you guys were able to work through that, go to a little bit of counseling, and move forward.
Yes.
And that was when Amy quit working at the hospital, and you said because your family was really important to you, you wanted to just keep going, right?
Yes.
So then Agent Turbett asks you, since that affair, the last 5 years, how have things been going? And you keep telling him, great, they're great, right?
I don't remember what I said, but yeah.
Well, you watched
yes.
You watched the clip yesterday,
Yes.
right? The first clip
Yep.
started with him asking you, how have the last 5 years been? And you say, great, we're so open, it's been awesome, right? Because it has been.
Yes.
And he says to you, anything else, anything you need to, any problems, anything, and you say no, right?
When we resolve our problems.
Right. He says, in the last 5 years, anything you want to tell me, you say no.
Yes.
And it's at that point that Agent Turbett brings up Jerry Frazier and he just says to you, hey, do you have a Jerry Frazier that works on your farm? And you say, yeah.
Yeah.
Because he does, right? He would come, he would help with the hogs and everything.
Yes.
And Agent Turbett goes on to ask you, how's your relationship with him? You say fine, because it is. You told us that, right?
Yes.
And then he asks you about Amy and Jerry's relationship. And you say, good, it's business, nothing to cause me any concern.
Yes.
And he asks you at the end of that conversation, before he walks out of the room, anything else I need to know about Jerry Frazier? And you say no, right?
Yes.
Which was not the truth, right? Because you didn't tell him at that point about the fact that you confronted Amy and Jerry about the affair. You didn't bring it.
I didn't bring it up that time.
You didn't bring it up then. He leaves the room, right? Agent
Yes.
Turbot, sorry. And about 3 minutes later, he comes in, gives you some water.
Yes.
It's at that point that you do, as soon as he walks in, you say, you know what, I want to tell you something. There was something with Jerry and Amy, right?
Yes.
And that's when then you tell him that, initially you say, that, I was a little bit uncomfortable, but it wasn't a big deal. But then I told them, keep it professional, right?
Yes.
And that's what happened.
Yes.
You just wanted them to keep it professional.
Yes.
Now, you and John then go on to talk about this, and you say you put that past you, right?
Yes.
And that's what you told us yesterday. You put this all past you.
Yes.
There's some rumors that come out in August, but you weren't concerned about them, right?
Not after Amy and I talked, no.
Right, because you felt confident that Amy wasn't doing anything.
Yes.
Now, back to this interview on November 16th. Up until that point, for 6 days, you're dealing with Amy's death, right?
Yes.
And you're taking care of the kids,
Yes.
and you're arranging pretty much everything for her services, and just obviously, I know your family's helping you, is that right?
Yes.
And obviously, this is a tough time for you,
Yes.
and you're really upset. Are you upset? Would it be fair to say you're upset, obviously?
Yes.
And, I mean, you're at that point, you told me you still think it's an accident because you had no other explanation.
Yes.
So Agent Turbot tells you that this is a homicide, correct?
At some point, yes.
You never even thought about it being a homicide at that point.
I got to remember how he said it, but
Well, at some point he tells you, we think you're responsible for
Yes.
Amy's murder. At some
Yes.
point he says, you killed Amy.
yes.
And he does tell you that at some point the medical examiners have ruled it a homicide, right?
Yes, at some point.
And that was not out in the news yet. You did not, that report was not released yet. So that's the first time you're hearing it.
Yes.
And you didn't really respond. Would you agree with that?
I didn't know what to think.
Right. But Agent Turbot just told you that somebody came onto your property and killed your wife, and you didn't respond.
I was dumbfounded.
Right. Like, you couldn't even believe it, right?
Yes.
Because at this point, for 6 days, you're thinking it's an accident, and now somebody tells you that somebody came on and killed Amy when you were yards away, right?
Yes.
Your wife, Amy was your wife, right?
Yes.
Somebody that you swore to love and protect, right?
Yes.
And you feel, I mean, this is somebody you care about. You have children with her, obviously, right?
Yes.
And somebody came onto your property right under your nose and killed her, right? That's what you're told.
That's what I'm told.
And you know that's true now because you heard all the testimony in this case, right?
Yes.
You know that somebody took that corn rake and stabbed Amy in the back 2 or 3 times.
Yes.
You now know this wasn't an accident.
Yes.
Later that same day, John Turbot is at your house with the other agents and officers, and they're executing search warrants, right?
Yes.
And he asks you to take him around again to kind of show him, to go through your story, or what happened, right?
He has to see buildings, yes.
And again, he says to you, Todd, this was a homicide, and you don't respond at all. Do you?
No.
You're still in shock. Was that be fair to say?
I was in shock and I didn't, yeah.
And he even says the word to you, we want justice for Amy. Do you remember him saying that to
No.
you? Oh, you don't remember that. And you at no point through that conversation that day when they're executing the search warrants say anything about any suspects? Or, I'm sorry, give them any ideas of who might come onto your property and kill Amy.
I don't remember them asking me that, no. They wanted to blame me.
At no point did you during your interview with John Turbett, did you tell him anybody that you think would maybe want to kill Amy?
No.
And as you sit here today, you don't know who would possibly want to do this to Amy.
No.
And yesterday, I think you said Amy was social, she was all over the place, she had a lot of friends, right?
I wouldn't say she has a lot of friends.
Okay, so she has friends that she
She has
does things
friends.
with. But you had no, you still, as you sit here today, can't think of any person that would want to do this to your wife.
No.
Any person that would know that she was in the red shed at that exact time. You can't think of any person. Can you?
Right now or then?
Then, could you think of anybody?
I couldn't think of anybody then.
Now, Terry Stainer was one of Amy's friends.
Yes.
And, oh, sorry. And you were friends with Terry too.
Yes.
You liked Terry, you communicated with her.
Yes.
Amy was close to her and went out with her and did things with her, right?
On occasion, yes.
You saw those text messages that came in through Amy that you sent her, sometimes talking about Amy, right?
Yes.
You told Terry about your suspicions about the affair with Jerry Frazier, right?
I told her about text messages.
Told her about text messages, and you also talked to her a little bit about those rumors that came out sometime in August, right?
Yes.
So, Todd, we talked about this a little bit. Let's go back to your flip phone. You have a flip phone that you cannot search the internet on, right?
Yes.
And your Gmail account is toddmullis76@gmail.com.
Yes.
And Amy had her own Gmail account, correct?
Yes.
And I believe it was mullisrn@gmail.com. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
And that iPad is yours.
It's the farms.
It's the farms. Well, there's a laptop at your home, correct?
Yes.
And that laptop is used for the family. It kind of stays generally in the kitchen or living room area.
Yes.
And then the kids, there was 3 Kindles that were recovered from your house, correct?
I think so, yes.
And then Amy's phone was recovered. I think you gave
Yes.
that to the police. And then this iPad, you recall that? You recall the police asking you about this iPad that day when they were executing the search warrants?
They asked for all computers, yes.
Okay, so they actually ask you, hey, do you have anything else? And you volunteer, you say, oh, I have an iPad, right?
Yes.
You say you do. And you say it's in your tractor.
I said it's not Mom and Dad's.
Okay, and you're there, your sister Lynn is there, right?
Yes.
And you're talking to Agent Turbett and Travis Hemsath from the Delaware County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
And they ask you if you can get them the iPad. Do you recall that?
Say that again.
They ask you because you're
Yes.
sorry,
Yes, they asked me.
if you can get it. And actually, it's your sister Lynn that calls your brother Mike and says, "Hey, will you bring us the iPad?"
Yes.
So a few minutes later, Mike comes and he hands you the iPad.
He hands it to the deputies.
He hands it to the deputies in front of you, right?
Yes.
And the officers ask you if that's your iPad, and you say yeah.
Yeah.
And you say that it has a wireless or cellular service, so you can use it when you're out on the farm.
If I'm out in the field.
Because so you don't have to be connected to Wi-Fi.
Yes.
And they even ask you if anybody else uses it, right?
I don't know if they asked me that or
Well,
not.
they asked you that, and you said sometimes the kids do. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what I said, yeah.
Okay. And you heard your brother Mike testify yesterday that he remembers one time searching for something on that iPad.
That's what he said, yes.
And he knew the password.
Yes.
And after this iPad is handed over to the agents, Travis Hemsath asks you for the password.
Yes.
And you don't give it to him right away, right?
I hesitated because I never been through this before.
Right.
I didn't know if it was,
You had no idea what
I
was
had
going on.
no idea what was going on.
And you look at your attorney, Bob Sabers,
Yeah, I looked at him and,
and
yes,
he says, go ahead and give it to him.
yes,
And so you give it to him.
yes.
And did you actually set up that iPad?
No.
Who would have set it up?
Amy,
So she set it up with your Gmail account.
yes.
And you're familiar, you have an actual Gmail account.
That she set up, yes.
Okay, but you sent emails from it.
A few.
So you understand, do you understand how Google works? Do you know how that works?
No.
Well, so on your iPad, you have a Google app, right? Or you can go to the Google website.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
we'll get into it, but some of
Yeah.
those searches are yours, right?
Yes.
You admit there are
Yes.
times you use that iPad to search things.
Yes.
So you know that you go and you can either go to the app or you can go to like Safari and go to Google through there.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
You also have a way on your iPad to get your Gmail, which is just your email, right?
I usually went on Safari,
Okay.
put Gmail in, and then my email would,
Then your email would pop up. And when you wanted to do a Google search, would you go to Safari or would you hit the Google app, if you remember?
as a button.
Okay, but every time you went on that iPad, you didn't have to, you didn't go to settings and connect your Gmail account, right?
Settings, no.
No, because your Gmail account was already set to that iPad.
I guess.
And like you said, some of those Google searches were yours,
Yes.
but sometimes Amy would use your iPad.
She would use the iPad, yes.
Okay. Amy would physically use that iPad, right? Like
Yes.
to search things, obviously yesterday, like that wedding stuff and bride stuff. I mean, like you said, you didn't do that, right?
No, I did not.
Pinterest, none of that stuff.
No.
That wasn't you. But there are lots of Google searches. I know it's like 80 pages. You said yesterday you briefly went over those Google searches, right?
Yes.
I think when your attorney asked you, you said that you started looking through them. And, but, I mean, if you look through them, and I know you looked through them briefly, there's lots of ones that you know you did do,
Yes.
that you actually typed in and searched things.
Yes.
And things about hunting and combines and bows and all kinds of things, right?
Yes.
And on July 26, 2018, there's a bunch of searches about Jerry Frazier's address, Christy Frazier, and you did those.
Yes.
And that was right around the time that you confronted Jerry and his wife, or I'm sorry, confronted Jerry and then called his wife, right?
Yes.
And the day, a couple days before that, there's a search for menopause symptoms, and you told us you were looking up about whether or not you thought Amy was premenopausal, right?
I don't remember when I looked that up.
But you do remember looking it up.
Yes.
And I know I asked you this, you have a flip phone, so you can't do internet searching on your phone.
No.
So your primary, when you would look things up, it would be on that iPad
That or on the computer.
or on the computer. Whose Gmail account was connected to the computer?
All of ours.
Okay, well.
I don't know who's.
You don't know whose was, okay.
I'm not-
So it would be, all right, sorry. So let's see, sorry. On December 25th, 2017, there's a search for was killing more accepted centuries ago. Did you do that search?
I think Amy did that.
Okay, so you remember?
I
you
think we
remember
were
that.
looking it up together after we watched a documentary on.
On December 25th, so you guys were watching a documentary on Christmas.
Yeah.
You remember that? Okay. And then... Now, I know yesterday you were asked about the search, boys being raised like pussies. You remember that?
Yes.
And you said you didn't do it, right?
I didn't do the search, no.
You think Amy did that one?
We had talked about it, and
So-
I'm assuming she
So you're
did it.
assuming she did. You don't know if she did it.
I don't know.
And it was because somebody at Wyatt's school was like, was it Wyatt's? Somebody from Wyatt's school was picking on him?
I don't know if he was picking on him, but he was getting his money somehow.
Okay. Which is also known as like a bully, right?
Yeah.
Now, on January 5th, 2018, there's a search for characteristics of cheating women. Did you do that search?
No.
Okay. Do you know who did that search?
No.
You have no idea.
No.
And just around that same date, there's a search for what did ancient cultures do to infidelity? Did you do that search?
No.
Again, you have no idea who did that search.
No.
There's a search on here, that same date, 16 facts about cheating women. Did you do that search?
No.
And right around that time, did ancient cultures kill adulterers? Did you do that one?
No.
Now, let's see, a couple days later, there's search for Thrill of the Kill. Do you remember that one?
Yes.
And looks like there's a few visited sites, and then after, in that same bunch, there's search for Thrill of the Hunt. So did you do that one too?
Yes.
And then go one more, and it's actually typed in, once you hunt man, will you always feel the thirst? Did you write that too?
Yes.
Now, yesterday your attorney asked you about this series of searches that talks about being the biological father of their children. You recall that?
DNA.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
DNA. He asked you some questions
Yes.
about that. And actually, the first search of that bunch is how to make sure your kids are yours, right?
If that's what it says.
And then after that, it's biological father, things like that. That's what your attorney showed you yesterday. Does that kind of, you remember those questions?
Yes.
So you don't remember doing those searches either?
No.
You didn't do them?
No.
Shoot. Now, when do you learn about when do you suspect Amy's having an affair with Jerry? Or you're worried about their relationship being more than just business?
When I thought it was odd about Jerry was mid-July.
Okay. Now, you've heard testimony from Jerry that that he did have an affair with Amy.
Yes.
And you were probably pretty shocked to hear that when you heard about that, eventually.
Yes.
And you heard testimony that affair started in May 2018, right?
That's what I heard.
That's what you heard.
He said June, so.
And on May 10th, 2018, there's a search for what happens to cheaters in history. Did you do that search?
No.
How about the search right after that? Once a cheater, always a cheater. Did you do that search?
No.
And right after that, typed in what happened to cheating spouses in historic Aztec tribe. Do you remember that one?
No.
And right after that, killing unfaithful women. Did you do that search?
No.
And the last one of that bunch is a visited site. Punishment is 18 months for killing cheating wife. Did you do that one?
No.
Do you know who did it?
No.
Now, yesterday you did talk about, you remember the searches on your iPad about swimming and buoyancy.
Yes.
So you remember that you're out by, and I apologize, I think you called it creek, is that the right wording? Or is
We
it
were in the pond.
the pond? And that's the pond that you guys built on your farm?
Yes.
And that you and the kids are out swimming, and it kind of comes up as a joke, like, about people drowning?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry, can you just tell me briefly about how that came about?
We were all swimming in the pond. I sink like a rock. The boys were floating, and they were going amongst themselves, who floats better? And I made the comment that some people don't float as good as others.
Okay, so then who actually physically typed in, are some people less buoyant than others?
I did.
You did. And then after that, you visited some sites, and then including something about relax and swim buoyancy. Does that sound about
The
right?
boys and I were looking at that, yes.
So you're looking with, and so this says here July 13th, 2018. So you're looking with, are you with Wyatt and Trysten? I apologize. Are you with both of them?
I think I was with both the boys, yes.
Were you with Taylor too?
Taylor might have been there too at home.
So at this time, Trysten's 13, Taylor is 10 or 11,
She'd have been 11.
and then Wyatt would have been how old?
8.
So you're with your 8-year-old, your 10 and 11-year-old, and your 13-year-old, and you're looking up buoyancy and people sinking and swimming.
Actually, Trysten would have been 12.
Oh, sorry, 12. That's when are you guys searching this out when you're by the pond, or is it when you're back home?
We got back home.
Okay. Now, in July 21st, 2018, there's some searches for, can my husband read my deleted texts online? Did you do that search?
No.
So, and I know there's some other ones around there about text messages on phone and stuff like that. You didn't do those?
No.
Now, you confront Amy about the affair and Jerry about the affair at the end of June, right?
No.
I'm sorry, July. I apologize. At the end of July. Does that sound about
I
right?
asked Amy. She was texting a lot one day, and I asked her, well, who are you texting?
And does she tell you Jerry?
No.
But you actually, at some point, do look at some phone bills.
Yes.
And you see that there's a lot of text messages between them.
Yes.
And then that's when you say something to Jerry.
Yes.
And you say something to Amy.
Yes.
But you're, like you told us, you're totally satisfied after that conversation.
I was a little unsure yet.
So you're a little bit unsure, and then a month later, you hear that there's rumors going around. Right?
After I called Jerry, I talked with Eileen, and then I called his wife.
Right.
A couple days later, I put it to rest.
You put it to rest. And then about a month later, it might not be a full month, but sometime in August, you hear that there's rumors out there.
Amy told me there's some rumors.
And you didn't believe them. Did you?
No, I asked, we talked about it, and I asked where would that have started?
And so then you talked about it, and again, you felt satisfied, you moved on.
Yes.
Now, on August 9th, 2018, there's some Google searches for how long can you survive without food. Did you do that search?
Yes.
And same group searched for how long you can survive without water. You did that one too?
Amy and I did.
Okay, and searched for what lost in extreme cold and no fire, which is best way to survive. Was that you or Amy?
It was either one or the other. We were helping Taylor.
Okay. Searched for heat stroke symptoms in that same
Yes.
group. Then you went to some websites and then searched for proper way to treat heat stroke.
Yes.
Then a few minutes later, correct treatment for 2nd and 3rd degree burns.
Yes.
And keep going. What to do with a large open chest wound.
Yes.
That was either one of you. You can't remember. Right.
Yes.
And then the last one in that kind of group is skin cold, clammy, pale pulse, rapid, shallow breathing.
Yes.
And you guys were doing that because you were helping Taylor with some type of project. Is that right?
She was taking her hunter's safety course.
Okay, so these are all things that came up then.
There was questions on the test.
And so, and where did she take that course at?
Online.
So you do, or it was either you or Amy helping, well, you were both helping her.
Yes.
Now, let's talk about November 6, 2018. So that's the day of Amy's procedure, right?
Yes.
And this is a somewhat simple procedure, right? What you knew of it. I know you don't know that much.
Yes.
So you took Amy there and brought her back.
We voted. We went to the hospital.
Okay.
However long it took. We went
And
home.
you remember that day Taylor was asking you some questions about Amy's surgery.
She was asking all sorts of questions.
Okay. And is she asking you or Amy or both of you?
She was asking me because Amy was, I think, in the bedroom.
Amy was in the bedroom. And so she's, and even, I mean, Amy came home and she appeared to be okay, probably tired, right?
Yes.
And the kids, they were able to still talk to her, right? Like she's probably hanging out in bed, but she's not like not available for them to talk with her.
Yes.
And Amy's both an RN and a medic, right? Registered nurse, and she
Yes.
was a medic at different times for, is that the Delaware Fire Department or
Earlville.
Earlville? And it's your testimony that Taylor asks you about Amy's surgery.
Yes.
And what did you know about Amy's surgery? You knew it was for like her lady parts. Would that be fair to say?
Sure. Yes.
Did you know what it was called?
DNC or something like that.
Okay. And did you know, did Amy at all explain the procedure to you?
Not really.
Okay. So you knew she wasn't, so who actually types in organs in the body? Is that you or is that Taylor?
I think I did.
So Taylor asks you about Amy's surgery, right?
Yes.
And you tell her it's a DNC, I don't really know. Or is it, what do you say to her? Do you remember?
I said it was, Mommy had a procedure done, they had to knock her out.
And Amy never indicated to you that any of her organs, she wasn't having surgery on any of her organs, was she?
No.
But when Taylor asks you about it, you decide to search for organs in the body, right?
She was asking a lot of questions.
So, but she was asking you questions about Amy's surgery
Yes.
that had nothing to do with organs of the body.
Yes.
But you wanted to show her a picture.
She asked if they had monitors on her. She asked, what did they do? Did they cut her here? Did they cut her there?
Okay, so then
All sorts of stuff.
you didn't search like pictures of the body or anything else. You searched organs of the body, right?
Yes.
And 4 days later, your wife's organs are impaled with a corn rake.
Yes.
After this happened on November 10th, 2018, you weren't arrested for almost 3.5 months, correct?
Yes.
And obviously the kids are staying with you. You're taking care of them.
Yes.
I know there's a period of time that you actually stay at your parents with the kids, right?
Yes.
But you obviously you're at that point, you and your family and Amy's family is all they have because Amy's gone.
Yes.
And every day you're picking them up from school, taking care of them with the help of your family. I know your correct?
Yes.
Judge, can I just have a 5-minute break? I just need to connect the speaker and I just want to make sure because I just have a few more questions.
Yeah, we can take a real short break and give the jurors the chance to use the restroom. Folks, remember the admonition, we'll keep this short. Report back to the jury room in 5 or 10 minutes.
All rise for the jury. All right, for the jury, court is again in session.
Please be seated, everyone. Ms. Hughes, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Todd, I just want to talk a little bit more about a few more things. So when you call 911 on November 10th, 2018, and you pull over, because 911 tells you to, right?
Yes.
And you pull over, and they tell you to get Amy out of the car.
No.
Or, I'm sorry, to lay her flat.
Yeah,
Because they want you to be able to do CPR. You remember that? Because
Yeah.
eventually you
Yep.
do some CPR on her. Is that
Yes.
right? And just so that we all understand, where is it that you perform the CPR on Amy?
I started in the truck.
In the truck. And are you in the truck until Luke Thompson arrives?
I'm standing,
Or I'm sorry, you're like leaning inside the truck. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And is she seated in the passenger seat with the seat down?
Yes.
Or, okay. So when they tell you to do chest compressions, half of your body's in the car, and that's what you're doing. You're using your mouth and your hands to do that.
I did not use my mouth.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you're just pressing. Where's Trysten at that point?
I told him to go stand by the road to flag them down if they were coming.
So as you're doing those chest compressions, is anyone else there initially?
No.
And you're holding onto that phone and you're doing the chest compressions.
I had my shoulder holding my phone against my ear.
So at that point, the only people in the car are you and Amy, right?
Yes.
And at this point, you don't at all think that Amy's cheating on you.
No.
You confronted her, you put it to bed.
Yes.
You, even after the rumors a month later, you still didn't think she was cheating on you because she told you she wasn't. Right?
Yes.
And even in those months, I know you told some people she was really moody. She was having some issues, right?
She had a lot going on all summer.
So because she had all the stuff going on in Ankeny, right?
Yes.
She was going up there. She was visiting a lot.
She had her grandma die. Her uncle had problems.
You said in those 2 months, in September and October, she was gone about 30 days.
There was a stretch in there. Yeah.
And she would come and go, but she was gone quite a bit, right?
Yes.
And things are getting a little bit tense at home.
No.
So you're not upset at all about this?
I was needing help at home, and
Right. And
well, I guess you could call it some tension, I guess.
well, and you're calling Eileen Fuller, Amy's stepmother, around this time, right?
Yes.
And you're telling her, this is hard, right? I'm harvesting,
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
taking care of the kids, and I know Amy's got stuff going on, but I need some help, right?
Yes.
And thankfully, you have your family close by, and they're helping a lot.
Yes.
But still, throughout those months where she's spending a lot of time in Ankeny, you're not worried that she's cheating, right?
No.
You know she's just dealing with her family, right?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say you almost like forgot about the whole thing with Jerry Frazier because you didn't think anything was happening?
I did not put Jerry in
And
at all.
And so on November 10th, 2018, when this happens to Amy, you're not at all suspicious that she's cheating.
That she's cheating? No.
At that point, you don't have one worry that she's cheating.
No.
And when you're actually there giving her CPR and you're giving those chest compressions, all you're thinking about is your wife, right?
Yes.
You're thinking about how you're trying to save her life.
Yes.
And you're thinking you're doing everything, because I think you even say on the 911 tape, I'll do anything, right?
When they asked me to do CPR, I said I'll do whatever
And,
we'll help her.
And you mean that? You'll do anything at that point to help save your wife?
Yes,
And you start those chest compressions, right?
yes,
And you heard that tape when we played it the other day, right?
yes.
And at that point, what are you thinking when you're doing that?
Trying to get her to come back.
You're just trying to save her,
Yes.
right? Todd, while you're doing those, I know it was kind of hard to hear on that tape, but you're doing those chest compressions. How long do you think you're doing them for?
Not very long, minute or two.
And then I think it's Deputy Thompson shows up, and then
Yes.
Does he take over or somebody else takes over?
He started,
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, can I publish a clip of the 911 tape?
Yes, go ahead.
And just for the record, Judge, this is State's Exhibit number 2. Now, Todd, here I'm gonna play you the part where you're doing the chest compressions, and I'm just gonna ask that you listen in between the chest compressions, okay? Now, Todd, did you just hear that whisper at the end of that?
yes.
And what did you whisper?
I couldn't hear it.
Okay, I'm gonna play it again. Todd, do you whisper cheating whore right there?
No,
So you don't remember what you whispered?
no.
Okay, I'm gonna play another clip for you. Do you know what you whispered there?
No.
Did you hear that? So I'm going to play that part one more time. The first clip is 6:53 of that second tape, and this second one is right at 0700. Just try to listen really closely. I just want to know if you remember what you said. Right there, do you say "go to hell, cheating whore"?
No,
So you don't hear that.
no,
You didn't hear at 6:53 cheating whore. You didn't hear that.
I didn't hear that word.
And it's right at that, after you hear a ping, you don't hear "go to hell, cheating whore."
No,
I have nothing for you, Judge.
Any redirect?
Thank you.
Todd, the state asked you if Amy wanted to quit the hospital after this first affair. Remember that question?
yes,
Do you remember her announcing to her friends and coworkers that she was leaving the hospital?
yes.
How did she do that?
She did a Facebook announcement, and she even had a party at a bar.
Okay. When you and Trysten realized that the pet carrier wasn't up by the shop door, what did the two of you try to figure out, or what did you decide to do, I guess is the better question.
We were just talking, I wonder why it wasn't there. What, she either couldn't, we were thinking that she either couldn't get it out of there, or she didn't even attempt.
She didn't even go over there in the first place.
One or the other.
Okay. And I'm just going to follow some questions along, so they may jump around. There was a series of questions about where Amy was located when you first saw her in the shed. And they also ask you about your knowledge of the advisability of not pulling something out of a person that's penetrated them. You remember those questions?
Yes.
Were you able to get Amy out the door with the fork stuck in her back?
There's no way.
So you didn't have a choice.
No.
You were also asked about when you last saw that fork, and you said something about the grass, on the grass, and that you moved it.
Yes.
In that shed, have you looked at all the photographs that the state took in there?
Yes, I think so.
Were there any children's toys in there?
Yes.
What were there?
There was a multitude of stuffed animals and play items on the wagon.
The kids obviously played out there then,
Yes, they played a lot.
and things might get moved out of the shed that shouldn't be.
Yes.
You told the state that while in the hog barn that morning, you never went to the office. Is that correct?
After she left, I never went to the office.
Right. Did you go through the office when you left, though?
Yes.
Were you in the office when you and Trysten looked out and didn't see the pet carrier?
Yes.
There also was some questions about the closest point between the hog barn and the red shed, and you tell us again what that would be.
I estimated at 150 feet or so.
And that'd be from what point on the hog barn?
The very, very southwest tip of the barn by the door that you go in and out to the very northeast corner of the red shed.
And when you say the door, that's the door going into the office of the hog barn?
Yes.
Todd, why did you do the searches on or about, I think it was July 26th, for Jerry Frazier and his wife?
I was trying to find a way to contact Christy.
Christy being his wife.
Christy was his wife. I was trying to find a way to contact her.
So if the search related to Jerry, you had Jerry's contacts.
I had Jerry's contact, but I had no way of getting her phone number.
On some of those entries, those searches that the state asked you, a few of them about thrill of the kill, thrill of the hunt man, thirst for hunt, that kind of thing. You indicated you recognize those.
Yes.
And what did they relate to?
There was a quote stated in a movie, and it was actually ended up being an Ernest Hemingway quote, and we were trying to remember what it was.
Do you remember what the name of the movie was?
I think it was Predators.
Yeah. Todd, did you ever have any doubt about you being the biological parents of your children?
No.
Do you have any reason to search for those DNA things?
No, I have no reason to.
When the state asked you questions about you contacting Jerry and his wife in July of 2018, they said, I think the words they used was, did you confront them about the affair? Had you concluded that there was an affair?
No, I did not.
You had concerns about all those text messages?
Yes.
When you talked to Jerry, did he convince you that there was nothing going on?
Yes. I mean, for the most part, yes. He was very convincing.
Todd, when you were doing those chest compressions, if I understand you correctly, you had put Amy somewhat upright in the seat of the pickup, but leaned it back as far as it would go?
Yes.
So she was in a kind of a reclining chair position.
Yes.
And you were holding the phone and doing the compressions at the same time.
Yes.
You knew you were on a recorded line with a 911 operator.
Yes.
Do you believe that you whispered, cheating whore or go to hell, cheating whore, while you were doing CPR?
No.
Were you frantic?
I was very excited.
Were you doing everything you could to keep her alive?
Yes.
No other questions?
Any recross?
Just briefly, Judge. Todd, that first search about the DNA is how to tell if a child is yours, right?
If that's what it says.
And Amy gave birth to your children, right? They came out of her
Yes.
body.
Yes.
And you also, your attorney just asked you about, you didn't really think they were having an affair in May. You were just wondering what's going on. I'm sorry, in July. You're just wondering if Jerry and Amy, if there's something, they're talking too much.
They were talking too much, yes.
So you didn't really think they were having an affair.
No.
But you did text Terry Stainer, do you think Amy's acting like she was before? Right?
If that's what I text, yeah.
And, well, you saw those texts, right?
I don't,
Do you remember seeing them the other day?
I couldn't see the screen.
Okay, but when you sent that text, you were referring to, is she acting like before, like having an affair, right?
Yeah.
And you called Jerry Frazier's wife. I know you called a second time to apologize, but you called that first time to see if she suspected anything.
Okay, that ended abruptly. That's what happens when you don't have live trials. That just, I guess that's where we're going to end that. All right. That was pretty interesting. So let me end this poll. Let's end this poll. Let me get the results. 60%, to 30. I should have put don't know on that one. Did you hear the cheating? All right, so let's get into this. This is interesting. All righty. So this was the cross. So this basically was the cross of Todd Mullis. So just some background there. Bought the first farm in 1999. He owned 3. He owned part of another one. Only family members were on the farm. No hired workers. Pretty big because it was just the family that was on the farm when this happened to Amy. Amy wanted to be the stay-at-home mom for everyone, not just the kids. It was when Wyatt was 3, that's when Amy wanted to come home. And to answer a question, I think it was 5 years ago from 2018 that the first affair happened, so that would have been in 2013. I think, Jenny, you asked that question. As far as I can figure out everything, I think that happened 5 years before the second affair. So Todd encouraged Amy to get out and shop, golf, go to lunches. So it was under Todd's encouragement. He said it was picture perfect. They had an open relationship. They met at a hospital or a boating event for the hospital. That's where the first affair happened, was at the hospital. So the first affair. So they talked about the day of. So Amy was getting dizzy. Trysten was the one that saw it first. So Trysten was the one that saw Amy get dizzy first, and then Todd says he saw it. He asked if Amy was okay, and she said yes, and she wanted to stay out. Then she got dizzy again, and Todd was concerned. He asked if she needed to go in the house several times, and she said no. He said 2 to 3 times he asked if she was okay, go into the house if need be. And she kept insisting that she's okay. And it was Trysten that said, hey, Mom, if you want to help, go get the carrier. So that's pretty important, right? Trysten asked first, and then Todd asked Amy. So as he was saying it, do I know anyone that could break down the audio? I do not, other than us, other than our own ears. So it was pretty important, right, that Trysten asked first. We were kind of going back and forth in the chat. Who asked? Who set up Amy? Well, it seems like Trysten did in that case. I suppose we could take the audio and slow it down, Mandy, but that's a lot of work that I cannot do right now. Then he has shown the image of the pet carrier. And it looks like it's up above. It's not like, I was trying to figure out, like, it's not like way up where she's got to, like, reach and lift 10 or 15 pounds over her head. That would be a lot. But it seems like it's like waist level. So for her to lift 10 pounds or 15 pounds. And wouldn't Amy have said, no, I can't do that. My doctor said I can't lift anything. Wouldn't that have been on Amy to say, no, I'm not going to do that? I think she would have pushed back, say, no, I can't do that. I'm going to stay here. I'm going to go into the house. So for them to imply, again, the state's like saying, oh, you forced your wife, she just had an operation, a procedure, and she can't lift anything. You're forcing her to go get this pet carrier. Amy's an adult. She could have very easily said, no, husband, I can't do that. So I'm not a fan of this state, if you haven't gotten that yet. The shed space is very narrow. Amy wasn't supposed to lift 15 pounds, but Todd said it's not recommended for her to lift over 10 pounds. And again, Amy could have very easily said, no, guys, I can't do that. I'm just going to go lay down, or I'm just going to do this. She's an adult. She didn't have to go get that pet carrier. After about an hour, they decided to figure out where Amy was. So they just assumed she went to the house. Again, not a big deal. State's making such a big deal about that. You didn't go check, see if your wife was okay? No. She said if she was going to go get the pet carrier, and if she wasn't okay, she'd go into the house. Again, the state's just making up stuff, in my opinion. So the pet carrier's not there. Todd says first. Trysten asks, should I go check the shed? That is assuming things went down the way Todd described. I agree, widespread panic, but that's also what Trysten said, too. So it's 2 testimonies that are kind of corroborating it themselves. State, to me, is making up stuff, but just like that 911 call, but we'll get to that in a second. Excuse me. So Trysten asks, should I go check the shed? So it's Trysten that said, Mom, go get the pet carrier. And then Trysten asked, should I check the shed? So again, the state is saying Todd set this whole thing up. Todd's saying, no, it was Trysten. And I'm pretty sure I'll have to check Trysten's testimony again. Let me go check his testimony. All right, hold on. Let me just make a little note here. That's where we are. All right, let's go check Trysten's testimony. What did Trysten say about that? Let's see. Hold on, Mandy. It doesn't really matter what we think was said. It only matters what. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Unfortunately, it always goes back to the jury, not us. All right. So Mom was getting dizzy and bleeding. Trysten says Mom got dizzy and got down. Saw Mom get dizzy and got down and look shaky. Both asked if she was all right. Better not doing that job anymore. Dad says, I really don't think it's wise for you to stay out here anymore. I don't want you to fall and get hurt. Dad said, if you want to help out, it would mean a lot. Dad said, if you want to help out, it would mean a lot to us if you would go get the pet cage in the barn. Dad told Mom, if you get it to the shop, that would help. But if you can't, just leave it. Okay, so now Trysten is saying it was Dad that was suggesting it. Todd is saying Trysten was the one. So they're not corroborating it. Dad said, go check the red shed. All right, so they're basically saying opposite things. So Trysten is saying Dad was the one that said, go get the pet carrier, go get Trysten, go check to see if Mom's okay. Dad is saying, Trysten asked, should I go check the shed? Trysten says, hey, Mom, if you want to help, go get the carrier. Okay, so it's he said. If you can't get the pet carrier, it would be fine to go into the house. Let's see. So Trysten goes to the shed and yells. Todd runs over after the second yell. We heard all about that. So here's, he got into like how she was. Okay, so she was hunched up in a fetal position on her knees. He doesn't quite remember where her hands were. He didn't call 911 right away. He looked at her face, said he picked her face up to see if she was breathing or alive. He was asking her name, and she's non-responsive. So they showed the photo. So she was laying where the white rag was, and her head was facing towards the opening. So clearly she's going out. So whoever was doing this was attacking her from behind. So let's think about this. This shed is only like 30 inches wide. So Amy goes in to look for the pet carrier. Whoever goes in after her, they get to talking, yada, yada. She never picks up the pet carrier, or maybe she did and the person got the rake and then stabbed her and then put the pet carrier back. That could be. But however this happened, it happened behind. Whoever did this was behind her, because she was trying to go out, or she was on her way out. And whoever did it got her from behind. So let's see. So he pulls Amy away from the door because she was leaning up against the door. He pulled her over, and the handle hits the chemical totes. And at that time, he takes out the rake. And he said the rake just pulled out very easily. It wasn't like he had and I'm just envisioning this poor guy trying to get like an axe out of a log, stepping on Amy's back trying to pull this rake out. But no, he said it pulled out very easily. So it was not in deep. So maybe those, whatever. It's at the heat of the moment. You never know how easy his adrenaline's pumping, He said rake pulled straight out. He had Amy in one hand and the rake in the other. He threw the rake, put her under her armpits and picked her up. So he said chest to chest, and her face was like here. So he's got her like in a bear hug, and he's walking her. Don't know why he didn't pick her up by her legs, but okay. Chest to chest, her face is in his chest, armpit, he's bear hugging her. That's when he told Trysten to go get the truck. He said the truck was about 30 to 40 feet away. He carried Amy out, and a lot of manipulation to get her out of the shed and into the truck, and then Trysten comes out. sits on, here's where, again, I didn't like the prosecution would, so you had your 13-year-old son, you put your bleeding wife on your 13-year-old son. Yeah, what else is he supposed to do? Anyway, he didn't see Amy bleeding at the time. He pulled out the rake because he's a doer. Never, and then that's when she says, you never pull something out. If somebody's impaled, you never, if a knife, rake, anything, you never pull something out of them. You leave it in. Yeah, sure. Hindsight, he could have called 911 right there, and they would have come and dealt with her, sure. But he wasn't thinking about that at the time. His sole focus was to get to the hospital, which is about 15 minutes away. So he pulled out of the driveway, and that's when he decided to call 911. Then they talked about how long he had the rake. He had the rake since 2019. He's not sure how the handle got broken. So that answers the question about did whoever did this, did they break the handle? That would have caused a lot of force. But no, he says the handle was already broken. He said the rake is usually in the barn across the road or in the shop. The last time he saw it was in the grass in October. He moved it because it's in the grass. He didn't hear any screaming or hear any signs of struggle. He didn't hear Amy screaming. So yeah, he's like 300 feet away. Would you hear somebody screaming 300 feet away? Possibly. Yeah, possibly. It's possible. If she's screaming loud enough, sure. But if she's like I think Kerviel was saying, if she got hit in the lungs, all the air goes out. Oh, and it also hit her diaphragm, punctured her liver and her diaphragm, so she wouldn't have been able to catch any air. He didn't mention anything about the cameras to law enforcement. He said the family members had to remind him about the cameras. And then the prosecutor says, so somebody came onto your property under your nose and killed Amy. The person that you're supposed to protect. Yeah, it does not seem to be plausible. It's either Trysten or Todd. I think it's one of those two, or both. Can't think of anyone that would hurt her or knew of anyone that she knew that was at the red shed at the time. No, of course not. So it's either Trysten or Todd. That's just, to me, it's one of those two. It was deep enough to go from the back to front. No, you guys keep saying that. I did not hear that. They said the wounds went back to front, but they didn't say they came out. Oh, wait a minute. Her implant was punctured. Huh. So I guess it did go. All right, I retract that. Sorry, chat. I guess it did go through her. All right, hold on a sec. Let me find that. I do remember them saying that her implant was... her implant was... injury to chest and lungs. That was just injury. Blood in chest cavity. Injuries on her face and her chin. Yep. Right here, her chin. Why can't I find it? I thought, oh yeah, okay, contusions and breast implant was injured. So contusion. So was that the time coming through? I don't remember the ME saying that these went all the way through and it was coming through her. I do not remember that. And I would have remembered that, or I would have written it down. I thought these only went into her back. I don't think they came out. I don't think the tines were that. I don't know. There was no pictures of her front. Well, they wouldn't have shown that anyway. But I do not think that they went through. I could be wrong, but I do not think that they went through. All right, let's get back to Amy set up the iPad. Then they talked about the Google searches. So 15 facts about cheating women. Okay, thrill of the kill and hunt. He said yes, he did that. Once you hunt man, you will always feel the thirst. Yes, he said yes to that. The DNA searches, he said no. The cheater searches, he said no. Killing unfaithful women, he said no. Punishment, 18 months for offing a cheating wife, he said no. Swimming in buoyancy was, he did all that because he said he was swimming with the boys in the pond and he sinks like a rock and the boys don't, so that's why he was looking up buoyancy. Sounds plausible to me. And then as far as the heat strokes, chest wounds, second and third degree burns, they were helping Taylor, who was a female, get a hunter safety license course, a hunter safety certification online. And Taylor is a girl. I think she's like 9 or 10. And then he searched for organs in the body because Taylor was asking about Amy's surgery. So he was saying mom had a procedure, had to be knocked out. Taylor was asking a lot of questions. Did they have monitors all over? Did they cut her here, there? So he was searching for that. Again, I don't see that as that big of a deal. Of course, prosecution said, and then 4 days later, your wife was impaled. I don't know. Again, kind of a stretch. Then they went to the 911 call, and here's where well, let's see. I asked, how well is the cross doing? 62% of you said very well, 24% okay, and 13% said not well. I said okay. I didn't say, I went with okay. So we were trying to figure out how was Amy. So Amy's put in the truck initially, then he pulls over into this guy's driveway, who ended up being Brian. That was his cousin's house. So she's in a recliner. So somehow she was, I guess, either laying on her back or I guess laying on her back. Now here's where it gets interesting in my mind. How does Trysten get out? I guess he slides out from Amy, and then somehow they get her in a reclining position with the seat back. Man, that's a lot of maneuvering. So then he's just doing chest compressions. Trysten was by the side of the road at that point. Yeah, so he was bloodied, trying to flag down the cops. So I guess mom's on him. He slides out underneath her. Somehow Todd gets her up, seated up right like this, and then he starts doing chest compressions. And he's got the phone like this, doing one of these things, giving chest compressions. Then we get to the cheating on the 911 call. All right, 60% heard that, 39% didn't. All right, so here's my take on that. I know Momo Shark, you asked. Aaron and I watch, we'll watch a lot of shows that have closed captioning, specifically like paranormal, right? And they'll be like walking down some darkened corridor or cellar, and we'll hear just like, and then they'll be like, "Did you hear that?" I never hear it, but when they play it back and they say, "Get out before you end up in the gates of hell," then I'm like, "Oh yeah, okay, I guess I did hear that." So power of suggestion. I didn't hear it the first time I watched this. The second time, I knew something was coming up, so I closed my eyes and I put my head up against the headphones or the speakers, and I listened to it, and I heard something with an or in it. I didn't hear cheating. I didn't hear go to hell. I didn't hear any of that. So I knew it was coming up, but I only heard or. I only heard, but it's like or. So I think that was a huge win for the state, because the defense didn't really rebut that too much, other than, did you know you were on a recorded line? And he's like, and he was like, I think defense really lost a moment there to bring in an expert, some kind of audio expert, somebody to break that down, slow it down, something like that. I think that was a big win for the state, in my opinion, because now the jury is like, wow, dude, you're a monster, you're toast. So big win for the state, in my opinion. All right, let's see if you guys got any questions for me. Let me see. I have to put myself over here to do the questions. All right. Yeah, those ghost hunter shows are such crap. We love watching them, but it's always the power of suggestion, right? It's always like, get out or you will die. And then if you don't read it, it's like 2 hours to pie or something like that, Wonder if the jury did hear it. Well, they certainly heard it now that they were told what to hear. Power of suggestion. Oh, somebody doing the 8-ball? Who's doing the 8-ball? Mandy, did you get timed out? Booby trap. All right. You guys got anything? So popped the implant, broke a vertebrae, hit the diaphragm. So she said they were coming from the back going forward. The ME said this. Hit her liver, hit her diaphragm. Said there was damage to an implant, but she didn't say if it was from the tines. She just said there was, what did she say? Injuries on the face, scrape upper lip, large abrasion on the left chin, indicates blunt force, scrape around the ears, upper chest, right breast, contusions, and breast implant was injured. She didn't say that it was punctured. She just said it was injured. So could that have been her falling? But she had clothes on with that. I don't know. The ME did not say that the tines came through. As far as I remember in my notes, I think that would have been a big deal because we would have been like, ugh, she was actually impaled. So there's the ME did not say in my recollections did not say that she was actually all the way through. Could be wrong though. Implant was ruptured. Okay, does that mean it was ruptured from what? From her falling? Probably not. From the thing going in, because she did not get hit in the front. The rake did not hit her from the front. It only hit her in the back. Yeah, Laura. Those EVPs crack me up. So Pammy, you're going to register or re-listen to for the chest tube and implant info? Maybe re-listen. You're going to re-listen to that. Jenny says, I wonder why they didn't call his wife. You mean Jerry's wife? Bap, good question. Do you think him testifying hurt or helped his defense? I don't think that part about cheating would have come up if he hadn't. Yes, breast seems to be an okay word. All right, let us go back. We got some storms coming through or high wind. All right, let's go back to the court. So let's see. So as far as I can tell, we didn't get it on video per se, but it seems like the defense rested because the next thing I have is jury instructions. So just so you guys know, that's the only spoiler I'll give away. That's what happens with these rewatches. You don't always get, full days and or, sorry for the barking, guys. That's Rottweiler. And thank you, Rottweiler Investigations, for bringing us this. Okay, I'm going to send you back. Let's get you back into the courtroom.
Please be seated, everyone. Okay, the record should reflect that we are still outside the presence of the jury. They are due to return shortly for closing arguments. Each of the attorneys has a set of jury instructions in front of them. We're going to make our record about instructions. Let's take the first page, has instructions 1 and 2. Any objection to either one of those from the state? No. From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
The next page has 3 and 4. Any objection from the state? From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Instruction number 5. Any objection from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Let's take 6, 7, 8, and 9. Take a minute to look at those. Does the state object to any of those?
No, Your Honor.
Does the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Instruction number 10, I will say we talked about that informally, and I want to make sure each party has a chance to look at it the way that I've drafted it. Any objection from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. May it please the court, the state has just a minor objection, and that has to do with a sentence in the 3rd paragraph that reads, "A reasonable doubt is the kind of doubt that would make a reasonable person hesitate to act." We have filed a brief regarding the instruction we would prefer, which is the stock instruction from prior to 2009, when the change was implemented to include the hesitate to act language. And so what we are asking for is the firmly convinced instruction. And as the court is aware, essentially based on our brief and from Iowa Criminal Practice 2018-19, there's still controversy regarding the language that the court has decided to use. And so we would just ask for the firmly convinced versus what we consider objectionable language, which was the hesitate to act language, and primarily because it conflicts with instruction number 29, where you say do not hesitate, where here you say hesitate. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Firehelm, let me ask you first of all, the way I have instruction 10 proposed, any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
Do you want to respond to the state's position?
Your Honor, just briefly, I believe that as the state has indicated, this version has been the stock for a number of years. I know that there was quite a bit of input into the jury instructions committee, and this has been tossed about. And I understand there's still continues to be some controversy, but I don't believe that there's a risk of any confusion between this instruction with that hesitate word versus 21 or whatever one that was. So we'd ask that we use the one as in these proposed instructions.
Again, for the record, we talked about this informally. I let the parties understand that my position is the language is not confusing to the jury. Both places do use the word hesitate, but they refer to something different. I think it's the stock instruction that we've been using most recently, and I don't think it causes confusion. I am going to overrule the state's objection to it and allow it to stand the way I've written it. Let's turn on to the next page. 11, 12, 13, and 14. Any objection to any of those from the state?
No objection.
From the defense?
No objection.
15 starts with the marshalling instruction. Let's take 15 and 16. Any objection from the state?
No objection.
From the defense?
No objection.
The next page has 17, 18, 19, and 20. Any objection from the state?
No objection.
From the defense?
No objection.
Then we go into the marshalling instruction for murder in the second degree, instructions 21 and 22. Any objection from the state?
No objection.
From the defense?
No objection.
The next page has 23 and 24, and let's go into 25. Any objection to any of those three from the state?
No objection.
From the defense?
No objection.
26 defines specific intent. Any objection from the state?
No objection.
From the defense?
No objection.
And then I think we can take the last four. I believe they're all stock instructions. Any objection to any of those from the state?
No objection, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No objection.
Are there any instructions that we have not talked about and I have not included that the state is proposing be included in the set?
No, Your Honor.
Any from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I have a proposed verdict form. Has the state seen that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
Any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Are the parties ready for closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. We've got the printed sets are on the desk by the copy machine and by Dana. There should be 14 of them. If you want to grab them and then grab the jury, pardon me?
With the changes?
They're all ready to go. You can grab those and bring the jury in. Please be seated, everyone. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as you walked in the courtroom, the court attendant handed each one of you a set of jury instructions. We're going to start reading these instructions now. I will read most of them to you at this point in time. I say most because the last few are procedural and they explain to you what you should do procedurally when you start your deliberations. We'll save those until after the attorneys have finished their closing arguments. The most that I'll read right now, the beginning instructions, are sort of the meat of the law. I'll read these out loud. You can read along with your set. You can put them in your lap and listen, whatever works best for you. Instruction number 1. Members of the jury, the trial information charges the defendant, Todd Michael Mullis, with the crime of murder in the first degree. The trial information includes the lesser crimes of murder in the second degree, voluntary manslaughter, and involuntary manslaughter. Instruction number 2, Todd Michael Mullis has entered a plea of not guilty. The plea of not guilty is a complete denial of the charge and places the burden on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Whenever I instruct you the state must prove something, it must be by evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state does not prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict must be not guilty. Instruction number 3, the trial information is the document that formally charges the defendant with a crime and is merely the method by which the defendant is brought into court for trial. It is not evidence. Instruction number 4, Todd Michael Mullis is presumed innocent and not guilty. This presumption of innocence requires you to put aside all suspicion which might arise from the arrest, charge, or the present situation of the defendant. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial unless the evidence establishes guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 5, you shall base your verdict only upon the evidence and these instructions. Evidence is 1, testimony in person or by deposition. 2, exhibits received by the court. You may examine the exhibits closely, but be careful not to alter or destroy them. 3, stipulations, which are agreements between the attorneys. Facts may be proved by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or a combination of both. Sometimes during a trial, references are made to pretrial statements and reports, witnesses' depositions, or other miscellaneous items. Only those things formally offered and received by the court are available to you during your deliberations. Documents or items read from or referred to which were not offered and received into evidence are not available to you. The following are not evidence. 1, statements, arguments, questions, and comments by the lawyers. 2, objections and rulings on objections. 3, any testimony I told you to disregard. 4, anything you saw or heard about this case outside the courtroom. Instruction number 6, in considering the evidence, make deductions and reach conclusions according to reason and common sense. Facts may be proved by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or both. Direct evidence is evidence from a witness who claims actual knowledge of a fact, such as an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is evidence about a chain of facts which show a defendant is guilty or not guilty. The law makes no distinction between direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Give all the evidence the weight and value you think it is entitled to receive. Instruction number 7, decide the facts from the evidence. Consider the evidence using your observations, common sense, and experience. Try to reconcile any conflicts in the evidence, but if you cannot, accept the evidence you find more believable. In determining the facts, you may have to decide what testimony you believe. You may believe all, part, or none of any witness's testimony. There are many factors which you may consider in deciding what testimony to believe. For example, 1, whether the testimony is reasonable and consistent with other evidence you believe. 2, whether a witness has made inconsistent statements. 3, the witness's appearance, conduct, age, intelligence, memory, and knowledge of the facts. 4, the witness's interest in the trial, their motive, candor, bias, and prejudice. Instruction number 8, you must determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty from the evidence and the law in these instructions. You must consider all of the instructions together. No one instruction includes all of the applicable law. Instruction number 9, nothing I have said or done during the trial was intended to give any opinion as to the facts, proof, or what your verdict should be. Instruction number 10, the burden is on the state to prove Todd Michael Mullis guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is one that fairly and naturally arises from the evidence in the case or from the lack or failure of evidence produced by the state. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense and not the mere possibility of innocence. A reasonable doubt is the kind of doubt that would make a reasonable person hesitate to act. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt, therefore, must be proof of such a convincing character that a reasonable person would not hesitate to rely and act upon it. However, proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. If, after a full and fair consideration of all the evidence, you are firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, then you have no reasonable doubt and you should find the defendant guilty. But if, after a full and fair consideration of all the evidence in the case, or from the lack or failure of evidence produced by the state, you are not firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, then you have a reasonable doubt and you should find the defendant not guilty. Instruction number 11, if there is a reasonable doubt as to the degree of the crime, the defendant shall only be convicted of the degree for which there is no reasonable doubt. Instruction number 12, the duty of the jury is to determine if the defendant is guilty or not guilty. In the event of a guilty verdict, you have nothing to do with punishment. Instruction number 13, where 2 or more alternative theories are presented, or where 2 or more facts would produce the same result, the law does not require each juror to agree as to which theory or fact leads to his or her verdict. It is the verdict itself which must be unanimous, not the theory or facts upon which it is based. Instruction number 14, to commit a crime, a person must intend to do an act which is against the law. While it is not necessary that a person knows the act is against the law, it is necessary that the person was aware he was doing the act and he did it voluntarily, not by mistake or accident. You may, but are not required to, conclude a person intends the natural results of his acts. Instruction number 15, the state must prove all of the following elements of murder in the first degree. 1, on or about the 10th day of November 2018, the defendant committed an act upon Amy Mullis. 2, Amy Mullis died as a result of the act of the defendant. 3, the defendant acted with malice aforethought. 4, the defendant acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with a specific intent to kill Amy Mullis. If the state has proved all of the elements, the defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree. If the state has failed to prove any one of the elements, the defendant is not guilty of murder in the first degree, and you will then consider the charge of murder in the second degree, explained in instruction number 21. Instruction number 16, malice is a state of mind which leads one to intentionally do a wrongful act to the injury of another out of actual hatred or with an evil or unlawful purpose. It may be established by evidence of actual hatred or by proof of a deliberate or fixed intent to do injury. It may be found from the acts and conduct of the defendant and the means used in doing the wrongful and injurious act. Malice requires only such deliberation that would make a person appreciate and understand the nature of the act and its consequences, as distinguished from an act done in the heat of passion. Malice aforethought is a fixed purpose or design to do some physical harm to another which exists before the act is committed. It does not have to exist for any particular length of time. Instruction number 17. Willful means intentional or by fixed design or purpose and not accidental. To deliberate is to weigh in one's mind, to consider, to contemplate, or to reflect. Premeditate is to think or ponder upon a matter before acting. Instruction number 18. Deliberation and premeditation need not exist for any particular length of time before the act. Instruction number 19. If a person has the opportunity to deliberate and uses a dangerous weapon against another resulting in death, you may, but are not required to, infer that the weapon was used with malice, premeditation, and specific intent to kill. Instruction number 20. A dangerous weapon is any device or instrument designed primarily for use in inflicting death or injury, and when used in its designed manner is capable of inflicting death. It is also any sort of instrument or device which is actually used in such a way as to indicate the user intended to inflict death or serious injury, and when so used is capable of inflicting death. Instruction number 21. The state must prove all of the following elements of murder in the second degree. 1. On or about the 10th day of November 2018, the defendant committed an act upon Amy Mullis. 2. Amy Mullis died as a result of the act of the defendant. 3. The defendant acted with malice aforethought. If the state has proved all of the elements, the defendant is guilty of murder in the second degree. If the state has failed to prove any one of the elements, the defendant is not guilty of murder in the second degree, and you will then consider the charge of voluntary manslaughter explained in instruction number 23. Instruction number 22. Murder in the second degree does not require a specific intent to kill another person. Instruction number 23. The state must prove all of the following elements of voluntary manslaughter. 1. On or about the 10th day of November 2018, the defendant committed an act upon Amy Mullis. 2. Amy Mullis died as a result of the act committed by the defendant. 3. The act was done solely by reason of sudden, violent, and irresistible passion resulting from serious provocation. If the state has proved all of the elements, the defendant is guilty of voluntary manslaughter. If the state has failed to prove any one of the elements, the defendant is not guilty of voluntary manslaughter, and you will then consider the charge of involuntary manslaughter explained in instruction number 25. Instruction number 24. Concerning element number 3 of instruction number 23, a serious provocation is conduct that would cause a reasonable person to have a sudden, violent, and irresistible passion. Passion is not sudden, violent, and irresistible if there is an interval of time during which a reasonable person would, under the circumstances, have time to reflect and bring her passion under control and suppress the impulse to kill. Words alone, however abusive or insulting, cannot be serious provocation. Instruction number 25. The state must prove all of the following elements of involuntary manslaughter. 1. On or about the 10th day of November 2018, defendant recklessly committed an act upon Amy Mullis. 2. The defendant did the act in a manner likely to cause death. 3. By doing the act, the defendant unintentionally caused the death of Amy Mullis. If the state has proved all the elements, the defendant is guilty of involuntary manslaughter. If the state has failed to prove any one of the elements, the defendant is not guilty. Instruction number 26. For the defendant to know or have knowledge of something means he had a conscious awareness of it. Specific intent, as used in these instructions, means not only being aware of doing an act and doing it voluntarily, but in addition doing it with a specific purpose in mind. Because determining the defendant's specific intent requires you to decide what he was thinking when an act was done, it is seldom capable of direct proof. Therefore, you should consider the facts and circumstances surrounding the act to determine the defendant's specific intent. You may, but are not required to, conclude a person intends the natural results of his acts. Okay, we're going to stop right there. You can leave your instructions open. As I said, we will take the closing arguments. Shelley, do you want to get the court reporter, please?
Okay, jury instructions, closing arguments are coming up next. I'm not really going to recap the jury instructions because I had to run out to the barn and tarp. We have a storm coming through, as you guys know. A bunch of storms are hitting up in the Midwest. We're getting the tail end of that right now. We got like 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 18-mile-an-hour winds. Things are flopping around all over out there, so I had to run out there and take care of that. So I didn't really hear much about jury instructions. Murder first degree, murder second degree, involuntary manslaughter. So anyway, I missed a little bit of it. Let's get to closing arguments. Now, closing arguments are about an hour and 48 minutes. So just so you know, it's almost 2, about another 2 hours. That'll bring us up to about 3:30, 4-ish, just so you guys know. And then we will get to the verdict. All right, closing arguments coming up next. Sorry for the dog barking. Sorry. Okay, I'll turn it down. Okay, back.
The state is ready for closing argument. Ms. Hughes, you can go ahead.
Amy Mullis will never get to see her kids graduate from high school. She won't be there when they go off to college, and she won't be there when they get married, because her life ended when she was brutally and viciously attacked with a corn rake on November 10th, 2018. Amy Mullis didn't stand a chance. She was unarmed and unaware that she was about to be ambushed by the very man that took a vow to love and honor her, the defendant. Amy Mullis would still be alive today if it weren't for the actions of her husband. She started that day like any other day, working on a puzzle, making breakfast for her family, and doing some chores on the farm. She didn't know that was the day that the defendant was going to seize his opportunity. He was going to attack her in the back with a corn rake and try to make it look like an accident. Amy Mullis is not here to tell her story. The defendant made sure of that when he turned Amy from a beautiful and vibrant 39-year-old woman into this, a state medical examiner number. When you go back to the jury room, you have 3 tools to aid you in your deliberation. The first is the facts. That's the evidence and the testimony that came from this witness stand. The second tool to aid in your deliberation is the law. And Judge Bitter just started reading a lot of the law to you, and he's going to read a little bit more to you when we're done here, and I'm also going to go over some of it. And the third tool that you get to take back there with you is your common sense. Your collective common sense that comes from your everyday life experiences. Ask yourself what makes sense. You'll then see, when you use your common sense and apply it to the law and the facts, that the only verdict supported by both the law and the evidence is that the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Now, as jurors, you have a duty. You all got sworn in on either Monday afternoon or Tuesday, and you all took an oath. And you have a duty, your sole duty, is to find the truth and do justice. And the state has the burden of proof, as the judge just read to you, and we talked about in jury selection. And we only have to prove the elements of the crime charged. The state must prove all of the following elements of murder in the first degree. First, on or about the 10th day of November 2018, the defendant committed an act upon Amy Mullis. Second, Amy Mullis died as a result of the act by the defendant. Third, the defendant acted with malice aforethought. And fourth, the defendant acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with specific intent to kill Amy Mullis. So let's talk about the first proposition. On or about the 10th day of November 2018, the defendant committed an act upon Amy Mullis. The act is the striking of the corn, taking this corn rake and striking Amy Mullis with it. There is absolutely no controverted testimony that Amy Mullis was struck with this corn rake on November 10th, 2018. We know Amy was struck at least 2 or 3 times. We know she had other injuries on the front of her body, and that corn rake, was impaled in her back. We know that's the act. And how do we know the defendant committed the act? Like I said to you before, one of the most important things is the facts and the evidence that came from this witness stand. We know that back in November 2018, Amy is scared of the defendant. She is planning on leaving the defendant. He is the only person who has the motive to kill Amy. And we know that. We know he has motive because of the affair that Amy is having. The defendant can come up here and tell you that he thought that affair was over. He didn't care. Everything was hunky-dory. You know he's not telling you the truth. You are the judges. You are to determine the credibility of the witness. You are to look at the demeanor and the credibility of the witnesses when they testify. Look at that in light of all the other evidence and ask yourself if that makes sense. Amy is telling all of her friends and family how she's afraid of the defendant. She's afraid that if he finds out she's having an affair, he's going to kill her or make her disappear. You heard from the defendant's own mouth, and you've heard from everybody else in this case, nobody else had the motive to kill Amy. The defendant knew about that affair, and we know the defendant didn't want Amy to get half of his farm. And we know that from 2 people, because he told Eileen Fuller that, and he told Terry Stainer that. He told them, well, I can't let her take half of my farm. He wasn't going to let Amy get half of his farm or try to take away his kids from him. The defendant is the only one that had the opportunity to do this. He waits until Amy has this procedure, this very simple procedure, so that he can use that as an excuse. Don't let him fool you. What about the text that day? Carrie Callan's text. Carrie Callan texts Amy and asks, how are things going? I'm worried about you, because she hasn't heard from her in a few days, or a couple weeks actually. And she writes back, okay, things are kind of tense around here. I don't know what's going to happen. That's at 8 in the morning. We know at 10:14 in the morning, Amy is then emailing Jerry Frazier saying she doesn't really want to, but she's going to go out and do some chores on the barn. And then at noon, at 12:01, there's a 911 call that Amy has been impaled with a corn rake. She was telling Carrie how things were tense that day. On that day, the defendant isolates Amy by sending her to the shed. If the defendant wants you to really believe that there is some mystery attacker out there, how would this person know Amy was going to the shed? How? How would they know? Because according to the defendant, it's at that moment that he just says, oh, you know what you can do for me? You can go and get that pet carrier. And not only that, is there somebody waiting there, hoping that there's a murder weapon there? Because he told you that corn rake was in there. So you would have to believe that there's a mystery attacker just standing out there, hoping that somehow Amy gets isolated, and then also hoping, oh wait, I hope there's also a weapon in there so I can kill her. It doesn't make any sense. We know no one else is on the farm. Trysten tells us that, and the defendant tells us that. Doesn't hear anything, doesn't see anything, never tells the police that there's anybody else, because there's no one else on the farm that day. Because the defendant did this and no one else did it. Also, the defendant tells you he doesn't hear a thing. If you want to believe the defendant's story, let's give him that. Let's for a second say, okay, somebody comes and does this. He wouldn't hear anything with the way Amy fought? With Amy going down like that? Getting swung? With this corn rake in her back 2 or 3 times? The defendant sends Trysten to the shed, sending his 13-year-old son to go and find his mother. He doesn't call 911 right away because he's a doer, and he pulls that rake out of Amy right away. The defendant acts like it's an accident. Think about the defendant's actions. What he did after. Telling everybody, implying that this is an accident. He even told you today. Well, yeah, for 6 days until I was told it was a homicide, I thought it was an accident. Does that make sense? Even if he believes that day, fine. Again, let's give him that. That day, he thinks it's an accident because he just can't think of anything else. She must have fallen on a corn rake. The next day when he starts thinking about it and thinks she's face down with a corn rake sticking out of her back, oh, he's still gonna think it's an accident? No, because he's hoping that nothing comes of it. But the police and the medical examiners and the doctors realize what actually happened. It wasn't an accident, it was a homicide. The defendant's 911 call. First, listen to the contents of the 911 call. When you hear the defendant first say, oh yeah, I sent my son to the shed to go, he says, I sent my son to go find my wife. He also tells you she fell on a corn rake. Not, I don't know what happened. I have no idea. He's already telling his story. And I know today you heard some evidence about those whispers on that 911 call. And I'm going to implore you to listen to that 911 call. Don't take my word for it. Don't take the defense attorney's word for it. Because as the judge just told you, what we say is not evidence. Don't believe me. Listen to it for yourself. Make your own determination. That 911 call, there's 2 parts to it on State's Exhibit number 2. The first part is about 1 minute and 30 seconds. The second part is, I think, 7.5 or 8 minutes. If you go to that second part and you listen at 6:53, you can hear the defendant whisper, cheating whore. And if you go at 7.00, you can hear, go to hell, cheating whore. Listen to that 911 call. Make the decision for yourselves, and you will know, or you will see that you hear that. Let's also talk about the defendant's actions after. I already started touching on that, but what he starts telling everybody that this is an accident, about when he speaks with Luke Thompson and John LeClaire, the deputies that day, indicating it's an accident, not telling them anything about the cameras, because now he remembers, well, he thought of it the next day. And the Google searches. I'm not going to go over every single Google search with you because I know you've heard lots of different evidence. It doesn't matter what time those Google searches are. What matters is the content of them. And yes, I'm sure some of those searches and those records Amy did make, and maybe the kids did too, but you can bet that none of them looked for killing unfaithful women. It just so happens she's having an affair, and he's not the one looking for killing unfaithful women. Organs of the body. It just so happens that he looks for organs of the body, and 4 days later she's stabbed in her organs with a corn rake. What happened to cheating spouses in ancient historic Aztec tribes? Did ancient cultures kill adulterers? Punishment is 18 months for killing cheating wife. You are allowed to consider this because it shows that the defendant is planning this for a very long time. He's thinking about what he's going to do. Now, I know that you're probably wondering, should we believe Trysten? And let's talk about Trysten. He's a 13-year-old boy who will probably never be in a situation like this ever again, I hope. Who will never be through or be a part of something so traumatic. He finds his mother with a corn rake sticking out of her back. He yells for his dad. He goes and gets the truck. The defendant puts her bleeding body on top of his as she's unresponsive. He later finds out she died. Think about that. And you know what? You can't blame Trysten, can you? He lost his mom that day. He doesn't want to lose his dad either. He's trying to protect his dad. But when you heard the testimony and the different things he said, it makes sense. That day, when he's first interviewed by the police, he says, yep, I'm with Dad the whole time. Then when he does a deposition, he says, well, I wasn't with him for like a minute and a half or so. And then, right after that deposition, he corrects it and says, well, I don't know how much time. And then when he testifies in court by way of closed circuit TV, again, he will not commit to a time because he doesn't know how much time his dad is out of his sight. He's protecting his dad. And ask yourself why. Why is his story changing? Why every time is he adding a little bit more time? Do you think he's coming to truth or coming to terms with the truth? The fact that he's accepting that his father killed his mother? He knows nobody else was on that farm that day. Both him and the defendant told you. It's the two of them, it's Amy, and it's the kids inside. We have proven the first element that on that date, the defendant committed an act upon Amy Mullis. The second proposition is that Amy Mullis died as a result of the act by the defendant. You heard from both Dr. Thompson and Dr. Cruz. Amy died as a result of her injuries, those 6 puncture wounds on her body. They entered, I believe she said 4 of them entered the chest cavity and were fatal. The cause of death was sharp force injuries, and the manner of death was homicide. So we have proven that proposition. The third, the defendant acted with malice aforethought. And this is the first state of mind element. And there's a definition that the judge just read to you. Malice, state of mind, which leads one to intentionally do a wrongful act to the injury of another in disregard of the rights of another out of actual hatred or with an evil or unlawful purpose. Malice may be established by evidence of actual hatred or by proof of a deliberate or fixed intent to do injury, fixed purpose or design to do some physical harm to another which exists before the act is committed. It does not have to exist for any particular length of time. So essentially, this state of mind element talks about that it has to have some type of disregard for the rights of another out of actual hatred or with an evil or unlawful purpose. And we have both here. At that point, the defendant does hate Amy. He hates her for cheating on him again, for having that affair, because she's going to leave him and try to take away the farm. You know this based on everything. Those Google searches in and of themselves show how much hatred he has to her. He's plotting her death, looking up ways to kill her. And even if you look at the second part of that, or with an evil or unlawful purpose. What purpose do you have other than to do some type of intent to do injury when you take this corn rake and you stab someone with it? As that last part says, it doesn't have to exist for any particular length of time. We have proven here that the defendant did plan this, but that time period, that begins the minute the defendant picks up that corn rake and decides to do that act. There's no amount of time that he has to act. We have to actually prove that he planned this. But we know he did. We know it from everything. We know it from all the evidence that you've heard. We know that the defendant acted with malice aforethought based on the injuries. The blunt force trauma on Amy's, the front of her body, and the puncture wounds, which are the sharp force injuries. This attack, this murder, was systematic and deliberate. Think about it. Think about the hatred, the intent to do injury that you must have when you take this and you swing it and strike somebody, stabbing them in the back. Not once, twice, and possibly 3 times. The force to which he had to have stabbed her body to go through, to puncture her breast implant, to go through those organs in that chest cavity. And not only did he stab her with it, he had to take it out and do it again. He is acting with malice aforethought. It does not take that much time to do that, and he was able to do it and get back to the barn to start the cover-up. We have proven the third element, that the defendant acted with malice aforethought. And the fourth element is that the defendant acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with specific intent to kill Amy Mullis. And there's some definitions with regards to this second state of mind element. Willful means intentional or by fixed design or purpose and not accidental. To deliberate is to weigh in one's mind, to consider, to contemplate, or to reflect. Premeditate is to think or ponder upon a matter before acting. Deliberation and premeditation need not exist for any particular length of time before they act. This specific intent means not only being aware of doing an act and doing it voluntarily, but in addition, doing it with a specific purpose in mind. This is generally seldom capable of direct proof, and you have to consider all the facts and evidence surrounding the act to determine the defendant's specific intent. There is no other intent other than to kill when you take this corn rake and you stab somebody with it. It's that simple. There's also an inference, a dangerous weapons inference. If a person has the opportunity to deliberate and uses a dangerous weapon against another, resulting in death, you may, but are not required to, infer that the weapon was used with malice, premeditation, and specific intent to kill. We've also proven that fourth proposition. Based on all of the evidence, the defendant clearly deliberated, was acting willfully, deliberately, and premeditatedly. We know that. We know he had a specific intent to kill Amy. We know that based on the Google searches. We know that based on the fact that he decided to commit this crime at the exact moment that he did, waiting until she had this simple procedure so he can talk about how dizzy she was, isolating her to the shed, finding a way to get her away from Trysten so that he could commit this act, and then start the cover-up. The defendant's intent was very clear that day. Based on the facts and the evidence, and based on the inference, we know that we have proven that fourth proposition. You now know how this nightmare for Amy began. It happened 5 years ago when the defendant started controlling Amy, making her quit work, making her shop at Goodwill, watching her every move. He was already starting to contemplate after that first affair what he was going to do with her. Those first Google searches go back to December 25th, 2017, when things, according to the defendant, were going great. They were super open. That first search in 2017 is killing more accepted centuries ago. Then in January 2018, what did ancient cultures do to infidelity? This is even before she starts the affair with Jerry Frazier. Then they go on, January 21st, 2018, 16 facts or characteristics about cheating women. May 10th, 2018, looking at the punishment for a husband that kills the cheating wife. The defendant even was thinking about killing Amy before the second affair. And then it just continued. He continued the searches. He's confronting them. He's talking to her friends about about these rumors, and he wants you to believe that that affair is over. He's not telling you the truth, just like he didn't tell John Turbot the truth that day, when he didn't initially even tell John Turbot about that affair. If he had nothing to hide, why wouldn't he told him? He didn't want to give motive. He didn't want them to think that there's any reason he could have done this. The defendant tried to paint this picture to the police that things were perfect. He tried to do that with you too. Things were so great. Yet Amy is terrified for her life. She's telling her friends that she's afraid he's going to kill her, that he might make her disappear. She's making plans to divorce him. She's asking her brother to keep furniture so that she can leave him. Calling Deborah Sherbring, who she barely knows. Deb Sherbring told you she's probably seen Amy once in 5 years. Calling her hysterical. You've got to stop these rumors. If Todd finds out about them, he's going to kill me. She didn't even know. She starts talking about Trysten. Deb doesn't even know who Trysten is. She's not making this up. That doesn't sound like somebody who's happy in their marriage. That doesn't sound like somebody who's so open with what's going on. Even then, the defendant was planning. It's his cold and calculated plan, like I told you in opening. He started acting like super dad. He all of a sudden got really close to Trysten. He's hanging out with the kids more. All part of his plan. Think about it. This is a big deal. He was going to kill his wife and try to make it look like an accident. He was planning it for months. The Google searches, waiting for her to have this procedure. On November 10th, 2018, the defendant turned their home into a murder scene. The nightmare continued. It didn't just start back when the defendant started these searches or on the day that he killed Amy, because then it continued. The nightmare continued for Amy's family, for her children, for her friends and loved ones. And why? Why did he kill Amy? Because he didn't want to lose his farm? Because she was cheating? You might not like that Amy was having an affair, but that doesn't mean she deserved to die. And does the defendant think he gets to decide who lives and dies? Does he think he's above the law? He thinks the laws in Iowa don't apply to him? Today's the day you tell him the laws in the state of Iowa do apply to the defendant. Tell him he's not above the law. The defendant thought he silenced Amy's voice on November 10th, 2018. But this week, Amy's voice was heard here in this courtroom. Through the witnesses, through the evidence, Amy's voice was screaming through this courtroom this week, showing you that the defendant did this, pointing all the evidence towards the defendant, showing you he committed this brutal, senseless, and vicious murder. Today, this nightmare finally ends. It finally ends for Amy and for her friends and family, for her children, because Amy finally gets the justice she deserves. Today is the day you find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree.
Mr. Firehelm, whenever you're ready. I'll start out by commenting or making the point that this is my only opportunity to talk to you. The state's going to get up afterwards and have their last argument or statement to you. So we don't get to go back and forth all afternoon. Excuse me. So I suspect that not only will the state disagree with some of the things I have to say, but maybe make other points that they believe are relevant. So I'm going to try to be as complete as I can because it's my only opportunity. So please bear with me. When we came in here on Monday and you were picked as our jury, we had opening statements to you. And I went back last night and looked at my notes about that. And what the state, and these are my notes, and I think the state would agree with me. We don't try to deliberately mislead you. During these trials, we're scribbling notes and taking down what we later have to rely on. So I'm not going to deliberately try to mislead you, but I believe, to the best of my ability, these are the notes. Amy not happy, prior affair. Todd confronts Jerry and his wife in July. Her denial is not enough for Todd. The affair continues. She makes all these statements to her friends. And then a cold and calculated plan as set forth today. He tried to think of everything, they say. Only people at the farm, Amy and the kids. Get her outside, get her separated. Send her to the shed. Claim that the corn rake is an accidental fall. Go back to the barn where Trysten's at. Send Trysten to find her. Act upset. Call 911. Tell them that she fell. Then doctors, lawyers, law enforcement don't buy it. Amy told friends he'll kill me. The iPad searches. Plan to kill. Evidence overwhelming. I then looked at my notes and what I suggested to you when we started this trial. And basically, I'm not going to repeat all those steps, but it really was what Todd Mullis told you from the stand yesterday about specifically that day, November 10th, 2018. The morning, going to the other farm, coming back, going to the hog barn, doing the chores out there that they had planned to do. All that, I believe, was consistently presented to you from this witness stand. Not only by Todd, but by Trysten, too. The state talks about Trysten that at first he said, I was with Dad all the time. And then I was not with him for maybe a minute and a half. And then the other day on the video testimony, he said, well, I don't know. But remember what he and I talked about after he said, I don't know what the time was. I said, okay, what did you do when you stepped out of the main part of the hog barn and were not in eye contact with Todd? And you remember what he said? I got a drink of water. And I think I did it twice. Any other absences? No. So the time that you were out of eye contact with your dad is the amount of time that would take 2 drinks of water out of a hose just a few feet away from the door to the hog barn. Now, you saw photographs, and we'll look at them in a few minutes, of how big that barn is and where the entrances and exits are. So the state would want you to believe, apparently, is that Todd went to the other end of the barn and out a door and ran up the length of a football field, then onto the red shed, committed a murder, got back before Trysten finished a drink of water. Now, feasible? That's what you have to decide. I believe, if my notes are correct, that I told you at the beginning of this trial, Amy Mullis was murdered. It wasn't an accident. And it doesn't take much to figure that out when you finally see the extent of her injuries. And I'm going to divert here a bit and try to touch base on some of the state's closing that you just heard. Started out with, Amy is scared of Todd, planning on leaving him. Todd is not telling the truth. Well, what the story we've heard is that apparently Amy fessed up to an affair about 5 years ago. And they went through some counseling. It wasn't easy. But they came to an understanding that she was going to leave the hospital, which was, as you heard, she had a party when she left. Not that she was dragged kicking and screaming out of there. That they were going to refocus their life. Amy was going to be a stay-at-home mom, a stay-at-home farmer. They were going to expand the hog operation to another barn. And that's what they did. And for the next 4.5, 5 years, Todd had no warnings. He had no signals. They were basically living the dream. But Amy, obviously at some point, wandered. The contact that she was having with Jerry Frazier led her into another affair. What's Amy going to tell her friends when they finally find out, or she tells them? Well, the reason I'm in an affair is because I'm afraid of Todd. I'm not happy with Todd. Amy's justifying her actions. She's telling her friends, he's a bad guy. He scares me. I'm not happy. What are we hearing from everybody else? And sometimes even from her. He's a good guy. He's a hard worker. He's a good dad. So, what's unhappy for Amy? At the same time, during those 4 to 5 years, and as you heard from Terry, she's golfing, she's lunching, she's taking boat trips, she's having fun with friends, she's on the volunteer of the Earlville Fire Department, tumbling, going on vacations. So is this a prisoner? Is this someone being controlled and dominated by Todd Mullis? I don't know about you, but it doesn't sound like that to me. She tells people, he'll kill me or I'll disappear. She's justifying what she's doing, and perhaps even in her own mind. And again, this is going to be jumping around here, and I'll try to get back to a more orderly presentation to you. Carrie Callan, things are pretty tense around here. There was some tenseness around the Mullis house there in the last part of October, first part of November, because Todd's mom got upset because Todd was encountering a tough time. It was bad weather, field work wasn't getting done, and Amy was spending time with her uncle who had suffered this brain bleed, which there's nothing wrong with that. But 3 kids at home, bad weather, crops, and so forth, well, he complained. He complained to his mom, and I think he even complained to Terry about it. And his mom said something to her, and what did Todd do? Todd told his mom, "You're out of line. You shouldn't have said that to her." Then the state says, and again, I'm jumping, Todd isolated her in the shed that day. No one else there at the farm. Well, we talked at the beginning of this trial that we're not here, or at least I'm not here, to try to prove who murdered Amy Mullis. She was murdered, but the question is who. And if you want to speculate, look at the aerial photo of this farm. The main gravel road, main north-south gravel road, runs within a few feet of that shed. It's November 10th. Apparently it was warm enough that the day before, Todd's nephew was doing some field work, but too frozen to do that Saturday morning, which is what Todd had planned to do. So was his plan that day to do ripping, or I call it chisel plowing, or was it to kill his wife? Well, going back to this weather issue, the doors to this shed are frozen open. They won't close. Is it possible that somebody could have went in that shed and been in there and Amy surprised him? I know that sounds like a murder mystery, but could it? Whatever happened in there was sudden and violent. There's comments about he puts her in the pickup. He pulls the fork out of her back. Well, you shouldn't have done that. Everybody knows you shouldn't do that when someone has a puncture wound. He couldn't get her out the door with this dang thing sticking out of her body. What a horrible, horrible situation to be in. To lay her on the lap of his son, to call 911 and drive as fast as he could trying to get help, telling the 911 operator, I can get closer. No, stop. Let the ambulance come. Now, late this morning, but actually at the very end of Todd's testimony, we hear this repeat of the 911 call. And the words I wrote down that the state says he was saying, he was whispering into the 911 call as he was doing CPR on Amy, was cheating whore and go to hell cheating whore. If you listen carefully, and it may be very difficult with that type of equipment, but if you listen carefully, he's out of breath. He's doing compressions. He says, she's cold. She's cold. And he tells Thompson that as soon as Thompson steps up, she's cold. Who? It just boggles the mind that you would be on 911 saying that. If you murdered your wife and you're whispering, cheat her, go to hell, you're going to do it on a 911 call? She's not saying that. And if you have trouble hearing it, you're going to have to let the court know. But she's cold and he's panting. She's cold. Listen, that is a Hail Mary by the state here, folks. And I'm going to get back to this a little bit more, but he's criticized because he thought it was an accident. And he told everybody at first that's what it was. The Google searches. If you look, and there's a lot of them. Defendant's Exhibit NO is, there's 2,945 entries on NO. And some of them are exactly what the state says. Cheating people, Aztecs, and I don't know all the particular terms. But who's engaged in activity that would make someone think, I wonder what's on the internet about this, other than the person who's cheating? And we don't know how long Amy cheated. Now, Jerry Fraser said with him anyway, it was from maybe late May, he thought June of last year. But who was the person 5 years ago that cheated? Amy. Who would be concerned about those topics? Now, I know what the state is trying to do. It's like, well, Todd's going to go in there and he's going to search because he's suspicious and he's going to plan, he's going to do these things. I think the other way around makes more sense. And of course, the state has to discount what Trysten says. Doesn't want to lose his dad. Said he's with his dad the whole time, and then there's that change of timing that I talked about a few minutes ago. You saw Trysten. Pretty solid kid. And he said the same thing from the get-go. Now, if I was to describe yesterday here in this courtroom, if someone says, were you with Christy all day long? I'd say, yeah. Did I go out in the hall and go to the bathroom? Did I go down to the pop machine and get a pop? Sure. But I was with her all day long. That's what Trysten said. I was with him the whole time. Well, he was with him the whole time. They were in the barn together. Were they eyeball to eyeball? A couple times, no, apparently. And Trysten told you about that. I'm sure he does feel pressure. But is he not telling the truth? Is he covering for his dad? Did he make that up that quickly? That by the time they got to the... Well, he didn't even go to the hospital. He went back with Michael Krogman and told the two deputies what had happened, that him and Todd were in the barn. Amazing for him to come up with that and stick with it for so
Objection,
long.
there's no testimony to his statement at that time, Judge.
Go ahead, proceed, Mr. Firehelm.
Thank you. Witnesses Thompson and Cruz, the doctors. No problem with those. They did their jobs. They explained things to you. Amy was murdered. Dr. Thompson figured out that it wasn't an accident. He found more holes, and then they started to investigate. More puncture wounds. The state goes through, and I'm just too old to try to learn it. I don't have a PowerPoint, so just please listen to me as closely as you can. Those elements of malice aforethought and all of those things, you only have to get there if you think Todd did anything. Those are complicated instructions, and they have all this terminology. If you don't think Todd Mullis committed this act, then you don't have to try to analyze all that stuff. Things with, she mentioned the interview with the DCI agent that was here yesterday. He's trained, he's experienced, and he wouldn't let Todd say a word. He'd ask a question, but he wouldn't let him answer. And his analysis that, well, he should have just said, I didn't do it. He should have been more emotional about it or whatever. Todd's comment was, you're asking me to admit to something I didn't do. What's clearer than that? Especially when you walk into the room thinking that perhaps this is still an accident. And they made a big deal out of making that clear, that up until that point, until this agent says, we got the facts, we might even have some audio of you fighting in the kitchen that morning, we got it out of the cloud, which was a lie.
Objection.
Go ahead, Mr. Firehelm.
What that agent wanted from the get-go is he felt he was clever enough to get Todd to admit that he did something, and he would have had to get him to admit to something he didn't do, and Todd just wasn't going to do it. And you could see how many times he circled around and came back and tried to get him to say it. Todd's criticized by the state for becoming super dad. What the heck else was he going to do when she's gone for almost half the time through September and October? And I'm not criticizing her for being gone for love of family. And obviously this came up unexpectedly if he had an aneurysm or a brain bleed. There's no warning on that. But to now say, well, this is part of a plan. He was going to be super dad. It's grasping. On November 10th, 2018, in Delaware County, Iowa, Amy Mullis was viciously and deliberately murdered. Your job is to listen to the facts, the evidence, look at the exhibits, and decide what? Who did it? Partially. But the only part that you have to decide is if Todd Mullis did it. Because certainly she was murdered. The evidence that you've heard, both from the state and from the defendant, is that morning Todd and Trysten went to the other farm for chores to see if conditions would allow for further field work. They didn't. Back home, a bite to eat. Amy's doing a puzzle. She had had this medical procedure done a few days earlier on the 6th of November. And the plan, which had already been discussed between Todd and Trysten, was to go out to the hog barns and get ready for a delivery of pigs, the small pigs. That was their job, was to raise them up to butcher weight. Amy wants to join. Todd says she had been in the house due to that medical procedure, was getting kind of antsy and wanted to do something. So him and Trysten go out. She follows. They each take on a task, and number J, please. There's the barn that they went to. That loading chute door in the center, and to the very right, as you're looking at it, is that service door going into the office area. So that's where they went. Aye, please. There's that service door that you saw open in the first photo, and that's looking out from inside the office. And I believe Todd explained that as we're looking at this photo, that window to the right would be looking up towards the house and the shop. The window to the left is looking out into the main part of the hog barns. Would you go to Q, please? We were told that those are those heaters that Trysten was retrieving from that storage area and hauling out to the pens where they would be installed in anticipation of these small hogs, piglets, I guess. Triple R, please. I believe Todd explained that this is looking the other direction from the service door. Now the window on the left is towards the house and the shop. The window on the right is out into the hog barns. And you see straight ahead the door that goes out to where to the left would be the loading chute, and to the right would be the door that looks down that long hallway, which we'll see here in a second. X, please. Todd explained that that's the shot looking through that window on the south side, I think I got my directions right, of the office, which looks out into that hog area where they were working, getting things ready. T, please. Here you can see kind of a combination. To the right is the office, where we've seen the earlier photos, but now you can see down the long walkway to the other end of the barn. Go to N, please. N as in Nancy. There's a good layout of just how large this massive building is, and that long walk to the far end where there is another service door. And it's in there where they're taking these heaters and those nipple pipes that water things that Todd described, and as you can see, the light globes that Amy was cleaning. Standing on a pail sometime, or always. Q, please. I believe it's correct that if you would have gone the full length of the building, gone out that back service door, and now we're headed back towards the red shed, the shop, that area, that's what you'd see. That's how far you'd have to travel on foot to get up there. The red shed is just beyond that tree, and just to the left of the steel grain bins. O, please. The water hose is in the office where Trysten got a drink of water, just a few feet away from the doorway that we just looked through. W. They look out of the north window of the office area in the barn to the shop, and there's the garage on the end of the house. The area where Todd explained where he expected to see the pet carrier that Amy had gone to retrieve. Lastly, AA, please. And I believe Todd described this as you'd be standing very close to that service door going into the office and looking over towards the red shed. You can see the opening where the door is now wide open. So that's where we're at, the three of them, each doing their individual chores. But at some point, both Trysten and Todd observed some unsteadiness on Amy. They obviously are aware that she recently had this medical procedure. Terry Stanner told you about how it was. But she also, remember what Terry said? She went back to work that day. So, depending on what Amy's physical health was, because of maybe excessive bleeding and so forth that was described, we just don't know. Other than she'd been taking it easy for several days. Todd says to her, "Take it easy, go to the house." A couple different times, he and Trysten observed this unsteadiness. Finally, if you want to help, go get the pet carrier from the shed and put it up by the shop. And we know why. The kittens don't get run over, so forth. And that they had planned to get these water tank out of there with some motor vehicle, a skid steer or four-wheeler or something. So Todd and Trysten continued to work for an hour, perhaps, maybe longer. And finally, when they looked out that window that I just showed you towards the shop, there was no pet carrier, and Trysten went to see whether she couldn't get it out or had gone to the house and just didn't try or whatever. And then the horrible, horrible events are discovered. I've talked about it, getting put in the pickup, the 911 call, how Todd tries to see if she's alive or if she's breathing, responding. She's not. They meet, the 911 call we've talked about, and that he's not whispering terrible things at the end of it. Todd goes on to the hospital. Trysten goes back to the farm. Trysten tells his story. At the hospital, at the school, he's interviewed several times consistently, other than the differences about this time and being eyeball to eyeball. A difference that I say is not significant here at all. Where did this investigation go off the tracks? I would place that point when Todd said in the 911 call, she fell on the fork. At that point in time, he had no other explanation. He didn't believe it to be a brutal assault. The only thing he could think of, she had been dizzy and she's got a fork in her back. She must have fell trying to get this pet carrier out. Now you can second guess and Monday morning quarterback that thing, but now we know a lot more. She had the medical issues. She had the medical procedure 4 days earlier. She had been taking it easy. She wanted to get out of the house, and she had balance issues in the barn. Was it so unreasonable for him in that moment of panic on a 911 call when he's being asked what happened? She fell on this fork, and you can hear it. Was he to assume she had been murdered? What sense would that make? As the state says, it doesn't make sense. And I agree it doesn't make sense. But that doesn't make sense doesn't equate to Todd Mullis being guilty of first-degree murder. It was based on what he knew at the moment, at a moment of extreme emotional stress. He didn't know there was more than 4 puncture wounds. You saw all the clothes that came off. Even the medical people didn't know it until they really examined her, that there were more than 4 puncture wounds. Todd didn't know that, or Trysten either, really. As soon as the medical professionals informed law enforcement that an accident was not that it didn't appear to be an accident, and Todd's explanation didn't match up, he now becomes the only suspect. And as the agent said yesterday, we gather evidence that fits our theory. We gather evidence that points towards our suspect.
Objection. Mischaracterizes the testimony.
Go ahead, counsel.
We heard from Deputy Himseth. I hope I say that's wrong, and I'm not trying to butcher it. He came in, and he was talking about what he did, search warrants, interviews, and when we talked about the iPad, he told you, those were all done by Todd. I said, you sure? All done by Todd. Well, we know that's not true anymore. Unless Todd's on the internet looking for wedding dresses and diamond rings and tattoos that we know that Amy was planning on getting. All of them, according to him, they have to be. And when I asked him about diamond rings and wedding dresses, he says, well, he must have been looking for them. So that's...
Objection. Mischaracterizes the testimony.
The physical evidence, the CSI type stuff. There's not much here, hardly any. The rake handle, I agree with the state. Wooden handle, And even if it had fingerprints on it, it's going to have Todd's on it because he pulled it out of his wife's pack. Understandable. The pathology done by Dr. Cruz, clearly a murder. No other physical or scientific evidence. But wait a second. The state brought out that Dr. Cruz clipped her fingernails and put them in a bag, but they were never examined. Never examined, even though Dr. Cruz said that she suffered from defensive injuries to her hands. She had injuries to the front, to the jaw, that someone attacked her from the front. And if you're batting off attacks, your hands are out, your fingers are out, your fingernails are out. But that wasn't examined, that wasn't followed up on by the state, because it didn't fit their theory. I believe the agent, I'll try to be accurate, says scientific tests like that, it's not driven by the facts of the case. That's what he said, not driven by the facts of the case. Well, if someone's suffering defensive wounds and batting off their attacker, isn't that driving this thing? Wouldn't that drive an investigation into those fingernails to see if someone's DNA is there? Someone other than Todd Mullis's? I would argue that it would appear that if it's going to undermine the theory of the case, just don't do it. Only one suspect. I also believe, and again I'll try to be accurate, that the photographs of her hands is that there was no damage done to her nails. Well, if you've ever worked on a car or worked in the garden, can you get dirt under your fingernails or grease under your fingernails without injuring them? They took lots of photographs, apparently, of Todd's body, face, hands, back, feet, all of it. Any injuries? None. I believe, I don't know if it was the DCI agent or the deputy, that in ruling out Frazier as a suspect in this case, they did a self-tower search in his area of his home near Anamosa. No cell phone tower search around the Mullis farm. If someone, the murderer, was using a phone, had one, might have showed up on the cell phone tower. I have a page of all the witnesses: Deborah Shearbring, Jeff Fuller, Eileen Fuller, Angie Burr, Terry Stanner, the MEs, Thompson and Cruz, Patricia Christofferson. They told you about things that Amy said, things that they heard her say when they were around her. Like Patricia Christofferson was very much aware that Amy was having an affair. She was listening to Amy. Her knowledge of Todd, I think she admitted, was down to 2 instances. I think maybe they were both at funerals, or anyway, very, very minimal. Jerry Frazier, I'm sure it was a wonderful day in court for him. He said Todd called about these text messages, concerned about the professional nature of the contacts between him and Amy. He said he gave him an explanation and he thought Todd accepted it. And the relationship with Todd continued to be as normal as could be, all the way up till the time of the murder, even though he and Amy continued to have their affair. Frazier may have a different idea, and I think maybe some of the text messages and comments that Amy made to her friends start to show that even she started to realize that this was not going to be happily ever after with Jerry Frazier, that he was backing away, and that she was telling friends, I need to do this for myself. Eileen Fuller talked about a conversation about Todd saying that, I believe that's when he said, I'm not going to lose my farm. 2 to 3 years after the first affair, so that'd make it a couple of years ago, approximately. So is that evidence that Todd was planning and plotting the murder on November 10th, 2018? Quite a distance. The deputies, you heard from them, pretty straightforward. And again, I would state to you that Amy's comments to her friends about trying to make Todd out to be a bad guy was an excuse for her unfaithful conduct, wanting to keep the friends, knowing that some of those friends like Todd. Hardworking, good father, strong family man. Amy was just not satisfied. And again, after 4 to 5 years of what Todd perceived as being a normal, healthy family relationship, he's not, other than this little hiccup with Frazier and the text messages, which he follows up on and he's satisfied with the explanation. What he doesn't know is that Terry Stainer goes to a medical conference and there's someone there that she hears, apparently, that there's rumors that Amy's up to it again. So Terry goes back and tells Amy, that's the day that generated that crazy phone call to Deborah Sherbury, who didn't understand what in the world, other than she worked at the hospital, and Amy was worried about rumors. Amy probably does the right thing. She talks to Todd. Todd says, okay. Satisfied? And they go on. And then we go into that period where Amy's gone a lot. And maybe that had nothing to do with Jerry. We don't know for sure that there wasn't contact, but the health issues in the family. So September and October, other than her being gone, bad weather, farming, and Todd taking care of the family, that's what's going on up until November 10th. And that also in that 4 to 5 years of life, they changed their life in a positive way. They put in another barn, they bought more land, they had plans, even plans in that timber that Amy was afraid Todd would bury her in. That's where they were going to build a cabin to live in. And her interest in building a cabin there seemed to grow every time they visited it. The searches, all long before Amy's murder, if you look at the exhibit. And now it seems that the state is conceding that Amy did some, we don't know how many, but at least some of the searches, and she had access to that Google account that had Todd's name on it. The ones that the state seems to find most, a significant one anyway, the body organs on November 6th. Todd told you, Taylor was concerned, wanted to know more information, and together they looked up this information. The state seems to be asking you to believe that Todd was specifically looking for the areas in the body where these organs are at so he could aim this fork when he was swinging it wildly and hit them. It just doesn't seem plausible. On NO, on the very left column, there's a number, and it goes all the way to that 2900 thing I told you about. On August 29th, right around the time that Stainer was telling Amy there's rumors, there's a search about bipolar disorder. Now, could Todd have done that? Could Todd be concerned about Amy's rather erratic behavior that she seemed to be showing at times? Perhaps. The hunter safety, we talked about that. He said he searched for Frazier, trying to get his wife's phone number, how to contact her. I had a whole list of the ones that I was going to try to prove that Amy was on this thing. The hairstyles for wedding dresses, jewelry. Todd talked about the swimming, floating. Was this a plan to drown his wife, or was this something that he's doing with his kids? The Ohana tattoo, beer bread recipes, Domino's in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The DNA thing we've talked about. Boys raised like pussies. Well, Todd talked about that him and Amy were both concerned that maybe their son was being pushed around, money taken away from him. If you look at, that was at entry number 2725, that numbering system. At 2726, there's a research of Psychology Today, a very legitimate psychological magazine. So sometimes if you look around those searches, you'll see very legitimate connections to a real legitimate reason to be making those searches. Just a couple other witnesses. Michael Krogman, of course, talked about taking Trysten back to the farm. Told him to tell the truth. That's what he said yesterday. Trysten seemed upset, rightfully so. Mike Mullis talked about again, although it doesn't appear necessary now, that other people had access to that iPad, but he also talked about the security cameras, which Todd confirmed in his own testimony, that if you knock the antennas out of the windows, there is no recording. And that's how they found them the day after Amy's murder. Common sense, the state says, is one of the tools that you have here today, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. Common sense. Is that man diabolical enough to not only murder his wife with that thing, but to send his 13-year-old kid to find her? Is that guy? Did he do that? Does he present that type of horrible, horrible evil? You saw him. You get to judge him. Is there reasonable doubt? Jury instruction number 10. I said at the end of my opening statement, there isn't just reasonable doubt. There's no doubt. Who did it? I don't know. I have no one to suggest other than what I talked to you about here before. The state's case is that used car with new tires and a paint job. They're asking you to take it and buy it, but don't test drive it. Don't start it up. Don't take it for a drive. Start the engine, do the test, and what you'll find is that the state has not proven a case against Todd Mullis beyond a reasonable doubt. And as I stated, the dots don't even remotely connect here. do justice. Find this man not guilty. Thank you.
Ms. Hughes, whenever you're ready.
I bet it took you just a few minutes to realize that this wasn't an accident. Amy's face down, on her hands and knees, rake in her back, 6 puncture wounds. For the defendant to continue to think that this is an accident is implausible. The reason he stuck with that story for 6 days was because this was his plan. Every little thing that he did points right to his guilt. The defense wants you to believe that Amy's a liar. You would think that Amy's on trial for her own murder. Amy's the liar, Amy's the bad person, Amy's the one that does Google searches. It's asinine. They want you to believe that Amy's friends are all lying. That she lied to them and they're coming in here and lying to you. That they're all making this up. That they just want the defendant to go down. Do you think they want the right person to be responsible for this murder? To accept responsibility? If all of these witnesses are lying, if this is this big conspiracy.
I think that is an incorrect statement of my argument. I didn't say those witnesses are lying.
Go ahead, counsel.
If this is some big conspiracy that the state has, the police has against the defendant, couldn't these witnesses have made it better? Wouldn't they have all came in here and said the exact same thing? No, because Amy was telling them different parts about what was going on with her life. That makes sense. She's telling her brother how she wants a divorce and how she's asking her brother to keep furniture for her. It makes sense she's not telling her brother about her affair. She's telling some of her friends about her affair, about what's going on in her relationship. She's talking about different things with different people, which we all do all the time. Amy wasn't lying. She wasn't making this up. Why would she make it up? There's no reason why she made it up, because she didn't want people to be mad she was having an affair. She was going around telling people she was having an affair. It's not like she needed to come up with some big excuse as to why. If the defendant really believed that this affair was over, then why did he text Terry Stainer, "Everyone is lying to me"? He wants you to believe that, just like he wanted John Turbett to believe it when he first didn't bring up Jerry Frazier at all. And the defense wants you to think that interview with John Turbett wasn't good. He didn't give him the opportunity to actually deny it. Again, what I say is not evidence. What this man says is not evidence. The only evidence in this case is what comes from this witness stand and these exhibits that you get to take back there with you. You are to determine what you believe from these witnesses and these evidence. Think when you look at that clip of the defendant. This is a man who for 6 days is grieving his wife. He's so upset. This horrible, tragic thing happened. He is told that somebody came onto his property and butchered his wife with this corn rake, and he doesn't react at all. You are allowed to consider his actions before and after this homicide. Who acts like that? It doesn't make sense. Let's talk about Trysten again. This poor kid who didn't want to be here, who didn't want to testify, whose mother was brutally attacked, who had to find her. And they're saying, well, just believe him, right? Believe him. There is one vital piece of information that keeps changing in Trysten's testimony, and it's the amount of time that he's away from Dad. That he's initially not away from him, then it's 1 minute and 40 seconds, and then it's I don't know. And why? That's vital because that information buries him. We have tons of other evidence, but that seals the deal. Trysten's story keeps changing because he's coming to terms with the truth. He's a 13-year-old kid that wants to go back to the way things were, but it's never going to be that way because his mother is dead. When you think about not only the Google searches, but when you think about the defendant's testimony, he admits what he can't deny and denies what he can't admit. There's certain things he has to admit, right? He thought this was an accident. He didn't remember about the cameras. There's lots of things, and I won't go over it because I know that you guys were paying attention, you remember the evidence. And everything he admits, he has an excuse for. Everything. Organs of the body, buoyancy, anything that's somewhat damning, he's going to admit. Then there's the ones that are really bad, he just has to deny. He has to deny killing unfaithful women. He has to deny the ones about infidelity. He can't admit that. And again, they want you to believe that Amy is conducting those searches. I implore you to look through those Google searches. And yes, from the beginning, the state has conceded that Amy has done some searches on them. Does that mean she did those ones? No. Look at those searches. Look at the ones that we told you were relevant. Look at before and after, surrounding those and the exact times. Not days before or hours before. Look at the ones within minutes, and you will see that it's the defendant looking for combines and other things. Now let's talk about this 911 call. Again, the defense told you what they believe it says, and I told you what I believe it says. But that's not for you, or it is for you to determine, not just to listen what we say. And again, I'm just going to ask you to please listen to it over and over. Listen to it as many times as you need. 6, 53, and 7. And determine for yourselves what it says. When you take that with all the other evidence, you know what the defendant's state of mind that was that day. And the defense wants you to think that because the 911 is recorded, that the defendant would never say anything like this. This is a man who's excited, right? And he is excited. He's excited because he has to pretend he's excited. He's also excited because he just carried out this murder. It doesn't matter whether he planned it or not. He's still under the excitement of what happened. He just took a corn rake and stabbed his wife with it. Now he's in part of the cover-up. If you listen to that 911 tape, you can determine for yourselves what he says at those periods, and you will see that it just is another piece of evidence. This is not a Hail Mary. We don't need that 911 call. We don't need it. We don't need any part of that 911 call. It's just another piece of evidence that adds to everything else. Now, the defendant wants you to think that this is a whodunit, right? They talked a little bit about DNA and CSI and all that stuff. And what Agent John Turbett told you, it wasn't what the defense summarized his statement. It was that they follow the evidence. The evidence from day one has pointed at the defendant. But they did a 3.5-month investigation, interviewing 50 people. 19 search warrants. This wasn't a let's hurry up and arrest him. They did a thorough investigation. And every piece of evidence, every one that kept coming in, pointed straight to the defendant, proving more and more what he did. And just ask yourselves, because as we've been talking about, the common sense, right? Use your common sense. Did maybe the defendant not call 911 was because he wanted to get Amy in the car? He wanted a reason to touch this rake? As we talked about in jury selection, who is the one that determines the crime scene? Who determines the witnesses? Who determines what evidence to leave? The defendant does. He's the one that decides to commit that crime at that moment, around the people that he does, and leave what evidence he does. Think about that. This was a cold and calculated plan. It was planned for months and months. And even on that day, the defendant had a plan. It's not that this all just happened. The investigation never went off track. When you do listen to the 911 call, and the defendant talks about Amy falling on the corn rake, it is that's another piece of evidence for you to consider when you look at everything. As a person, if you find a loved one impaled with a corn rake, the fact that you're just going to jump to the conclusion that they fell on it, again, it just shows that he's telling this story from the beginning. The fingernail clippings, this suspect who's just out there roaming the streets. Oh my goodness, Delaware County must be such a horrible, it's in danger right now because there's somebody out there that committed this murder. No. John Turbot told you why there was no finger clippings. There was no analysis done on them. The defense can get up here all they want and try to tell you that there's injuries around her fingernails, but that's not what the evidence shows. John Turbot told you that her fingernails, according to the Emmy report, were short and intact. And look at those pictures of Amy's hands from both Dr. Thompson and Dr. Cruz. There is injuries on the top of her hands. There is none near her fingernails. There is no evidence that she scratched anybody or that happened. There's also no evidence that somebody attacked her from the front, like the defense said in their closing. There's evidence that she has injuries there. Unfortunately, we don't know what happened that day inside that shed. You know who knows? The defendant, because he was there that day in that shed with Amy, and he made sure the only other person that would be able to tell us isn't here. She's dead because of what he did. We do not need fingernail clippings to convict the defendant. Look through those jury instructions, every single page. Nowhere does it say we need DNA evidence. Nowhere does it say the state has to have fingernail clippings. We need to prove the elements that I went over with you in my opening closing, and that is what we have done here. The defense wants you to believe that this whole second affair thing is put to bed. It's over. That everything is going great. And I don't want to belabor this again because I know that you guys have gone over this. But Jerry Frazier tells you he's still communicating with Amy. He testified that up until when they started that Gmail account, until her death, the date of her death, they are communicating between 15 and 40 times a day. Jerry Frazier tells you himself, days before her procedure, they meet and she performs oral sex on him. This affair wasn't over, and the defendant wants you to believe it was because he was planning this. Because this all along was his plan. We know it was his plan from the Google searches. This is something he's been thinking about for a long time. And things aren't that, coupled with what's going on in September and October, the defendant is still trying to pretend like their marriage is perfect. It's great, nothing's going on. She's in Ankeny for half of the time, but he's such a loving husband he doesn't mind. It's ridiculous for you to believe that. The defense argued that who would send their 13-year-old to go and find their mother? You know who would do that? Somebody who's been planning and plotting to kill their mother. Somebody that had decided to do this. Somebody who had been planning it, looking it up on Google. Somebody who had been looking at all the different ways to do this. That was the significance of the other Google searches, to show you. He can have an excuse for it all he wants, but when you look at it in light of all the other evidence, you know he was trying to figure out, how am I going to do this? And he had to make it look like an accident, right? Let's be honest. He had to at first, hoping that it would work. He couldn't do something out of the ordinary. And what would be something that would maybe seem plausible? Maybe if he carried it out the right way, didn't strike her twice, a farm accident. Now, the defense wants you, I don't remember, he wants you to, something about a used car analogy, something about we don't want you to take it for a test drive, and we just want you to buy the car. Absolutely not. Take this car for a drive. Take out pieces of evidence, put it back in. Look at it. Look at one piece, look at other pieces. Most of this evidence on its own convicts the defendant. And then when you look at it all together, every single sign, every piece of evidence points in only one direction, one place, directly towards the defendant. The defendant wants you to believe what? That all of these things that you heard about, all of these pieces of evidence are just happenstance. He wants you to believe that it just so happens that Amy is planning on leaving the defendant. And not only is she planning on leaving the defendant, it just so happens at the same time she's planning on leaving the defendant, she's storing furniture at her brother's. And just so happens at the time that she's planning on leaving the defendant, storing furniture at his house, that she's telling other people about her having an affair and how she's afraid of the defendant. And it just so happens that at the same time when she's having an affair, when she's planning on leaving the defendant, just so happens that the defendant is communicating with Eileen Fuller and saying things about Amy being gone and how he's angry and he's sick of this. And it just so happens, right around this same time, right before it, when all of this is happening, that the defendant finds out about the affair, that he confronts Jerry and Amy about the affair. And it just so happens, when all of these other things are happening, that Todd and Trysten have a conversation. And remember Trysten told you that at one point he comes home from school and mom's crying and he goes outside and dad says something about mom talking to some guy. So it just so happens when all of these other things, when she's planning on leaving Todd, when she's telling her friends how afraid she is, when he's finding out about the affair, he's telling Trysten, it just so happens when all of that is happening that Amy has a procedure. And it just so happens that days before her procedure, it just so happens that they look up, the defendant with Taylor looks up organs of the body and looks at this map, specifically of organs. Just so happens. And it just so happens that 4 days later, no one else is around. It's just them on the farm. It just so happens that it's Trysten, Todd, and Amy out in the barn. And it just so happens when all these other things are going on that Amy gets dizzy, really dizzy from this procedure 4 days ago. And it just so happens not once, but twice she gets dizzy. Twice. And it just so happens at that point, not the defendant, because he doesn't want you to believe it was him now. It was Trysten. Trysten said, hey, maybe mom should go get that pet carrier. Just so happens when all these other things are going on, at that moment, they decide the thing that would be helpful for us, even though you're so dizzy, is go get this pet carrier for us in this narrow way, because you'll be fine. You're too dizzy to stay out here with us and to help us clean a light fixture, but you're not too dizzy to go get a pet carrier that's 15 pounds. And it just so happens, you would have to believe that it just so happens, when all these other things are going on, there is some mystery attacker out waiting on the Mullis farm. Just happens to be there at the exact moment that Amy Mullis just so happens to go to a red shed. It just so happens that the mystery attacker sees a corn rake to use as a murder weapon. It just so happens when all these things are going on, and that nobody else is on the farm, even for that mystery attacker, because then nobody else can see him. And it just so happens that no one hears a thing, not one word, nothing, sees anything, hears anything. So this mystery person, who clearly didn't even did they have a plan to go there and murder Amy without a weapon? Just so happens to be such a good murderer that nobody hears them and they leave absolutely no evidence. And it just so happens when all of this is going on, Todd and Trysten have a conversation about that pet carrier. And it just so happens that Todd sends Trysten to go look for it. Not back in the house to look for Amy. It just so happens. Not that he decides to go look for her. Not that he tells Trysten to go in the house and make sure Mom's okay. It just so happens when all of this is going on that he sends his 13-year-old son to go look for Amy, or that pet carrier. And it just so happens, when all of this is going on, the defendant runs to that shed and he doesn't call 911. And it just so happens that when all of this is going on, he chooses to just pick up Amy and pull that rake out. And it just so happens that he makes that 911 call. It just so happens with all of these other things that he says she fell on a corn rake. And it just so happens that he goes to the police station that day and he maintains that she fell on a corn rake and that he doesn't tell anybody about the cameras. It just so happens, according to his testimony, that he didn't even remember about the cameras. It just so happens the next day is the first time he thinks about it, but he doesn't tell anybody about it. And it just so happens that those cameras weren't working because he thinks some cats got them. And it just so happens that the next day the cameras come back up. And it just so happens, the Google searches, they just happen to be there when all this other stuff is going on. All of this other stuff that points right at him. It just so happens that somebody is using his Google account to search for infidelity and killing your cheating wife and all of those things. It just so happens. It just so happens that when he is told that this is an accident, that he has no response because he's so taken aback. It just so happens. You would have to believe that he is the most unluckiest man in the world. No, because that's not the truth. Because every single one of these things shows that he did this. Now, the defense told you in my opening, in his closing, that I'm going to say that I proved to you that he did it. And I am here to prove that to you, and I have proved that to you. I have proved it by the witnesses, we've proved it by the testimony, we've proved it by everything you've heard in court. And absolutely, I told you in jury selection that we have the burden of proof. And it is a good and decent burden. And it is a burden that we embrace. It is a burden that is met every day in criminal courtrooms. It is beyond a reasonable doubt. It is not beyond all doubt. It is not beyond a shadow of a doubt. It is not beyond a scintilla of a doubt. It is beyond a reasonable doubt. And clearly, we have proven the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm not asking you to find the defendant guilty just because I want you to. It's because the law dictates it. All of the evidence supports it, and justice demands it. Find the defendant guilty.
Okay, folks, turn your instructions back to number 27 and we'll read the last few. Instruction number 27, during the trial, you've been allowed to take notes. You may take these with you to the jury room to use in your deliberations. Remember, these are notes and not evidence. Generally, they reflect the recollection or impressions of the evidence as viewed by the person taking them and may be inaccurate or incomplete. Upon reaching a verdict, leave the notes in the jury room and they will be destroyed. Instruction number 28. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media, such as a telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, BlackBerry, or computer, the internet, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, blog, or website, such as Facebook, YouTube, Snapchat, Instagram, or Twitter, to communicate to anyone any information about this case, or to conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict. Your cell phones must be turned off during deliberations. If the length of deliberation causes you to need to make a call regarding personal arrangements, such as child care or other scheduling issues, you may make such calls when the jury takes a break and temporarily stops deliberations, but you must not discuss the case until after you've reached your verdict and I've released you from jury duty. Instruction number 29, when you begin your deliberations, you should select a foreman or forewoman. He or she shall see that your deliberations are carried on in an orderly manner, that the issues are fully and freely discussed, and that every juror is given an opportunity to express his or her views. In order to return a verdict, each juror must agree to it. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and reach an agreement, if you can do so without compromising your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with the other jurors. During your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your view and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong. But do not change your opinion as to the weight or effect of the evidence just because it is the opinion of the other jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. Remember, you are judges of the facts. Your sole duty is to find the truth and do justice. Instruction number 30, I am giving you one verdict form. You will find only one verdict. When you have agreed upon a unanimous verdict and the foreperson has signed the verdict form, please notify the court attendant. Signed at 2 p.m. this 20th day of September 2019. Okay, just a couple other small pieces of information before we send you out to start your deliberations. Occasionally, during the deliberation process, the jury may have a question. If you have a question, you have to reduce your question to writing. It needs to be signed by your foreperson and given to the court attendant. The court attendant will bring the question to me. I'm required to inform the parties of the question, and we have to make a record about your question and the proposed response to you. You need to understand that words not specifically defined in the jury instructions should be given their ordinary meaning. I cannot comment to you about the evidence. You will receive no additional evidence. After I've talked with the attorneys, taken the time to make a record, we will get back to you with a written response. Typically that takes some time, some delay. You should bring any written questions you have and the written responses you receive from me together with the verdict form into the courtroom when you've reached a verdict. All of you must be together when you deliberate in this case. If anyone steps out of the jury room to use the restroom, make a phone call, smoke a cigarette, whatever it may be, discussion about this case has to stop. You can only discuss this case in any capacity when all of you are together. The instructions talk about your cell phones being turned off. The court attendant will actually keep all of your cell phones and electronic devices. If you need to use your phone for some reason, you can ask the court attendant and she'll allow you to take a break and use your phones. Remember, you still can't use them to communicate with anyone about this case or to do anything to acquire any information about this case. Last thing is, there are 14 of you, only 12 of you get to deliberate. We have a jury of 12, 2 of you are alternates in case during this trial someone became ill or had an emergency. Mr. and Ms. will be the two alternates. The two of them cannot speak with the rest of you in any way about this case, their thoughts, their feelings, anything. When I excuse you very shortly here, all 14 of you will go to the jury room, and Mr. and Ms. will collect any possessions they have, give the court attendant a cell phone number for them, and then they are excused and free to leave. The two of them remain under the admonition. You cannot talk to anyone about the case, shouldn't draw any conclusions, and you cannot do anything to acquire any information about the case. If one of these jurors becomes ill or has an emergency, one of you may be called in to take their place. When the jury has reached a verdict, the court attendant or I will call both of the alternates and let you know what the verdict was, and at that time release you from the admonition. Okay. Throughout trial, I've been telling you, you can't discuss the case with anyone, including each other. Now, obviously, is the point where the 12 of you are going to start discussing the case with each other. I have the verdict form, and I'm going to give this to the court attendant, and she will at this time take you back into the jury room to start your deliberations.
All right, let's recap what we saw so far. And I have to say, Mandy. All right, so we'll move on. No worries, guys. Let me end this poll. Let's see, I'm going to end the poll. Let's see where we stand with this. How long do you think it took? How long will the jury take to reach a verdict? Under 1 hour, 2%. 1 to 3 hours, 50%. 3 to 5 hours, 27%. 5 to 8 hours, 19%. Okay. All right, so let's recap. So that we basically are with closing arguments before we get to the verdict. And I will tell you how long they deliberated for. So the state gets up. Denise is her name. Denise, what is her last name? Prosecutor Denise Timmons. Denise Timmons brought the passion. So let's see. She's like, Amy didn't stand a chance. She about to be ambushed by the very man that took a vow to love and protect her. Amy would be alive were it not for Todd's actions. The killer would have to know Amy went to the shed and that a weapon would be there. I thought that was pretty powerful. That I'll give her. That I will give her. Because the defense is saying, we don't know who killed her. Some rando is just running around Manchester. But I'll give that to Denise. Somebody had to get to the farm when the Mullises knew that nobody else was on the farm. Know when Amy went to the shed. They could be lying in wait. They could be watching. Go into the shed with her. Know that there was a what do you call it, a rake there. So I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Oh, Mandy. Well, obviously not many saw my chat. Can I move back to the front of the bus? Sure, Mandy. All right. Where did I leave off? Okay, so the 911 call. Yeah, that's where, the power of suggestion. I think, and Beautiful Waterfall, we were kind of going back and forth there with that you think that the state maybe overreached, maybe, just a little bit. Yeah, Little Miss, I'll get to your theory. That's a good one. Let me get to that in a second. That they should not have brought in the 911 call with the cheating and go to hell, but that they had enough evidence. And if the jury had thought, wow, no, he didn't say that, you're wrong, I think there was still enough evidence, if you were of that mindset, that the state proved their theory. If you didn't hear that and you're like, wow, you're really reaching, would that have changed your mind? Was there enough evidence to show that Todd had done this? I could see that there was. I could also see that there's enough reasonable doubt. There were only 2 people on that farm, and Trysten again had means and motive. That's just where I stand with all of this. Okay, let's see. Talk about Trysten. She did talk about Trysten for a little bit. Oh, and Todd put Amy's bleeding body on top of Trysten. I don't know. She thought that was the worst thing in the world. I liked her. I liked her passion. I liked Denise's passion. She rubbed me the wrong way a little bit, only because I think I was siding on Todd's side a little bit more than I should be maybe on this. I don't know. So the tines did go through to puncture her breast implant. So that proves Curviel and whoever else was on that side of the story, that side of the equation. So the tines did go through her body. Oof. Ouch. So at that point I said, did the state prove their case? 58% of you said yes, 21% said no, and 19% said not sure. I think I was in the not sure. I don't think they proved their case. So maybe I would say, well, I still have reasonable doubt. Okay. So then the defense came up, and the defense was a snooze. My goodness, he put us to sleep. So Trysten said dad is out of eye contact for just a few minutes. So Trysten went to go get a drink of water a couple times. So his dad was out of eye contact. So would Todd be able to run, football field, which is 300 feet, another 30 feet to the shed, do all this, then run back? Within a couple minutes, he'd be out of breath. He'd probably be sweating. He'd probably be really hyperactive. So Trysten didn't say anything about that, which again, reasonable doubt. Trysten never once said, yeah, my dad, he seemed really odd that one time. There was like one moment I didn't see him for a little while. Then he came back and he was all sweaty. And right, wouldn't you think that if you did all that, if you ran basically 2 lengths of a football field, did this deed, and then, I don't know, I would think that you would be hyperactive. You would be, didn't he Google the thrill of a kill? I would think that Trysten would have noticed that. So, so then there were no injuries on Todd. Not that I think, then they showed they did the autopsy photo of Amy's face, got shown really quickly, and a lot of you saw it, and she had a huge mark here. Huge mark, like that big of a, I mean, it was pretty big. I thought it might have been when she fell, like if she gets stabbed and she falls, I thought maybe that, she caught herself on the concrete, or maybe on the side of maybe the side of where all the bins were, maybe, because if you get stabbed, you're going to go forward, and her knee was really bruised. She did have some defensive wounds, I think, on a few defensive wounds. But it wasn't a lot. I mean, they were pretty minor. I wish I had taken a screenshot of it. They were pretty minor, I thought. Not enough that, she's like, blocking a pitchfork coming at her. I got the sun in my eyes. I'm going to close that in a second, the curtain. So the defense was really boring. I didn't take many notes. So at that point, is Todd guilty of first degree? And first degree, as we know, did Todd committed the act? Amy died as a result of the act. He acted in malice, premeditated. So that's first degree. So is Todd guilty of first degree? 54 said yes, 33 said not sure, and 11 said no. I was of not sure. I was not convinced 100% that he did this. I just didn't see it. All right, state rebuttal. So then Denise came flying back in. She was all tons of passion, which I really appreciate. Stuck with the story, but everything points to his guilt. Defense says Amy is a liar. Amy did these Google searches. Amy lied to her friends, and then they came in and lied. Why did he text everyone is lying to me? And then heavy snark when she said, oh, and are we supposed to believe that Todd had been grieving for all 6 days? She really got in his face at that point. Trysten's story kept changing, but because he's coming to terms. So Trysten's time away from Dad keeps changing. It was 1 minute and 46 seconds, and then he says he doesn't know how long. That's one way to shift the burden off of Trysten, but did anybody really look at Trysten? I don't think they really looked at him. Because they said, oh, he's 13 years old. He would never have done that. I think a hard look needs to be made at Trysten, but that's just me. She talks about the 911 calls. Another attacker. Now, see again, this is where she scored points for me. Another attacker appears at the farm, sees Amy go to the shed, knows there's a rake in the farm. No one hears a thing. It just so happens. And how many times did she say it just so happens? So she said, it just so happens. It just so happens. I thought that was pretty powerful in the sense of, all right, I got to close this curtain. Hold on, guys. I thought that one made some points for me, that who else would have done it other than who was at the farm? And since they're not going to point the finger to Trysten, it's got to be Todd. So by process of elimination, it was Todd. But who other than Todd and or Trysten would have been lying in wait for Amy, had a beef, first of all, with Amy. Nobody really had a beef with her that we know of. Laid in wait for her, watched her go into the shed, confronted her, and then Todd doesn't hear any of this. And then, I mean, they're in the country. It's not like you can just pull up and park. And so that one scored some points for me. All right. Let me bring up some things here, because Little Miss had a theory, which was, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, Little Miss, but so you think that she backed into the corn rake and then fell down, then she fell back on it again? Post that again, Little Miss. I want to bring that up again. All right. Mandy Strong says, Trysten's job was to bring the space heaters inside the hog pen, which was the size of a football field. He wasn't looking at his dad. He was doing his job. Okay. But they were at that point in time, they were both going to get drinks, or at least Trysten was going to get drinks. That's when he didn't have his eyes on his dad. And remember, this happened, the last text that Amy sent was at 10:12, and then the 911 call was like 12:00 something. So somewhere between basically 10:15 and 12. Let's even say 10:30 to 12. So sometime in that hour and a half, this happened. So I think Trysten may have been done at that point in time, because remember, he took over cleaning the light fixtures for Mom as well. All right, let's see. Bap says, I think Trysten didn't want to implicate his father. Okay, beautiful waterfall. You had some good points. Let's see, bring up this latest one. The fence would have been wise to focus on showing how it could have been a freak accident. There's your reasonable doubt. Right, but how do you prove that a freak accident? How do you prove that a woman or whoever, person, gets stabbed twice in the back, has a huge abrasion here, knee is bruised? All right, do we need to bring up, let's bring up, do you guys want me to bring up her autopsy photos again? Let me know. Groovy Cheryl says, I don't think Trysten had a motive unless he's a real sick kid. Well, Cheryl, here's my thought on that. He did have a motive because Amy was afraid that Trysten was becoming more and more like his dad. One of the things was that they hunted together, they fished together. He stopped wearing underwear, which is a really weird thing because Dad wasn't wearing underwear. He loved his dad. Amy was afraid that he was becoming more and more like his dad. But on the other side of that coin, there was one time where Trysten didn't want to get on the school bus because he was afraid that his mom wouldn't be there when he got home. So I think the motive was that the rumors were flying around town. He's 13 years old. Who knows what 13-year-olds are saying to him? You know, your mom's a hoe. God knows what 13-year-olds are saying to him. You know, I can see that too, and he just got sick of it. I don't know how mentally strong Trysten is. And his what do you call it? His testimony, he sounded pretty together, you know. Hey, Sneaky. Thank you. Good to see you. So he sounded pretty intelligent. He sounded pretty well put together, rational. Yeah, Capri. Yeah, this is the second time I watched it, and the first time Aaron and I watched it, and we did not like her. We did not like Denise at all. She was just like, no, rubbing me the wrong way. I don't mind it so much. I don't mind her so much now. She's definitely snarky, but yeah, it just so happened she tied up with a neat little bow. All right, what else? Was he asked about that? What was he asked about, Kathy? Remind me. I'm saying like 20,000 things. Was he asked about that? What was he asked about? Marley Mum, good to see you. Trysten, unfortunately, was being involved with adult issues. Absolutely, 100%. Yep, that I cannot deny. So that's why the boy was Googling all that crazy stuff. Yeah, they didn't prove to me that it was just Todd Googling Aztecs and, adultery and, all that stuff. Mandy says, Trysten is 100% innocent and a victim of that toxic and failing marriage. Yep, my heart breaks for him. I agree. Yeah, he's not in a good position. That is for sure. You guys got anything else to say before we move on? Okay, so the jurors deliberated. So this was Friday. They deliberated for 3 hours, nearly 3 hours on Friday. They were unable to reach a verdict. Then they came back on Monday. And after about 7.5 hours, over 2 days, they did reach a verdict. So let's go and let's watch that verdict. All right, let's go and watch the verdict. We have to pull this comment down. Hold on. Okay. I got it just in time. So this is Rottweiler Investigations. Thank you guys for allowing us to play this. Really appreciate it. Okay, we're going to now listen to the verdict. Let me put myself over here. Okay. Are you ready for the verdict? Little Miss, yes, I did, but I didn't quite remember exactly what it was. So put it back, post it again, or save it and post it so that I can remember exactly. I thought it was she fell on it, and then fell back on it again. I didn't quite get it. So post it again, Little Miss, and then I'll copy it and we'll discuss it afterwards. All right. Thank you, Rottweiler Investigations, for this. Appreciate it very much. Thanks, guys. No audio yet. Hold on. Hang tight. No audio yet.
Okay, the record should reflect that it is 2:30 p.m. on Monday, September 23, 2019. I've been informed by the court attendant that the jury has reached a verdict. The jury is not back with us yet. I want to inform everyone of a couple of things. First of all, again, any cell phones, electronic devices, anything like that, turn them off, put them in your pocket. If law enforcement or security sees anyone using any electronic device, it'll be taken from you immediately. Secondly, this is unquestionably an emotional case for both parties. When the verdict is read, I expect there to be no outbursts, no disruptions of court of any kind. For those of you seated, stay seated. Don't stand up. If you stand up, law enforcement will be very close to you very quickly. I want this proceeding to go without any problems, any issues, any commotion of any kind. Okay, let's go ahead and have the jury brought in, please. Please be seated, everyone. Okay, for the record, we are back in the courtroom. The defendant is personally present. All of the attorneys are present. The jury has now joined us. I am informed that the jury has reached a verdict. Would the foreperson please hand the verdict to the court attendant? Okay, this is the State of Iowa versus Todd Michael Mullis. Delaware County case FECR 012941. We, the jury, find the defendant, Todd Michael Mullis, guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree, signed by the jury foreperson. Is the defense asking that the jury be polled? Okay. Does the court attendant have the jury list? Go ahead, let's poll the jury at this time.
Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
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 Or is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
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 Or is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Is this your true and correct verdict? Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to dismiss you in just a moment here. I would ask that you go back to the jury room. The court attendant will collect your badges. Make sure she collects your notes so that those can be destroyed and you can get your possessions and your belongings. I would ask that you wait for just a few minutes. I will come back there and talk with you. I do that in every trial. Give you the opportunity to ask questions, lodge any complaints that you may have, or give any advice about how we can make things better for jurors in the future. So I do want to thank you again. I know the attorneys have thanked you. We thank you for your service. This is critically important for how our system of justice operates. And at this point in time, I will discharge you and send you back to the jury room. Please be seated, everyone. Okay, for the record, the jury has been excused. The defendant is advised, based upon the jury's finding, that he has the right to file a motion in arrest of judgment and a motion for new trial pursuant to Rule 2.24. Mr. Mullis, your attorneys can explain that right to you. Pursuant to statute, you are not to be admitted to bail pending sentencing, and we will set a sentencing hearing in this matter. I'll talk with the attorneys about the issue of waiving PSI, which I presume will happen, and about picking a day that is mutually agreeable to the parties to set the matter for sentencing. Is there anything else the state needs to do on the record today?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense on the record?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll stand adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
And everyone can just remain in the courtroom for a few minutes, and we'll be back to release you.
Stick around, chat. Don't go anywhere. We have sentencing coming up, so don't go anywhere. Okay, chat, so now this is going to be sentencing. So now we're going into the sentencing phase. So, or maybe not. Anyway, sentencing is coming up, so just hang tight.
All right, everyone can go ahead and go. We do just ask that you not stick around the courthouse. I realize people want to talk about it, but we don't want people mulling in the halls.
All right, I'm going to end the poll soon. What do you guys think? We got 39 votes, 93 people watching. Go ahead and vote. I'll leave it up until we get to the sentencing phase. Let me know what you think. What poll do you guys want? The last poll was, did the jury get it right? So what poll do you guys want to see? How long he should get? Yeah, I didn't put up a poll on sentencing. The last poll was, did the jury get it right? 63% of you said yes, 14% said no, and 21% said they're not sure. Let's have a poll to kick someone off the island. Yeah, let me know what kind of poll you want. Like what he deserves, the sentencing, how long he deserves. The last poll of, do you think the jury got it right? JM, is that the one? Poll to see what poll? I'll put up a poll to see how many of you want to see the last poll. Yes, Groovy Cheryl. Yes, I had that one. Yes. So the last one was, did the jury get it right? All right. So we're waiting for sentencing. I think I can zoom. Oh, okay. I'm going to go off. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. All right. No sound yet, Chad. Hold on. No sound yet. Bear with me.
In this matter, on September 16, 2019, on September 23, 2019, the jury returned a verdict of guilty to the charge of murder in the first degree. The defendant has filed a motion for new trial and motion in arrest of judgment, filed on November 4, 2019, and a second motion on February 28, 2020. The second motion was filed with the court's approval as to timeliness. The state has filed responses to those motions. The matter is scheduled today for hearing on the defendant's motion for new trial and motion in arrest of judgment. I have read and printed the motions, the state's responses. I will say for the record that all of the pleadings by both parties will be considered as part of the record today for purposes of post-trial motions. Counsel can make argument on those motions and supplement them at this time if they would like. Mr. Hamrock, it is your motion. Do you want to go first?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please support counsel and Mr. Mullis. Judge, we did file a brief in this matter. I'm glad that you've incorporated that with all the other pleadings. I do want to touch on a few items that was contained within our brief. First of all, Judge, the first item we'd like to talk about would be prosecutorial misconduct during the course of the trial itself. As we've set forth in our brief, Ms. Hughes, one of the prosecutors in this case, did in fact play the 911 tape. She asked questions which can be found in the transcript at page 88. And the question or questions that were asked by Ms. Hughes are, first, she says, "Now, Todd, here I'm going to play you the part where you're doing the chest compressions, and I'm just going to ask that you listen in between the chest compressions, okay?" And then plays the 911 call. "Now, Todd, did you just hear that whisper at the end of that?" He answers yes. The question, "And what did you whisper?" He answers, "I couldn't hear it." "Okay, I'm going to play it again." Question, "Todd, do you whisper 'cheating whore' right there?" Todd says no. "So you don't remember what you whispered?" "No." "Okay, I'm going to play another clip for you." Plays the 911 call. Do you know what you whispered there? No. Did you hear that? So I'm going to play that part one more time. Next question, right there. Do you say, "Go to hell, cheating whore"? Todd says no. So you don't hear that. He says no. You didn't hear at 6:53, cheating whore. You didn't hear that. I didn't hear that word. It's right at the end, after you hear a ping, you don't hear, "Go to hell, cheating whore," and the answer is no. After the conclusion of this trial, counsel had the tape reviewed by an expert company. And the fact of the matter is that none of those statements were contained on that tape. So in looking at this, Your Honor, the question is, did Ms. Hughes intentionally, recklessly, and repeatedly use prejudicial terminology while she knew or reasonably should have known this phrase was not in the recording that was played? Was this were her questions distorted to get distorted testimony, making unsupported statements during her closing argument, diverting the attention away from the actual existing and presented evidence? So to prove prosecutorial misconduct, we must show that the prosecutor acted with reckless disregard, and that's contained in State versus Leadham. Also, the Iowa Supreme Court has set forth in State versus Schlitter to specifically note that conduct by a prosecutor that deprives a defendant of a fair trial is prosecutorial misconduct within the confines of the law. Further, the court specifically identified examples of prosecutorial misconduct, including questioning witnesses about others' deceit, distorting testimony, and this is the important one, making unsupported statements during closing arguments, stating the defendant lied during testimony, diverting the jury from deciding the case based on evidence, and making other inflammatory or prejudicial statements about the defendant. That's what happened in this case. By asking those questions, knowing that those statements were not contained on that audio tape, I think rises to the level of misconduct. Now, I expect to hear from the government that jurors were interviewed, at least a juror was interviewed after the trial in this case, and that juror said that, well, we were on both sides of the fence, or we were undecided, meaning some probably thought that was said, some didn't think it was said, but they couldn't come together, so we disregarded it. Well, the problem is, I wasn't in that jury room, the court wasn't in the jury room, the government wasn't in the jury room. We don't know what the jurors talked about. We don't know if they actually, all of them did disregard it. The jurors have not been placed under oath and asked these questions. That has not happened. So it puts us in a position, Judge, where the only way that we can right the wrong that took place at trial at this point in time is going to be to grant Mr. Mullis a new trial in this case, along with further instruction. The next issue that I would like to talk to the court about today is going to be whether or not Mr. Mullis received effective assistance of counsel during the course of this trial. Now, Judge, Mr. Mullis has always maintained that this was an accident. He has never come out and said that this was a murder ever. Second, he never told his counsel at the time that they could concede an essential element of a crime that Mr. Mullis has been accused of committing. And what happened in this case? Well, during the opening statement, The fact that this was a murder and the jury has to figure out who did it, was conceding an essential fact or an essential element that the government would have to prove beyond reasonable doubt to the jury. Now, that's important because there's a United States Supreme Court case, McCoy versus Louisiana. And in that case, the Supreme Court, under Head Note 6, goes on to say that numerous choices affecting conduct of the trial do not require client consent, including the objections to make, the witnesses to call, and the arguments to advance. The court goes on to say, though, that counsel in any case must still develop a trial strategy and discuss it with the client. The court goes on explaining why, a lawyer needs to say why, in their view, conceding guilt would be the best option. And that did not happen in this case. To further advance that notion that it didn't happen, on July 7th of this year, Todd Mullis was involved in a probate proceeding, probate hearing that was under oath. And we've attached this as an exhibit to our brief. During that time, or during that hearing, Todd was represented by his counsel, and the estate was represented by one attorney, William Strong. Now, during the course of cross-examining Mr. Mullis, so these questions were not asked by his lawyer, they were asked by the lawyer for the other side. So during cross-examination, back July 7th of 2020, the question was asked by Mr. Strong of Mr. Mullis. And I quote, "And I believe during your criminal trial, you took the position that Amy was murdered, but it just wasn't you. Do you recall that?" Mr. Mullis, under oath, says, "I never said that." The next question. "Well, I believe that was evidence that your attorney asked you during the criminal trial. You don't recall that testimony." There's an objection, and the question gets reread, and Mr. Mullis answers, "I never gave my lawyer the request to state that." Meaning, I never asked my lawyer to concede that this was a murder and just take one of the elements that the government would have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt out of the equation. We have it under oath. I think that with the guidance of the United States Supreme Court, what we have Mr. Mullis saying, how this case went, because once an admission to a murder is made in an opening statement, you can't put that back in the bag. That's out. The jury's already believing that this was somehow a murder and that they just have to decide who committed it. Once again, the only way that we can right this wrong is to grant Mr. Mullis a new trial. Last, I want to talk about the totality of the evidence that came in, viewed in the light most favorable to the government, which is how the court has to look at this. Was there enough to convict Mr. Mullis? And what we have to look at is what happened on November 10, 2018. Well, we know that on that day, Todd Mullis, his original plan was to go and do what's called chisel farming. He was going to go to a different property that they either rented or owned, and he was going to do some work on the ground to get it ready for the spring crops. The ground was too frozen, as it turns out. That particular day was too cold. Mr. Mullis then goes back to his house where he and Amy and Trysten, his 14-year-old son, have breakfast. After that, Mr. Mullis and his son Trysten decided that since he couldn't do the chisel plowing, that they would go hang heaters in the hog barn that's located on their property. Amy decides that she wants to come out and potentially help and do whatever, so she goes out as well. Amy, had a procedure a day or two before and wasn't feeling all that great. So, nonetheless, she goes out. They're there, and how this barn is set up is that it is a barn that runs east and west, and there are 3 entrances into this barn. There's the main entrance on the west end of the barn, which you walk into what I call like an open office setting. It has some tools hanging there. It has what else becomes very big in this case. It has a water spigot and a garden hose in that little area. There's a window in that area that looks out down to the east so you can see into the hog barn itself. Just a few feet away is a doorway where you would enter or walk through to get in to the barn part itself. The only other entrance on the west end of the building, you would have to walk up a ramp, and it's like that because that's where semis would back up to that door that's elevated off of the ground for hogs to travel in and out of the barn. The last entrance or exit is clear on the southeast corner of the barn. This barn is about 100 yards in length for where the cattle can be. Trysten and his father were working on the west end. They were starting on the west end, going to work their way towards the east, hanging these lamps so that when they got the small hogs in, they would be warm during the winter months. Now, Amy decides that she's going to go back into the house, and somehow it comes up, I think maybe Todd asked her if she could grab the cat carrier out of the red barn, which would be located to the west and to the south of the hog barn. So Amy leaves, and they don't see her. They continue to work, and it's at least 15 minutes, if not a little bit longer, before Trysten says he's thirsty and he's going to go around the corner and get a drink of water. So he leaves to go around the corner and get a drink of water. Now, as he's standing there getting his drink, he doesn't see Todd Mullis walk by him and go out the west side door. He doesn't see Todd Mullis go up the ramp, open the hog door, and jump down to the ground. All right? The only other way this could have happened, and it's impossible that it did happen, would be that Todd Mullis would have to sprint 90 yards to the east, over to the east door. Todd Mullis would then have to exit. And bear in mind that this is 15, 20, maybe longer minutes later. Todd Mullis doesn't know where Amy is located at. So whether she's in the red shed, whether she's in the house, he doesn't have any idea. So then that means that Todd would have to sprint 100 yards back to the front or the west side of the barn, and then the red barn is located approximately 30 yards away. So they'd have to sprint 30 yards over to the red barn. He then would have to commit this criminal act that he's been accused of by finding a pitchfork or corn rake and then put it down, then sprint 130 yards back to the east to that door, sprint another 90 yards once he gets inside back to the west, start working on the heat lamps, not be out of breath, be perfectly normal, all while Trysten left to go get a drink of water and come back in. It would be physically impossible for him to do that. That's the only time that I believe that he was out of, except for maybe one other drink, which was short, that they were out of each other's eyesight as they're working in the barn. It wasn't until Trysten leaves to go find Mom that he finds mom, yells, or speaks loudly, whatever the case may be. Todd hears, and then Todd goes over and then for that reason, and for all of the other reasons that I've talked about today, the only way to make this right for Mr. Mullis is to grant a new trial. And our reasoning and facts for the motion and arrest of judgment are the same, so I'm not going to reiterate everything for the motion and arrest of judgment. So in the end, Judge, we are asking that this court grant a new trial, allow us to proceed to trial, and present our evidence. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hughes, do you want to go ahead and offer the state's argument?
Yes, Your Honor. As you are well aware, Judge, a court may grant a new trial pursuant to Iowa Rule of Criminal Procedure 2.24, subsection 2, subsection B, subsection 6, when the verdict is contrary to law or evidence. The language contrary to evidence means contrary to the weight of the evidence. In ruling on a motion for new trial, the court may weigh the evidence and consider the credibility of the witnesses. In the current case, the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements necessary for murder in the first degree. The verdict was consistent with the weight of the evidence, which showed the defendant committed murder in the first degree. As Your Honor is well aware, the decision to grant a new trial is within the discretion of the court and should be exercised with caution. Your Honor, with regards to the motion, the second motion for new trial and motion in arrest of judgment filed by the defense, I will briefly talk about the 7 different issues or points that they addressed. The first one being prosecutorial misconduct. The defendant takes issue with what I indicated and what I believed then and still believe the evidence showed. But it is the state's position, Your Honor, that even if the jury did not believe that's what the tape said, I very deliberately and several times instructed the jury during closing to decide what they believed the tape stated. In fact, Judge, I told them not to listen to what I said or to what the defense attorney said, and I advised them to decide that for themselves. Additionally, Your Honor instructed the jury that questions and statements made by the lawyers are not evidence and are not to be considered as such. You not only instructed them on that, Your Honor, but you also included that in the jury instructions in writing that were given to the jury. And those are the same instructions that were given to the jury that they used in deciding their verdict. As Your Honor is well aware, a new trial based on prosecutorial misconduct is only warranted when it is so prejudicial as to deprive the defendant of fair trial. The defendant bears the burden of showing both prosecutorial misconduct and prejudice. The defendant did not do that in this case. With regards to the second issue addressed by the defense, it discusses improper expert testimony by Deputy Hemisaf. First, Judge, it's the state's position that an issue such as this cannot be raised for the first time in a motion for new trial. I do agree that the defendant objected to the Google searches coming into evidence, and that was an issue that was litigated prior to trial that Your Honor appropriately ruled on. However, to the best of the state's recollection, the issue of Deputy Hemisaf actually going through those searches was not objected to at the time of trial and cannot be raised now. But nonetheless, Your Honor, Deputy Hemisaf's testimony was proper. The issue of the Google searches goes to the weight of the evidence and not the admissibility, if you are even talking about the actual searches. The defense properly addressed the issues they had with the Times on cross-examination, which was the appropriate way for them to challenge the evidence and to subsequently make the proper arguments that applied. But Judge, the bigger issue with regards to what the defense brings up is that the state did not offer Deputy Hemisaf as an expert witness. He testified as a peace officer and as a lay witness. I know that Your Honor, he testified regarding the Google searches. The Google searches already came into evidence because of what Your Honor ruled in a prior motion. And they came in because the state presented a letter of authenticity from Google. So the searches were coming in. Deputy Hemosath did talk about them, and that was the manner in which we decided at that time to publish them to the jury. And the defense made a big deal about the UTC time. Again, that goes to the weight and not the admissibility. The searches were relevant because of the content, not because of the time. And furthermore, Judge, the jury again was instructed by Your Honor in the jury instructions that they are to decide the credibility of witnesses. And I know Your Honor is well aware with the instructions that were given in this case and the credibility of witness instruction that's given in cases, in criminal cases all through the state of Iowa. And it indicates that to the jury that in determining the facts, you may have to decide what testimony you believe. You may believe all, part, or none of any witness's testimony. And again, the jury used those instructions when they decided their verdict. In the defendant's motion, and briefly in their brief, they also talked about improper hearsay testimony, but that was not addressed in detail. But, Your Honor, the state would just say that you made appropriate rulings in the pretrial motions and during trial regarding what statements were admissible. This court has not misdirected the jury in a material matter of law, nor erred in the decision of any question of law during the course of the trial. The state contends that the challenged legal rulings made by the court in the context of the trial were made correctly, and no legal grounds exist to set aside the verdict in this case due to any alleged legal error. Your Honor, I'm going to address point number 4 and 5 that counsel made together. I'm sorry, it was 4 and 5 in the motion, and then today talking about ineffective assistance of counsel. As Your Honor is well aware, there is a controlling case from the Supreme Court of Iowa, State v. Trane, T-R-A-N-E, which is the controlling case that talks about claims of ineffective assistance of counsel. And this, the Supreme Court made this ruling and decided this case in October 2019. And it explicitly states in that ruling, the only avenues for raising an ineffective assistance of counsel claim are post-conviction relief and direct appeal. The claim may not be raised via a motion for new trial. Judge, based on this, these are not appropriate claims or a reason for you to grant a new trial. The sixth point that counsel talks about in his motion is the weight of the evidence was contrary to the verdict. As I stated before, the power to grant a new trial on the ground that the verdict is contrary to the weight of the evidence should be invoked only in exceptional cases in which the evidence preponderates heavily against the verdict. The verdicts of guilty in this case are not contrary to the law. The witnesses and the evidence the state presented all establish the elements of this charge. As I indicated, the evidence in this case simply does not preponderate heavily against the verdict, and there was no miscarriage of justice that resulted from the jury's verdicts in this case. Your Honor, this is not the extraordinary case where it's your job to overrule the jury's roles and verdict. Your Honor heard the testimony, you observed the state's evidence, and was able to judge the credibility of the witnesses. The evidence in this case was overwhelming, and the defendant was found guilty of murder in the first degree because that's what the state proved. The last thing that counsel talks about in his motion is that the defendant did not receive a fair and impartial trial. And I believe that's what he just briefly discussed about the totality of circumstances. Again, Judge, this, I believe in his motion he references prior arguments pretty much indicating that the verdict is contrary to the evidence, which we've already addressed. What counsel just did now was start giving you a second closing argument, and that is not what a motion for new trial is for. What he just indicated to you was what he believed are the facts in this case. He was indicating facts at the end of his argument, all factual determinations that were made by the jury in this case. That is not the correct avenue for a motion for new trial. We would ask that you deny the defendant's motion for new trial as to to every issue that was raised.
Mr. Hamrock, it is your motion. I'll give you the last word if you have anything else you want to add to your argument.
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, inflammatory statements. The questions that were asked on cross-examination of Mr. Mullis were highly inflammatory. And furthermore, it didn't exist on the tape. I mean, this is why the Supreme Court has created case law when there's prosecutorial misconduct to allow Your Honor to grant a new trial. And this is what it is. I mean, we have proven that. We had the burden, I know this, and based upon everything that was said, based upon the trial transcript, we know this, and based upon the questioning of the jurors that we don't have a clear answer to, I believe that prosecutorial misconduct does in fact exist. When a prosecutor asks questions, makes statements, with reckless disregard, I think that's what happened here. That's the definition, at least according to some of the case law, of what that is. Next, I went through the facts as I read through them, as they came in during the course of the trial and are reported by the court reporter into the transcripts. And that's what I wanted to impress upon the court, that the facts, even in the light most favorable to the government, don't rise to the level of convicting Mr. Mullis. Well, you want to talk about a miscarriage of justice? This is it. This case is it. I mean, Mr. Mullis didn't do this. So it is to sentence Mr. Mullis would be a miscarriage of justice, and we're hoping that the court prevents that today. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Let me just address the three issues that Mr. Hamrock argued today. The first issue was prosecutorial misconduct. I will say, with respect to that issue, and perhaps touching on some other issues, today is not a day when I can take evidence and testimony and when I'm going to make factual determinations about certain things. For example, when defense says today that an independent entity of some sort reviewed that tape and determined that none of those things were said, I can't make a finding of that today. There's no evidence of that today. By the same token, there was some reference to what jurors may have said afterwards about whether they heard those same words or did not, or considered them in any way. I'm not making any findings today. There's no testimony to that effect today, and this isn't the right process to make those determinations. I am required to simply review what happened under that argument and make a determination of whether it rises to the level of prosecutorial misconduct. And both parties have talked about recklessness. I don't find that the statements or the questions on cross-examination asked by Attorney Hughes rose to the level of recklessness or to the level of prosecutorial misconduct. There was argument repeatedly made to the jury that they would have to make their own determination, and again, the jury was properly instructed as to statements by attorneys, burden of proof, those types of things. I do not find that any statements made by Attorney Hughes rise to the level of prosecutorial misconduct. The second issue argued by counsel today is ineffective assistance of counsel. And again, today is not a day where I can make factual determinations about discussions that defendant had with his counsel and whether he told counsel certain things or they told him or didn't. Understand, Mr. Hamrock, that you have provided a transcript of your client being under oath in a different proceeding, a probate proceeding, in which he did say, I did not authorize my attorneys to say those things. I understand that. But generally speaking, ineffective assistance is an issue that's typically dealt with on post-conviction relief. In this circumstance, based on the arguments that both parties have made, I do think that that is an issue that will have to be addressed on post-conviction relief. I do not find today, based on the record we have here today, that the defendant was deprived of effective assistance of counsel. The third issue argued today deals with the totality of the evidence, taking all of the evidence that came in and considering it in the light most favorable to the non-moving party, which is the state here, and defendant's argument that considering all of that evidence in the light most favorable to the state, it still was not physically possible for the defendant to have committed this act. Neither party has made any argument that the jury was improperly instructed. So we did have 12 jurors properly instructed on the law after a lengthy trial who unanimously agreed to a finding of guilt. Ms. Hughes recited the law as it pertains to the burden today and what I have to consider, and I think she properly recited the law. I would say I think that I'm actually required, or at least that I should, independently weigh the evidence and consider credibility as it pertains to a motion for new trial. If the verdict is contrary to the weight of the evidence, the defendant is entitled to a new trial. I cannot say that the evidence in this case or that the verdict is contrary to the weight of the evidence. As to the defendant's motion for new trial and motion in arrest of judgment, I will deny those motions in their entirety. We will go ahead and proceed with sentencing at this time. We have not had, I don't believe, a pre-sentence investigation. Typically, we don't have one for a Class A felony. And I will take argument from counsel to start. Ms. Hughes, do you want to make argument on behalf of the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Obviously, Your Honor knows that the defendant was convicted of murder in the first degree, which carries a sentence of a mandatory life imprisonment without parole. Judge, you heard the evidence. You know what the defendant was charged with and what he was found guilty of. We would ask you to sentence the defendant accordingly.
Mr. Hamrock, do you want to make argument on behalf of your client?
Well, Judge, in a Class A felony, there's not a lot of argument to be made, so the court would go ahead and impose sentence.
Your Honor, may I say something?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court really doesn't have much discretion in this case other than in one area. That area is death of victim restitution. As the court is aware, that is a mandatory minimum $150,000. This case is such where that would not be justice. This individual came into court at the time of bond hearing and said he had the ability, the cash, to post $1 million against the bond. It is appropriate that this court, at this time, make that $1 million that he has available the death of victim restitution, because that's the only thing I think is going to really hit home with this individual. Yes, he has to go to prison for life, but this trial was about greed and jealousy. The greed had to do with his farm and his money. So to really hit home, Judge, it would be appropriate for that money that he says he had available to go to death of victim restitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mullis, you have the right to speak today if you'd like to. You're not required to. Your attorney has spoken on your behalf. This is the only chance you'll get to speak today before I pronounce judgment. Is there anything you would like to say today?
I did not do this. This is supposed to be America where you have a fair chance of proving your innocence. we shouldn't have to prove your innocence. Instead of the other way around. I thought it was guilty until, or innocent until proven guilty. I feel this is the other way around. And I was a faithful and loving husband, and I never did this.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Hamrick, do you have anybody else that would like to speak on behalf of your client?
No, Judge.
Are there any victims that wish to be heard today?
Not live testimony, Your Honor. The state did file a victim impact statement, and we would just ask that Your Honor read that.
Okay. And there is a victim impact statement in the court file. I have read that, and I have conferred with counsel to make sure that they have had the opportunity to see that, and both parties have had the opportunity to see the victim impact statement. I will take that into consideration as if it were offered here live at the sentencing hearing. Defense counsel indicated that the sentence in this case is mandatory. He's right, it is mandatory. There's really no discretion as to the punishment handed down. According to the statute, Mr. Mullis, for the charge of murder in the first degree pursuant to Iowa Code Section 707.2, you are sentenced to life in prison with no opportunity for parole. There will be no fine issued. You'll be required to submit a DNA sample to the state of Iowa. The reasons for my sentence today are primarily the statutory requirement and the fact that there is no discretion. I will also require you to pay a victim restitution to the victim or to the estate of the victim in the amount of $150,000. You will be obligated to pay the court costs associated with this proceeding. You do have the right to appeal from this judgment. Written notice of appeal must be filed within 30 days of today's date. By statute, according to Iowa Code Section 811.1, subsection 2, you cannot be admitted to bail in the event of appeal. Is there anything else the state knows of that we need to cover here today?
I'm sorry, Judge. Nothing further, Your Honor, sorry.
Mr. Hamrock, anything else that you need to cover on the record today?
No, Judge.
Okay, we'll stand adjourned and close the record. Thank you, everyone.
All right, chat. Whoop, sorry. Volume was up. All right, let's recap, and then don't go anywhere because after this I've got Todd's appeal, and that's only about 30 minutes. So hang tight. We're going to recap this real quick, though. All right. Let's recap. But first, before we do that, we're going to get back to Lil Miss. You had said, okay, your theory was the rake was hanging up. Amy fell against it, pulled it out, landed on it or threw it on the floor, then fell on top of it. Okay, so let's see. First of all, that assumes that the rake was hanging on the wall with tine sticking out, which probably wouldn't happen, but let's just go with your theory. All right, cut. Where's the, okay. So it's the rake is hanging on the wall, facing out. Again, very dangerous. Doubt that happened, but let's just go with it. Amy runs into it, or trips, falls, whatever, backs into it, pulls it out, it lands on the floor, and then she falls back on top of it. It's possible. I mean, that's very possible. Not probable, but very, very possible. Kathy Swan, is that your theory too? All right, let's move on. Don't go anywhere because we have appeals afterwards. And I think he's got a really good point for appeals, and we'll talk about that. All right. So let's see. So he was found guilty of first-degree M. Do you think the jury got it right? 63% of you said yes. 21 said not sure. 14 said no. So the sentencing hearing was postponed 4 times because of restrictions related to coronavirus, and it happened in September of 2020. So thus they had all kinds of masks and stuff like that. Okay, what did Kathy say? I don't want to lose that. Actually, since the cats had messed up and knocked down the cameras, personally believe they could have knocked down the fork. Okay. Now let's get back to this. All right, so defense attorney Aaron Hamrock, new defense attorney, came in and asked for prosecutorial misconduct because of the 911 call. He reads back the transcript, and I guess afterwards, there were experts that heard the recording afterwards. I'm not quite sure what happened with those experts, but apparently there was an interview with one of the jurors, and we don't know who gave that who that juror interviewed with. If it was presumably a news station, I'm thinking. I don't think it was like a streamer, but you never know. Okay, so so the jurors disregarded, so that juror said that the jurors disregarded the 911 call since they couldn't come to an agreement. So there's your hung jury right there based on that. So they just threw that out. So the first one was prosecutorial misconduct, and the second issue defense attorney Hamrock brought up was effective assistance, and I think we were all kind of leaning towards that. There was not a whole lot of passion, and Mr. Furman, I believe, could have done better. Mullins said that under oath he never once said he gave his lawyer the consent to say. So basically they ignored Mullis's orders not to concede that Amy's death was due to homicide, since Mullis had always said it was an accident. So his attorney said, no, we're not going to go with that. We're going to admit that it was a homicide. And then that basically had to be either a mystery person or somebody on the farm, and it wasn't Todd and it wasn't Trysten, so it was some mystery guy. So Todd was saying, I never once gave my lawyers the go-ahead to say that. So there's the ineffective counsel. And then it goes to my theory of like Todd had to sprint a football field length, sprint another 30 feet, do the deed, come running back all within 2 or 3 minutes. He would have been sweaty. He would have been out of breath. His face would have been flushed. He would have been like wild-eyed, So I agree with Mr. Hamrock there. I think that was physically impossible. If he had 15 minutes, maybe, but Trysten was saying it was about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes tops. Of course, the judge denied both because this is an appellate issue. It's not a sentencing issue. So then the defense didn't argue about the time because he's like, there's nothing to argue. So he was convicted actually, before Todd did say, this is America, and then he slips up. He says, I thought you're guilty until proven innocent. But he's like, nope, innocent until proven guilty. He's always been a faithful and loving husband. There was an victim impact statement written but was not read. Victim restitution was asking for $1 million bond. Was asking to cut into that $1 million that Todd said he could produce a $1 million bond, so that it really hits home to Todd. But it ended up being $150,000 plus court costs. So ultimately, he was convicted to life in prison without parole, and 53% of you thought that was correct. 40% thought 10 to 20 years, and 5 of us thought 5 to 10 years. So that is that. Now let's go to, and then Trial Junkies United found something which I'll read after his appeal, because this happened February 16th of 2022. All right, so now we're going to hear his appeal. So this is the second time we've heard an appeal. The other one was with, I think, Guillermo, right? Guillermo? So let's check this out. This is fun. Oh, no, I'm sorry, it was Jerry Burns. Jerry Burns, we watched his appeal. All right, we're going to check this out. All right, Mandy, what did you say? Todd isn't going to tell police the details of how and when he did it, and a 13-year-old cannot be a great historian for a very traumatic event. Well, Trysten said, I think, in his deposition and to the police, within 10 minutes after all this happened, 15 minutes after it happened, which is, of course, when it's fresh in your mind, that it was only about a minute and a half. Then it wasn't until he was on trial, like a year later, that's when he changed his story. We don't know what happened, Groovy Cheryl, so let's watch. Therapist says maybe he wouldn't tell the police how he did it because he didn't do it. Mandy says, Todd created the timeline. The timeline makes it sound implausible because Todd provided the timeline. All right, fair enough. Beautiful Waterfall says, Trysten's testimony changed. It wasn't something I would have put stock in as a juror. Yeah. All right, let's get to the appellate, the appeal. This is fun. It's always fun to see the appeal. All right, thanks again to Rottweiler. Appreciate you guys pulling all this stuff together. I think it's awesome. Let me pull myself back down here. And let's go to Bring On the Dogs. All right, this is Todd's appeal, February 16th, 2022.
All rise. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. The Honorable Presiding Judge Schumacher, Associate Judge Bading, and Senior Judge Gamble, the Iowa Court of Appeals. The Iowa Court of Appeals is now in session.
Please be seated. Good afternoon and welcome to the Iowa Court of Appeals. We are here today for two oral arguments. The first case set for today is State of Iowa versus Todd Michael Mullis, file 20-1173. The appellant, Mr. Mullis, appears through counsel Aaron Hamrock. The State of Iowa is present through Assistant Attorney General Bridget Chambers. So counsel, when you're ready to proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please the court? This case is a sufficiency of the evidence case, and one of the main reasons that we've asked for a bit of time to be able to stand here and speak to the judges is because it's very important. And on page 12 of our brief, we've put an aerial photo in that was exhibit number 111 at the trial stage. But in this particular case, and I've had an opportunity to visit the property, and to understand the sufficiency of the evidence argument, in looking at page 12 and the aerial photo there, it's important to note that on the morning of November 10, 2018, Todd Mullis and his son were in another area planning to do some chisel plowing and other farming stuff. They came back to the property because they weren't allowed to do it due to the weather. Came back to the property, had some breakfast, and they raise a lot of hogs, and so they needed to get these hog barns ready for the hogs to come in and be able to be raised through the winter. So Mr. Mullis and his son were out in what's marked on here as 10 and 11, which would be the north hog barn. And these hog barns themselves are about 100 yards or a football field in length. And at the very west of the hog barn, you can see a little white chute that comes out. That is a chute where semi-trailers can back up to when they're going to load or unload these hogs. And that chute stands about 6 feet tall or so. The other entrance into the barn is at the southwest corner. There's a door that leads into the office, and we've talked about the office and where the spigot is at, where the son, Trysten, went to get a couple of drinks of water while he and his father were working in the barn that morning. The only other exit from the barn would be at the very east end of the barn, about halfway between the two corners, which is a big sliding door to get out, and that would be the other exit. In this particular case, the evidence that came in at trial was that Trysten, his father, and Amy Mullis, the mother, were all working in the barn for a period of time. Now, Amy had a medical procedure 3 or 4 days prior to this. Amy was not feeling well. Trysten and his father indicated to Amy, you should go back inside, but if you could, over where it says red shed, there was a pet carrier located in there. They wanted the pet carrier because they had to do some work after they were done in the barn over in the red and white shop, which is clearly marked on the photo as well. In that shop were a bunch of cats that ran around in there. They didn't want to run them over with the heavy machinery that they were going to be moving around to do the work that they needed, so they requested the pet carrier. So in this case, we know that Amy leaves. She's requested to go get that out of the red shed. Trysten continues to clean light fixtures that are in this hog barn, and his father continues to put in the nipples for feeding of these hogs when they get there. They're together, we know, in this hog barn for about an hour and a half total, according to the evidence. We know at a period of time after Miss Mullis leaves is when Trysten goes to get a drink of water. He gets that drink in the office where there's a spigot and a small hose, turns it on, drinks some water, turns it off, goes back to work. They were working right around the corner from the office there towards the west end of the barn. Now, we don't have an exact amount of time to get 2 drinks of water, but common sense, I think we know that would be no more than a couple of minutes to get those drinks of water. So what would have had to have happened here, because Trysten never saw his father, the testimony was, never saw his father leave this hog barn, what would have had to have happened is Mr. Mullis would have had to have sprinted down almost the entire length of the hog barn to the east, exit through the doors down at the east end of the barn, go about 20 yards south to the area between the north and south hog barn, sprint back up that area, which would be another 100 yards, and then there's a period of feet over to where the red shed is. Okay, he would have had to have located Miss Mullis there, and somehow he would have had to have known she was still there and didn't already retrieve the pet carrier and go on inside, but he would have had to have known that she was there, go over there, commit the assault, and then run all the way back and get back into position doing the work that he's done, not being out of breath, disheveled, or anything else, prior to his son getting that drink of water, walking back around the corner, and starting his work again. You know, they were the only 2 people in this barn, so it's not like it was a crowded barn and Mr. Mullis could have gotten lost somehow, or he could have taken his eye. They were the only 2 people working together after Miss Mullis left in this barn on November 10, 2018.
The evidence that the family were the only people present at the farm that day?
That was the evidence, yes.
Okay. And in a sufficiency of the evidence challenge, don't we need to view the evidence in the light most favorable to the state?
That is correct.
So how do you square that with how you've presented the facts on appeal?
Well, we believe that this was an accident. We don't believe that this was a murder. I understand that there were some of that had been conceded previously at the trial level, but realistically, that's how I look at the facts, and looking at the sufficiency of the evidence. It would be physically impossible for Mr. Mullis to have traveled the only way he could have gone to not be seen. And by the way, the evidence was while they were in the barn, they would wear a special boot covering their shoes so they wouldn't track disease from outside inside, which could get the hogs, which are expensive, get them sick and cause them additional money or death. So, you know, that's on top of everything else that he has these special boots on that he would have taken off. So
your argument that this was an accident with the autopsy reports that indicated there were more than one set of entry wounds into the victim in this case.
Well, that could be explained in that if Ms. Mullis did slip, fall, got dizzy, you know, due to her medical procedure, and there were some questions about, you know, Ms. Mullis, or some testimony about Ms. Mullis not feeling well and being dizzy. If she slipped and fell and she impaled herself with this corn rake or corn fork, a person's first inclination, most of the time, I mean, if you get a splinter into your hand or you cut your arm or your hand with, let's say, a piece of glass, your inclination is to remove that. Very well, it could have been her inclination to remove, reach back and pull that out, get it out of her. Did she slip or fall again? Very well could have. Did she possibly pass out? Could have. We don't know the answers to that, but that is certainly an explanation as to, you know, there being the 6 puncture wounds.
Hamrock, your client did not claim that it was an accident at trial and testified that somebody had to have done this, just wasn't him. What is the direct evidence or even circumstantial evidence that anyone besides Mr. Mullis committed this crime?
And that's assuming that it was, Your Honor, that it was a crime and not an accident.
Your client testified under oath that it was not an accident.
You know, we don't have any evidence that anybody else was on the property that day. I have not heard anything come forward. You know, did that if this was a crime, did that happen? It certainly could have happened, and they didn't see anybody. They were in the hog barn working that day.
But what evidence is there that anyone else was there? Are there any direct evidence, any physical evidence, any witness testimony, anything?
I don't know of any circumstantial, direct evidence that another person or people were there besides the family.
Thank you.
It doesn't mean that somebody wasn't there. I just don't have any evidence.
In terms of weighing the evidence, there's a weight of the evidence claim in this file.
And in looking at what would have had to have happened, the physical portion of this, it would be simply impossible. Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel. You will have an additional 5 minutes on rebuttal. Ms. Chambers, when you're ready.
May it please the court. This is not a close case. The evidence of Todd Mullis' guilt is simply overwhelming. Only Todd Mullis and his son Trysten knew that Amy Mullis was going to that red shed. Only Todd asked her to go there. Only Todd placed the murder weapon in that shed within a month of that time. Only Todd had multiple strong motives to kill Amy. And only Todd, while purportedly giving her CPR to save her life, whispered, "Cheating whore," and "Go to hell, cheating whore." The defense has suggested a number of things that certainly could have happened. This is a sufficiency review. This court cannot reverse on speculation of things that could have happened. The court must look at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state and determine whether the jury could reasonably have reached a guilty verdict. This record absolutely supports the jury's guilty verdict. First, let's look at what did not happen. There's no evidence of a break-in. There's no evidence of a burglary. There's no evidence of a sexual assault. No other person was identified as being at the farm other than Todd, Amy, Trysten, and the 2 younger children who were in the house. Only the only people on the farm who could have committed this crime is Todd. The two youngest children would have been elementary school aged at the time of the crime. Clearly, they did not plunge a cord and fork into their mother's back. Trysten was in 7th grade and 13 at the time of the crime. And Todd Mullis, if you look at the photographic and video evidence, is a strapping adult. All of the evidence points to only Todd as the murderer in this case. It was Todd who sent Amy to the shed. He sent her to the shed to get the pet carrier, knowing that it was well inside the shed in a place that would be out of sight from anyone outside the shed. He also knew that it weighed 15 to 18 pounds and that Amy's doctor had advised her not to carry more than 10 pounds. Yet, after she was dizzy in the hog barn, he sent her out to get the pet carrier.
How do you respond to the defendant's argument that it was physically impossible for him to have had time to get from the hog barn to the red shed to commit the murder?
There are two assumptions underlying that conclusion on the part of the defense that are not justified here. So first of all, the defense seems to believe that just because Trysten did not see his father leave the hog barn, he must have gone out the east doors and run all the way to the red shed, which, by the way, is about would be at the most, not taking any shortcuts, would be about 150 yards. Todd was a young man who appears, at least, to be in good physical condition. That would not be a marathon for him. But it also assumes that he did that. So Todd and Trysten were working in the same immense building, each doing their individual jobs. Trysten's job was cleaning the light fixture, so it involved him looking up towards the ceiling. He was also 13. He was not keeping track of where his father was every second of that morning. For them, this was just a normal morning on the farm. Trysten had no reason to have heightened awareness of where his father was. His father was putting up the nipple bars. If you look at the photographic exhibits, you can see that the hog barn is divided up into pens, and some of those have solid panels. So it would be very easy for Todd to have been someplace in that building where Trysten couldn't actually lay eyes on him, and yet Trysten logically would have thought they were both there together.
Could you respond to Mr. Mullis's argument regarding the number of puncture wounds in the victim's back and whether that could be an accident if she fell once or twice on that particular piece of equipment?
Is it impossible? Maybe not, but this is a sufficiency review. And the odds, the jury could extremely reasonably have determined that Amy Mullis did not fall on her back twice that morning. That she fell once and somehow was, and those, let me point out too that those wounds were not superficial scratches so that she could have just reached back and moved that fork out of the way. They were deep, penetrating wounds. The odds that she was able to pull the fork out of her own back and then somehow manage to fall on it again really defies credulity, and the jury acted reasonably in not following that path. I would also point out, as the court has recognized, that was not the theory in the trial court. And on sufficiency review, the defense does not get to change their theory. Todd Mullis testified that he thought someone inflicted that wound, and that's the theory that the jury was evaluating.
Ms. Chambers, as I understand the autopsy, there was defensive wounds on the left hand of the victim. Was there any evidence that Mr. Mullis had been in a struggle, like any evidence of disheveled hair, wounds to his face or hands, torn clothing, blood on his clothing, blood on his boots, anything like that?
No, so I would first state that those defensive evidence sort of undercut the theory that maybe that Amy fell on the corn fork twice. But no, there was not evidence of blood or wounds to Todd Mullis. But remember that he would have, by the time the police saw him, or by the time anyone other than Trysten saw him, he would have already carried Amy's body to the truck. He would have helped get Amy's body back out of the truck where the deputy met them and they performed CPR. So if there had been blood on Todd Mullis, that wouldn't have drawn any surprise. There was no evidence of bruising or wounds or scratches, but again, not horribly surprising. The fact that Amy had scrapes on her doesn't mean she struck Todd in some place where it would cause injuries on him. It was a cold day, they were wearing heavy clothes. Presumably he was behind her, at least part of the time. Todd had extremely strong motives to kill Amy Mullis. He knew that his wife was having an affair. The affair began in May or June. By July, Todd Mullis was sufficiently worked up that he confronted Jerry Frasher and Jerry Frasher's wife about what he believed was an affair. Todd Mullis was angry. Todd Mullis also had a motive to kill Amy based on the fact that it would be a financial disaster for him. Amy Mullis testified, or told a friend, that her share of the family farm trust was about $2 million. And if they divorced, Amy would get that $2,000. Todd had also told people over the years, once right after Amy's first affair, he told Eileen Fuller that he was working things out with Amy because he wasn't about to lose the farm he'd worked for his whole life. In August, before Amy was murdered, Todd told their mutual friend Terry Stainer that he would, who was really kind of trying to gently encourage him to just divorce Amy. Things weren't good, they all knew it. Maybe he should just reconsider whether he wanted to stay in that marriage. And he told her that, and I quote, "I've worked for this farm since I was 11 and I will not give it up." Todd was angry. Todd's third motive regards his kids. He had not been an attentive father, the record shows. He had not been close to his kids. Shortly before Amy's murder, he had tried to kind of move closer to Trysten and had apparently made some success in doing that. But he wasn't the father going to the dance recitals. He wasn't the father going to the gymnastics meets. He was not the father cooking, cleaning, and taking care of the kids. He was not going to get custody of those kids, and he knew it. And if Amy died, all of those problems went away. There's also abundant evidence that Todd had ongoing concerns about unfaithfulness. On Christmas of 2017, Todd was researching cheating women. Amy's friends testified that he kept her on a very short leash, and she essentially had to check in and out when she went places. By May of 2018, Todd was searching online for evidence about other cultures and whether they killed adulterers. He looked at a newspaper article about a husband who killed his wife and what the sentence was. He looked at multiple ways of killing someone and how does one survive different situations, all suggesting that he was considering different methods of killing his wife. In the short time I've left, I just want to talk briefly about Todd's reaction to Amy's death and to being told that she was murdered. He showed virtually no interest in finding out what happened to Amy. There were video cameras on the farm, one of which was pointed at the red farm. He didn't even mention that to law enforcement. He didn't check them until the day after Amy died, when other family members suggested it. When he saw that the camera had been knocked out of the window, not knowing when that happened, he just went, I guess must have been out, doesn't show anything. He never checked. Those are not the actions of a husband who wants to know how his wife died. And when officers told him that she had been murdered, there was no outrage, there was no shock, there was no crying, there was no emotion. He simply said, there's no evidence. This is not a man who was grieving his wife who died of an accidental injury.
Thank you. Mr. Hamrock, rebuttal when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honors. With respect to, the state talked about motive and talked about some computer searches that the state wants everyone to believe that Todd Mullis completed. Well, first of all, a computer search for over a year ago from the time of this accident, is stale evidence at best. Let alone trying to say that, well, because of this computer search, and we believe that Todd is the one that did it, when the evidence was that lots of people had access to this iPad. The kids used it, Amy used it, his brother Mike used it, other family members may have used it. It doesn't necessarily mean that Todd was the one doing searches. They also talk about, for instance, Todd and Amy's daughter was doing some research because she was getting her hunting license and had to know, I don't have a hunting license, so I don't know all the details of the test, but was studying for the test. The state also talks about, and the question was posed, there were not, the 6 wounds were not all on the back. As I recall, the autopsy report, I believe 4 wounds were towards the back side, and then there are 2 wounds that I believe talked about the right side of Amy's body, not on the back. That very well could be consistent with somebody who did pull the rake out, panicked. That's what they wanted to do. They wanted to get it out. And if she slipped, she fell, passed out, whatever, could easily explain why there were 2 puncture marks on the right side, not on the back.
Did any witness acknowledge that was a possibility, specifically the medical examiner?
I don't recall if the medical examiner it seems to me may have been questioned about it, and would have to refer to the transcript to be positive, but may have been questioned about it, and one of those, well, I suppose it could be possible kind of answers. But I can't stand here and point you to the exact line that was set at.
Respond to the state's error preservation argument regarding the sufficiency of the evidence issue. Do you believe that you've preserved error beyond just the identity element?
Your Honor, I do believe that error was preserved. We put in our reply brief, we specifically outlined it where trial counsel, in talking about it at the trial court level, made it very clear in arguments that this was sufficiency of the evidence as to intent and as to whether or not Mr. Mullis was the person that committed the crime. So I believe that it was clear. And, there's also the State versus Foley case decided by this court back in 2017, which talks about essentially that, under the circumstances of that case, the record clearly revealed the trial court and counsel understood the grounds for the motion of judgment acquittal targeted the insufficiency of the evidence to support the first element of assault due to limited physical evidence and the hearsay nature of the testimony. So I believe that error has been preserved in this case.
Counsel, could you respond to the state's comments about your client's statements on the 911 call when he's performing CPR?
My response to that is I can't believe that the prosecutor actually kept saying that and was allowed to say that. There's no evidence of that. You can't hear any of that. That was very disturbing because clearly Mr. Mullis did not make any of those statements and should not be considered as motive in this case. And we brought that up at the trial court level when we were arguing at the sentencing phase of this, that, our thoughts as to whether that was misconduct or not. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. We will consider case 20-1173 submitted, and we will issue a written decision in due course. Thank you, counsel, for your arguments today.
Okay. So we just finished watching the appeal, and I can tell you what they came back with. So that will actually, let me read through this first. Okay, so this happened on February 16th of 2022. Sorry, and why this is happening, let's pull up Amy's wounds again and the rake. Let me go to black bar here. Black. Okay. All right. So, yeah, he was saying there was 2 on the side. No, there weren't 2 on the side. 1 on the side underneath her right armpit for sure, but the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are clearly on her back. So that's a little erroneous what he just said there. I don't quite agree with that. Okay, let's just go through. This was the appeal, February 16th, 2022. Defense starts talking about their theory that it would just be impossible for Todd to physically do what he did, meaning if Trysten's testimony was to believe that Trysten went to get only 2 drinks of water and he was only gone. He never left the barn. I think the water spigot was like pretty much right there. He never saw Todd, who would have had to sprint 100 yards, then another 20 yards, commit the assault, sprint back 20 yards, another 100 yards, and then not be just like completely, out of breath. I kind of tend to agree. I agree. If it was truly only a minute to 2 minutes that Trysten was gone to go get a drink of water, that's reasonable doubt. I mean, I'm like, yeah, I agree with that. But then Trysten never, he didn't have his eyes 100% on Todd. Then the judge talked about sufficiency in evidence. Defense said, we believe this was an accident and not murder. Plus special boots had to be put on and changed, but I don't think he would have cared about that. Then they talked a little bit about the autopsy report. Amy got dizzy. She slipped and fell. Here's where it gets a little weird. Like, you get impaled and you're just going to pull a rake out, and then you're like, you get dizzy, then you fall back again. I'm not buying that theory either. I'm just not buying that theory that she slipped and fell. Little missed that she leaned up against the wall or something, fell back on the wall, and then went forward and the rake fell, and then she fell back. I mean, that seems a little bit more plausible than her reaching back and pulling it out. I don't know. I just don't see that happening. Because then it would have to fall perfectly and she would have to fall back again on it. So I'm not quite sure. Yeah, this one's tough. Everything keeps pointing back to Trysten. I don't know, man. Everything keeps pointing back to him. I don't think she fell, and I don't think Todd did this. I don't know. Just because he wouldn't have had time to do it if Trysten were to be believed. And Trysten testified under oath at a deposition. He only went to go get a drink and only didn't see his dad for like a minute or 2. All right, let's continue on. So there's no direct evidence that anyone besides Todd committed this crime. Todd testified under oath that this was not an accident. So I don't recall that. And that was the defense saying that. I don't remember. I thought he always maintained that it was an accident. Then State gets up and says, only Todd told Amy to go to the shed. He had the motives. He told her, on the 911 calls. The judge addressed the time it took Todd to do what he did. State says just because Trysten didn't see Todd doesn't mean, it didn't happen. He's not keeping track of every moment. Then the judge said address the puncture wounds. And then they talked about the odds of Amy falling twice was difficult for the jury to reach. That was the state appellate lawyer talking about that. And I would agree to that. Falling twice, I mean, it's possible, but it just doesn't seem plausible. Todd thinks someone inflicted those wounds and you don't get to change your theory. I thought that was pretty interesting. The judge asked, how about the defense wounds on Amy? And that's a really good point because, she had barely scratches and barely anything on her knuckles. I think it was her left knuckle, but her face was like really hammered right here. Should I pull up her face? Do you guys remember that? Is it okay to pull up her face? I don't know. I don't want to get in trouble. That might be too much. All right, we won't pull up her face. I don't know. Hopefully this isn't too much. And her knee was really bruised too. So I thought maybe she got stabbed and fell. She scraped her face, fell on her knee, and maybe that's when, I don't think she got in a fight with this person. I think this person came from behind, caught her by surprise. I don't honestly think she really had defensive wounds for fighting back. I just don't see that happening. Because she would have had a puncture wounds in her front. If somebody's coming at you, this was all in her back. So this I thought was interesting. There was no signs of Todd didn't have any. He had nothing on his person. Not a single scratch. Nothing. Not even a bruise. Nothing. Now Amy told a friend that her share of the farm was $2 million. Is that worth killing somebody? Yeah, Julie. How did her hands get scraped up? That's a good question. How did her hands get scraped up? So my theory is she got attacked from behind. She fell forward from the force, and she, I went sledding once and I got thrown off a sled and my face was like ripped up. So I can identify with getting a rash from falling on concrete. This was ice, but maybe she fell on concrete. Maybe she hit something because there was only 30 inches in that walkway. Maybe she fell up against something. Hit her knee because her knee was really bruised. Why would her knee get bruised? That's probably from falling. But she only had a few little nicks. I mean, it's not like she had like major. I'm expecting like her hands to be all but no, she had like barely, I think, a little bruise if I remember correctly. So Groovy Cheryl thinks one hole looks like a drag mark where it was pulled out. Yeah, I see. Between I don't have my cursor active or whatever, but yeah, the very bottom hole, if you will, and then right above that very bottom hole, there's some kind of scrape there for sure. All right, let's continue on with this. So then defense got backed up and talked about the Google searches were stale. Lots of people had access to the iPad.
And if she was.
All right, Aaron says if she was struck with the tines of the fork of there should be 4 holes in alignment. So why are they like off? Why are there 2 like this, 1 like that, 1 underneath? It doesn't make sense. And like I think therapist, you were saying that your back is basically flat. I mean, a little curvature. So, you would think, unless it's coming at an angle, I guess if it's coming at an angle, then it's not quite, but it's going in so deep, right? Okay, so then they said 4 in back, 2 on the right side could be consistent with somebody pulling the rake out. I don't know. There's 1 on the side, and that other one is it's kind of on the side, I suppose. So I can see the 3 going from her armpit, going straight across. I can see those 3 being 1, but then you've got that weird one that's up above, like way up. Right? So where does that one come in? And then you've got, if you say, okay, then the other strike was the very top of her back going down, then what are those 2 little ones next to that one right in the middle? That doesn't make sense either. I don't know, man. All right, let's see. She was wearing multiple layers of clothing. Yep. Some of the tines possibly did not penetrate. She was wearing a sweatshirt, probably a bra, sweatshirt, jacket. Was that all she had on, or did she have another t-shirt on? She definitely had a sweatshirt and then a jacket. Was that strong enough so that to deflect or not let certain tines penetrate, but others would? I think if a tine is going to penetrate, it's going to penetrate. Groovy Sheriff says, look at her back, it's all bruised up. Yeah. I agree, it is bruised. Yep. Beautiful waterfall. Those little ones look like they may have come from a smaller garden tool. Yeah, I think the other day we were saying, somebody had a screwdriver. She had 3 layers, thick coat. She had 3 layers, yeah. All right, Curville says, you can tell from the far right picture that the bottom tine has no blood on it, only the top 3. I wish they had tested that for blood, and they had said definitively, yes, there was blood on all three, and they went this far in. Right? Okay, hola. If you see one hit as from the 11 o'clock to 5, then the other strike is upside down under the armpit to center while she's down in person. Stood on it to pierce. Pattern is too big. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking. Maybe the attacker hit her from behind. She falls down. Then they walk around. And because don't forget, 4 were going... Wait, let me refresh. 4 were going down, 2 were going up, I think. Hold on. Kelly. Get to Kelly. Miss Cruz. Kelly Cruz. So this is where it gets more interesting. A, B, E, and F were fatal. A, B, C, and D were back to front, left to right, downward. E and F were back to front, right to left, upward. So everything was into her, right to left. 4 were going up. No, I'm sorry. 4 were going down, 2 were going up. So does that complicate things? You know, maybe the first, they were down was the initial strike. She falls down. Then how do you get them to go up? That means you got to come around and come from the opposite. Yeah, her clothes were definitely soaked in blood. There was a lot of blood on her for sure. Only 2 drops of blood in the barn, but internally bleeding, but then I still think there's too much reasonable doubt that there was an accident. Person had to be taller than her. Yes and no. I thought that too at first, but don't forget this rake it was broken. The handle was broken, but it's still, I mean, it's not a, I would say, well, judging from the picture of the rake with the ruler, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's at least a foot that we can see, and then another foot, so that's 2 feet. So, I mean, you could be theoretically a 4-foot person and strike her, and it would still be coming down. Beautiful Waterfall says, was the corn rake hung up on a rack with other sharp tools? He says, no, he says it was just inside. He thinks it was just inside. He didn't say he hung it up. And if he did, and Lil missed this to your point, if it was hanging up and she backed into it, shame on them for having something pointy facing out, because we had a ton, I grew up with a ton of sharp tools, and both my grandfather and my dad worked with sharp tools, rakes, scythes, sickles. You did not put rakes facing outward for that very reason. You always put them inward. So if he had that hanging up and it was facing outward, that's an accident just waiting to happen. That rule should have been placed along the tines. Yeah, I agree. I wish they had. They showed us there was a picture of a ruler next to the tine showing the distance between them, and I think it was about 2 inches, but they didn't show how long they were. And don't forget that the photo on the far right that's actually curved. So we're not seeing it. It looks like it's like that, but it's actually curved. It's kind of a weird optical illusion there. Mandy says, if you see the narrow path she was walking down, there's no chance a corn rake would be there. Yeah, it was only 30 inches. I mean, 30 inches we found out is like, no, it's maybe about like that. Wide enough for you to walk, for sure, but if there was a corn rake there, yeah. If you go into defensive curled up position, that might explain some injuries, sure. All right, we're going to get to something that Trial Junkies United gave us. And I'm going to leave these up while I read this because this was pretty good, I thought. Thank you, Trial Junkies United, for finding this. Let's see. Oh, let me find it. Hold on, guys. Okay, this is from April 17th of 2023. Todd Mullis' attorney reveals new details around alleged mistakes in original murder trial. So Todd Mullis was convicted in 2019 for offing his wife. We know all that. But his attorneys now say that investigators made serious mistakes. Questions are continuing to rise around his case after new representation submitted a post-conviction relief request that brings the entire murder into question. According to his attorneys, Mullis is an innocent man and has been facing a justice system biased against him since day one. But after 5 years, his story has never changed. Dina Raleigh is a partner at his law firm in New York. They were contacted by Mullis' family members several years ago and have been performing their own investigation since. Raley, it's R-A-L-E-Y, I'm going to go with Raley, says what they found was a series of errors by biased investigators. She says Todd is suffering. I'm not going to read that because whatever, he's been in survival mode. I get that. Okay. She says you have a duty. The prosecutor has a duty to ensure Todd has a fair trial, and they failed to do so. He should have recused himself, and so should have the sheriff's office. John Burnett, the Delaware County attorney that prosecuted the case, admitted to KWWL, which I'm assuming is a news station down there, during the trial that he was close friends with Amy Mullis. Raley says that bias caused him and the investigators to ignore evidence that did not help their case against Todd, including statements from the first paramedic on scene and the eldest son who was working with Amy and Todd that day. That would have been Trysten. Ooh, the plot thickens. What did the first responders and the attorney was friends with Amy? Ooh. Raley added he gave the same consistent statements that his dad was with him, that they were working in the hog barn, but it wasn't until interview number 4 or 5 when he was sent to live with his grandparents, taken away from his father after his father was arrested, and then an attorney was hired for him by his mother's parents, and that's when his story began to change. Mm-hmm. Yes. However, Raley says the most glaring issues in the initial case was the medical examiner's mistake of declaring the death AM. Oh, then it ends. Dang it. Then it ends. All right, so that's cool. Let's see if we can find anything else on this Todd Mullis appeal. Oh, wow, there's a free Todd Mullis site. All right, so there's a deposition of Mullis' former representation. In it, they admit that they failed to consult with an expert during the trial or hire a private investigator to look into the facts for themselves. He even admits that he refused to listen to his client and called the incident an accident. All right, that's nothing too spectacular there. Wow, he's got a Facebook page? All right, let's go to the free toddmullis.com. All right, the website doesn't really give me a whole lot other than donate. I want an application for post-conviction relief filed. Well, what is the application? Let me see, what is it? All right, here's something from April 6th, 2023. Yep. Mullis argues in his request for a new trial that exists evidence of material facts not previously presented and heard that require vacation of the conviction. I think that doesn't tell me much either. All right, I'm not getting much from Free Jorge. Yeah. All right, I think we can put this trial to bed for now. If something comes up in the future, I will definitely, revisit. All right, we're going to put this to bed for now, guys. If something comes up in the future, we'll follow up on it. In the meantime, we have got some really great stuff coming up. Jules Investigates, Wednesday, 6 o'clock. Definitely join us. Jules found this case trial here in Florida Devin Perkins. He was going one way with 3 friends. Drunk driver was coming the other way, heading straight into him, driving the wrong way on a 4-lane highway, crashed into Devin. 3 of those passengers got off. They're no longer with us. Drunk driver took a plea deal. Devin got convicted also. It's a really, really interesting case. He's been convicted, so we're going to pick it up on the appeals part. So definitely join us on. So at 5:30, I'm going to do a little preamble, if you will, and then we're going to have the mother on of Devin. She's going to come on and talk to us on Wednesday. So that's at 6 o'clock on Wednesday, but I'll tell you about it. And then from then on, actually, we're going to have a new rewatch tomorrow because nothing new has happened. We were hoping Billy Wagner would be this week, but he did not happen. So, but I didn't find, Widespread Panic found a new one that's going to start next week, which we will cover. It sounds like a good one. South Carolina one. Zachary Hughes, piano teacher, player. So we'll pick up on that one. That's going to start next week. So in the meantime, I've got another one for tomorrow. I'm gonna make sure I have all the. Pretty sure I have everything, all the footage and stuff. All right. So, did I not say what the appeal decision was? Sorry, guys. Sorry. What was the appeal decision? All right. PDF of the opinion. So, on appeal, he challenges the denial of his motions for judgment of acquittal and new trial. We affirm facts and prior proceedings. He was passionate about farming. They met, things came to a head, yada, 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 yada. Let me just get to the results. I mean, I know what it was, but let me see. Okay, so they affirmed it. So his appeal was, opinion upholds. The state presented sufficient evidence of Mullis's guilt, and the district court did not abuse its discretion in denying the motion for a new trial. So that was February 16th, 2022. The state presented sufficient evidence of his guilt, and the district court did not abuse its discretion in denying the motion for a new trial. Did I answer? Did I get it? Affirmed. No new trial. He did not get a new trial. No new trial as of yet. They are pushing for a new trial. Yada, yada, yada. Oh, Letitia, I always think of Elaine, but so yes, it was denied. But if there's anything that comes up with this new New York lawyer, we'll definitely pick back up on it. So no new trial as of yet. Widespread panic. No new trial as of yet. Right now he's in jail for life until the Innocence Project gets a hold of him. Only kidding. No, there's a new lawyer in New York that is trying to get a new trial for him. Based on, I guess, what the ME said. I'd like to get my hands on that. So anyway, we'll follow this. You know, we're going to keep this an open book. But for now, Todd Mullis is in life without parole, in jail, life without parole. And, only fan. No, Letitia. No to Letitia. All right, guys, thank you so much for joining us. Join us tomorrow. I'm going to have a new trial for us to watch. Well, it's a rewatch. I'm not going to tell you what it is. You're going to have to join us. But I think it's going to be a good one. I've got a couple, but I think I'm going to lean on one because I need something to last a week. And then it looks like on the 13th, which is next Monday, we're going to pick up on that South Carolina one, the piano teacher. Yes, Rose Petal. Real happy. That is it. So, thank you for joining us. Thank you to Aaron, as always. Thank you to OnlyFan and Julie, Therapist You Know, our wonderful mods. Who else was with us? Brett, you were not with us today. I think Rachel joined us for a little while. She's one of our mods. Free everyone and plea deals all around. All right, OnlyFan, go get some sleep. Or actually, you're just getting up. All right. Thank you, guys. Oh, Channel I Mod for is carrying rose petal. Sorry, real happy. Yeah, that's the thing with, once these trials get going, everybody kind of jumps on them. So what time tomorrow? Probably 9. We'll probably kick off at 9 tomorrow, 9 Eastern. So Kerviel, thank you. Kerviel, we owe you an email. We'll get back to you on that. But thanks, guys, for joining us. Tomorrow we'll pick up on a new trial, new for me. I've never seen it before, but it will be a rewatch. So thank you, guys. Thank you for the cups of coffee. Let me review the 2 that you guys are great. We had 2 buy me cups of coffee today. Momo Shark and Dreama Landry. Thank you guys so much for doing that. Really appreciate your support. And guys, if you want to, join our Patreon, Venmo, and Cups of Coffee. If you guys like what we're doing and you want to support us, fantastic. If not, just keep with the subscribers. We're well over 5,500 now. I think we're at 5,510 or 15. So thank you, guys. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks for all the love. I know what we watch sometimes is difficult. So take a moment and maybe decompress, watch something else, watch something funny, do whatever you need to do to not get sucked into it. We try to, but we're not always successful either. But appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. And we will see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Okay. Bye. Oh, let me kill myself from there. Bye.